Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Dad, I'm home. What are you doing back here? I came back. I, I. The moment Sheen Hao stepped into the house, his dad blocked his way, forcing him to slink into the kitchen in search of food. There are dumplings in the pot, pork and cabbage. Still warm, Sheen Maokai informed him. Got it. This was just what Sheen Hao loved. Lifting the pot lid, he found a steaming pile of dumplings. He grabbed them, poured some vinegar on the side, and began devouring them. What did you eat yesterday? Chi Maokai asked. Same thing, but it wasn't this tasty. Tough and dry. Be grateful you had food at all. Watching his son wolf down dumplings, Qin Maokai smirked. By the way, Xiao Qingzi brought his girlfriend over just now. I bumped into them. Qingzi was all dressed up, flashy as anything. Speaking of last night, I saw someone who looked like him. Gaudy clothes, shaking his leg, all smug. Just one look, and you could tell. Stop trying to change the subject. Forget it, just eat your food. Qin Maokai turned and headed to the balcony to play with the dog. Qin Hao glanced at his father's retreating figure, stuffed another dumpling in his mouth, and focused on eating. The dumplings from work were always takeout. Not as bad as frozen ones, but still far inferior to the homemade variety. Nothing compared to the big, juicy dumplings at home. Xiongba, you've got to show some ambition. You're grown now, and I haven't even spayed you. When are you going to find a nice lady dog? Dad, Xiongba is a girl. Eat your food. Did I ask for your input? Fine, I won't say anything. Qin Hao fell silent and focused on his meal. After finishing, he checked the time, yawned, and washed his bowl. Instead of heading back to his room, he remembered what day it was and grabbed his coat. I'm off to visit Uncle Sue for the new year. Go on. Their homes were only a building apart, and it took Qin Hao just a few minutes to get there. Su Wenbin and his wife had just seen off some relatives when they saw Qin Hao huffing his way up the stairs. Happy New Year! Happy New Year! Bundled in his coat, Qin Hao walked in and grabbed a frozen pear to munch on. Meanwhile, Zhou Suji started chatting away. We were just talking about you. Being a police officer must be so tough. Working even during the new year. As she spoke, Zhou Suji peeked down the staircase, seeing no one. She shut the door and returned to look at Qin Hao's tanned face, which somehow made him look festive. This burly guy is a police officer. It's a perfect fit. Auntie, don't flatter me. It's just a job. No, it's not the same. Really, your work is dangerous. If you ever run into someone with a knife or something, don't be a fool and charge in. Let others go first, and you wait for an opportunity to... What kind of advice is that? Have you ever been a cop? Su Wenbin cut in sharply. What do you mean, what kind of advice? It's called self-preservation. Preserve my foot. Someone has to be on the front line. If I preserve, you preserve, everyone preserves, then who's going to catch the criminal? By the time you wait, they'll be long gone. Qin Hao chuckled as he listened to their banter, swallowing his pear before chiming in with a sigh about his recent work. Auntie, you don't have to worry. It's not as dangerous as you think. I barely ever see anyone with a knife or even unarmed troublemakers. Most of my time is spent finding things or mediating disputes. Really. And even if there's someone with a knife, it's not up to us. That's for the SWAT team. Whether this was meant to reassure or was just the truth, it seemed to work. Zhou Suji nodded along, while Su Wenbin raised an eyebrow. After a while, Zhou Suji went into the room and came back with a red envelope. Dramatically sighing, she handed it to Qin Hao. This was supposed to be for when you brought your girlfriend over. But since you're always busy, we'll make an exception. Take it. No. I'm way too old to be taking red envelopes. Just take it. If you were still single, I wouldn't give you one. But now that you're dating, bring her over next time to sit with us. After a bit of back and forth, Qin Hao sheepishly accepted the envelope. I promise, next time for sure. Why does that sound familiar? Su Wenbin squinted at him. Haha. Before he even found a girlfriend, they nagged him to date. Now that he had one, they nagged him to bring her over. If he brought her over, they'd probably start nagging about marriage next. Realizing this endless cycle, Qin Hao felt life was truly hard. By the way, do you know what Xiao Qingzi does for a living? Just as Qin Hao was about to leave, Su Wenbin hesitated for a moment before asking, "Isn't he an uploader? An uploader? What's that? I see people on their phones swiping through clips of singing and dancing. Is that it?" "Something like that. Here, uncle, let me see your phone." Qin Hao took Su Wenbin's phone, downloaded the Bilibili app, and searched for Su Qing's account to show him. Lazy Lord Qing. Good grief. Su Wenbin frowned at the username. What kind of lousy name is that? Well, he can't just use his real name, right? I think it suits him. Qin Hao laughed. And these are all his videos? Yep, this is his homepage. You can click on any of them to watch. Where? Let me see. Zhou Suji, munching on sunflower seeds, leaned in to look at the phone. Although they'd known Su Qing was up to something, he'd never explained it in detail, only occasionally sending them money from his account. What's this? Click it. While Su Wenbin was still reading the profile, Zhou Suji, impatient, tapped on a video. Su Qing's voice came through. Today we'll continue from last time, looking at unfinished. The video started playing, quickly cutting through scenes of couples kissing, standing, embracing, flying through the air, even with knives in hand. The room fell into an awkward silence. Su Qing's voice only introduced the first part. After that, there were just movie clips and some background music he'd added. He actually does a lot of other interesting stuff, not just this. Qin Hao, noticing Su Wenbin's face growing darker, awkwardly explained. Su Wenbin abruptly closed the video. This brat spends all day making stuff like this. Well, if you scroll down, there are all kinds of titles. Lots of variety. Does this even make money? Zhou Suji asked, backing away after a quick glance. It does. Look here. This one has over 60,000 views. That's around 200 yuan. What? Su Wenbin's voice rose several octaves. Just for showing people kissing in movies, and he makes this much? Happy New Year! Happy New Year! At Aunt Cheng's house, Su Qing greeted Cheng Yulan with a cheerful grin. This time, there was no red envelope, much to Jiang He's relief. She accepted the offered peanuts and sunflower seeds with a polite thank you. Auntie, isn't my girlfriend beautiful? Su Qing beamed. Uncle, don't tire yourself. Take a break. Achoo. He suddenly sneezed, rubbing his nose with a frown. Is someone plotting against me? Suyin had gone back to her hometown for the new year, leaving only Cheng Yulan and her husband at home. The spacious living room felt a bit empty. But the two had spent most of their lives together and were long accustomed to each other's company. Usually, Old Wang would watch TV when he had nothing to do, while Cheng Yulan would go out for walks or play mahjong. She never forgot to buy groceries on time and bring them back. That little girl isn't here, so it's not as lively. You all stay a bit longer, Cheng Yulan said warmly, pouring tea and inviting the guest to sit. She sat down herself, rubbed her legs, and glanced at Jiang He, who was casually snacking on sunflower seeds. Smiling, she remarked, such a beautiful girl. This kid's got good taste, Old Wang said as he came out of the kitchen with a plate of cut fruit, clearly happy to have Su Qing visiting for the new year. Back when Su Wenbin and his wife lived nearby, they often dropped by with their daughter. But as the kids grew up and moved away, the visits became less frequent. After Su Wenbin's family moved, Su Qing came back to live here on his own, often hanging out with the older generation. No one really knew how Su Qing grew up. He used to squat by the residential gate with a cigarette, chatting with the security guards for an entire afternoon, living like a 60-year-old man despite being in his 20s. Uncle Wang, you should add that I inherited my dad's good taste. That way, you're complimenting 4 people at once, Su Qing replied without a shred of modesty. Still so cheeky. Cheng Yulan laughed and turned to Jiang He. This boy's a smooth talker. You've got to watch out for him. Jiang He blushed, catching Cheng Yulan off guard. What's going on? She wondered. If I weren't a smooth talker, how would I have won her over? It took me 3 whole years to trick her into being mine, Su Qing declared, holding up 3 fingers with a serious expression. 3 years. Auntie, do you know how I got through those 3 years? Even if it took 5 years, it'd be worth it, Chung Yulan huffed. She didn't dwell on Jiang He's flushed face, noting that the girl seemed quite straightforward. Too straightforward, perhaps, compared to Su Qing's livelier personality. A talkative boyfriend with a quiet girlfriend. What a complimentary match. What are you doing these days? You always seem to be at home, still fiddling with your computer? That's nice. No need to go out, no sunburn, and you've got your freedom, Chung Yulan said. If only my mom thought the same way. She's always saying I'm wasting my time. My girlfriend and I stay home together, working on things online. We're not making much, but it's enough to live on, Su Qing explained. Jiang He quietly listened to the chatter, so absorbed that she forgot her sunflower seeds. She held her cup, blowing on it, occasionally sneaking glances at Su Qing. If she were more familiar with this setting, she'd probably blurt out, "What the heck? 3 years?" That timeline rewinds all the way to their university days. They've been officially together for a little over a year, but the details of when they met and how he pursued her were getting increasingly blurred. It was starting to feel like a romantic tale. Su Qing had spun up. When will Su Yan be back? Jiang He really likes that girl, Chung Yulan asked. After the new year, just a few days. She'll stay for half a month before school starts again. Chung Yulan replied with a knowing smile, lowering her voice. If you like kids, you should have one. Absolutely, Su Qing promised with conviction. First, get ready to attend our wedding. She's such a nice girl. Where's she from? I used to live in Zhejiang, then I moved here, Jiang He answered softly, looking down. Oh, that's pretty far. Did you two meet online? No, we met after I moved here. I've been in Jiang City for years now, she clarified. Good. I thought it was an online romance. If he chased you for 3 years, he must really like you. You know, back in the day, this guy was wild, always up to no good. He even had red bangs. Wait, don't tell me you only caught her attention after you cut your hair. Chung Yulan teased. Exactly. Su Qing didn't deny it, pouring himself more tea. They stayed for a long while before finally preparing to leave. As Chung Yulan saw them to the door, she returned to tidy the table, shaking her head with a smile. That boy's getting more mature, but he still hasn't changed his personality. He's got a good personality. Not like our daughter, who loses patience after just 2 sentences, old Wang grumbled. Is it me or you she's impatient with? Chung Yulan shot back. Both of us. Next time, let's both stop talking to her and see how she reacts. Deal, old Wang said, although he didn't sound very confident. Once outside, Su Qing turned to Jiang He. So, you know about online dating? Jiang He always managed to surprise him with random bits of knowledge. Who knows what else she'd learned? Online dating refers to romantic relationships formed through the internet, a new kind of interpersonal connection made possible by technology, she replied matter-of-factly. 2 people can meet emotional needs without even meeting in person. Well, I'm guessing you looked up how to date, huh? I didn't, she said, meeting his gaze. Then how do you know about online dating? Baidu told me. You didn't search for it, but Baidu told you? Yes, Jiang He answered with a perfectly straight face. I just opened it, and there were lots of little words on the screen. I clicked, and there it was. All right, I believe you, Su Qing said with a shrug. Back home, he opened his computer and searched online dating on Baidu. Her explanation matched the encyclopedia entry word for word. Watching her feed the cat, Su Qing sighed. He wasn't sure whether teaching her how to use the internet was a good idea or a terrible one. Actually, I like stockings. The long, thin black ones, he said, suddenly leaning back on the couch to observe her reaction. What? Stockings. Original ones. Su Qing gave her a meaningful look. Jiang He froze. Her reaction piqued his curiosity. You know what I'm talking about? When you're out, don't you look at other people? This time, it was Su Qing's turn to play dead. As dusk settled, the sunlight streamed through the window. Jiang He gamed for a while before heading into the kitchen to cook. Their meal was impressive. 4 dishes, including stir-fries, a plate of roast duck, a dish of chilled pig head, and egg drop soup, a proper feast to celebrate the new year. You know, I promise I won't look at anyone else anymore, Su Qing declared solemnly, chopsticks in hand. Not that I ever really stared, just glanced at long legs occasionally. It's human nature. You can tell, right? I didn't say you couldn't look, Jiang he replied. Nope, not looking. Not at all. Why not? Sometimes I look too. Aside from being a little bold, they're kind of beautiful. Jiang he studied his face, curious if her thoughts were normal. You think they're beautiful? Su Qing paused. Is it the kind of beautiful that makes you want to wear them yourself? No, the kind of beautiful that makes you want to touch them. Su Qing decided he needed to consult Baidu again. Su Qing sat down in front of his computer, ready to search for something about lilies, but as he turned to glance at Jiang he suddenly froze. She nearly dragged him down to her level of intelligence and defeated him there. Who wouldn't want to touch something so silky smooth? It was perfectly normal. If you like it so much, I'll buy 2 sets. You can wear them as much as you want. Girls like pretty clothes, after all. It's completely normal. I even think you should change up your style a bit. Su Qing suggested. Jiang he shook her head firmly. I don't want to wear them. That's fine too. I'll buy them and keep them around. You can wear them whenever you feel like it. I'm telling you, if you pair that with a short skirt, not too short, just showing a bit of your calves, and then wield a sword while performing a set of moves. Su Qing trailed off as he started placing an order on Taobao. His imagination ran wild, picturing Jiang he wearing a white shirt and short skirt, pinning him down. No, wait, reverse that, him pinning Jiang he down. But he couldn't. Realizing his physical inferiority, Su Qing sighed. He glanced at his wrist, recalling their first kiss when she nearly twisted his arm off. She was not someone he could afford to provoke. What are you doing? Jiang he asked, looking back at him. Practicing martial arts. The news is starting. Oh, Su Qing, who had just gotten into his stance, immediately broke it. He reached under the coffee table for some paper and a pen, sitting in front of the TV as the countdown began. Jiang he had grown accustomed to watching the news with him. If the internet taught her modern living, then the news offered a broad overview of the world. Public welfare, technology, poverty alleviation, diplomacy, and domestic and international affairs. Initially, she found it all baffling, but now she could understand bits and pieces. The vast rice fields on screen resembled what she had imagined. Large areas of crops ensuring a steady food supply. Unless it rained food from the sky, that would be impossible. When a fleeting shot of an automated production line appeared, Jiang he used to feel indifferent because she didn't understand. Now that she recognized more, it struck her as amazing. A marvel of craftsmanship, she murmured. Man-made craftsmanship, Su Qing corrected her. Jiang he, sitting cross-legged on the couch, scooted closer to him. I feel like what you're doing is similar to what I do. Oh, when I scour auction houses and take notes, she said, pointing at her little notepad by the computer. Is what you're writing similar? More or less. Constant exposure sharpens your instincts. It's like the saying, the river warms first for the ducks who sense spring. That's an interesting phrase. Jiang he seemed thoughtful. It's from a poem, I think by Su Shi, who lived 2 or 3 centuries after you. Oh, Jiang he nodded and then asked, what are modern poems like? You don't want to know? Su Qing put down his pen, stretching lazily. During the new year, the news mainly covered mainstream topics, not much of real interest. Modern poetry. Oh, great sea, you're all water? You're standing on the bridge admiring the scenery, while the people admiring the scenery are looking at you on the bridge. Stuff like that. It's nothing like the poetry of the past. But why is someone who practices martial arts so curious about poetry? Martial arts are useless. Poetry's useless too. Brains. What you need now is brains. Studying builds logical thinking, not just poetic sensibilities. Though, sure, being able to sing can be a career. But don't box yourself into a single mindset. As Su Qing rambled, he loosened up and began practicing Tangsho Quan earnestly. He had learned moves online. 3 shakes, 3 strikes, galloping horse palm, 2 dragons play with pearl grappling palm, golden cat catches mouse at palm. Jiang he didn't know any of these flashy names. Her style was straightforward, sidestepping, shoulder rolling, and stomping with a yell. Training the breath internally, the muscles and skin externally, though the shouting and stomping were too disruptive, so Su Qing dropped those parts, focusing on hand techniques instead. The two formed an oddly harmonious scene, one practicing martial arts in the living room, the other curled up on the couch with a cat, watching the evening news. "Why are you suddenly into martial arts?" Jiang He asked. "To fight fire with fire." Su Qing gritted his teeth as he swung his palms. His strikes were weak, incomparable to Jiang He's prowess. Fire with fire. Jiang He was growing increasingly regretful about her actions the previous night. "I was careless last night. I couldn't bear to hurt you." Otherwise, with one sliding kick, Su Qing finished a set, exhaled, and pointed at Jiang He with a snort before heading to the bathroom to shower. Being forcibly kissed was one thing. Next time, certain events would definitely not repeat. He was determined to prepare well in advance. "Want to join me?" Su Qing suddenly poked his head out of the bathroom. "We're boyfriend and girlfriend. Save water." Seeing Jiang He's cheeks flush red as she glared at him, he cheerfully shut the door, humming as he undressed. When Jiang He finished her shower and came out steaming, they both sat on the couch to count their New Year red envelopes. Together, their envelopes totaled over 3,000 yuan, with most of it, unsurprisingly, coming from Jiang He. The little extra came from Su Qing. Holding a stack of cash, Jiang He looked a bit lost and pushed it all to Su Qing. "This was given by your parents. It's yours." Su Qing marveled at his parents' generosity. It had been ages since he'd seen so much cash. The crisp bundle felt amazing to hold, but he passed it back to Jiang He after enjoying it for a moment. "It's from my parents for my girlfriend. Who else would take it if not you? I didn't do anything. You kissed me." Jiang He fell silent. Su Qing, catching the faint fragrance from her, reached out to pull her closer. When she didn't budge, he scooted over and hugged her instead. "We've moved past just being benefactor and recipient. What's mine is yours, and what's yours is mine. Didn't your second mother sew silver pieces into the hem of your clothes? This money can be your emergency fund. Keep it under the bed corner for when you need it. I still owe you a lot of money. We need to keep things clear." "We don't." "We do." "No." "Yes." "No, fine. Let's keep it clear. Separate accounts." Su Qing gave in. "You're overthinking." His voice lowered as he leaned in close. "Let me teach you how to kiss." "Ah, don't hit me." He braced himself. Jiang He stared at him wide-eyed. Before she could react, Su Qing lowered his head, making her tense. "Close your eyes." Wintermelon, the cat, glanced up at the two, irritated by the decreasing space, and squeezed out of the way. "What are you doing?" Jiang He suddenly opened her eyes and looked at his hand. "Instinct," Su Qing said awkwardly. "Don't talk. Let's start over." "No way." Jiang He bolted, standing on the floor and glaring at him. After a moment, she mumbled nervously, "You're trying to make me have a baby." Su Qing froze. "No. Yes. It's just a hug. We haven't even gotten married. How can we have a baby? Come back here for a kiss." "No." Jiang He kept her gaze on his hands, her eyes darting nervously. Then, with a flurry of steps in her cotton slippers, she fled to her room. "Good night." "Hey." Su Qing stared blankly as her door shut. Did she get it or not? Red rain pouring down stirs up memories. How deep. Your captivating eyes are just like before, lingering in my heart. Su Qing tapped his lips with a finger as he softly hummed along with the music playing on his computer. Meanwhile, he uploaded another video. The theme? Those scenes in wedding chambers. The video was an edit made after skimming through countless clips at 8x speed. It wasn't very long, but full of variety. Some scenes cut straight to the next day after a fade to black. Some showed the couple rolling together under the blanket, making it bulge in odd shapes. Others featured drunken brides collapsing in sleep on the spot. The most absurd were those where the couple placed a bowl of water between them. Good grief, is this a wedding chamber or a battle of willpower? After uploading, Su Qing watched it once to check the effect. Then, he glanced at Jiang He's bedroom door, a strange feeling stirring in his heart. Over 1,000 years ago, those lips were surprisingly soft. The clickbait title, combined with the momentum from the previous two videos, worked wonders. Within moments, a few comments popped up. Just this. This. The one with the bowl of water. Are they serious? Ha ha ha. What's the point of making such nonsense? Don't you feel ashamed? Everyone here looks so improper. Delete this now. One comment stood out, completely out of sync with the tone. Su Qing scratched his head. This user named One Wu Xuan. Why does their style feel so familiar? He hesitated for a moment. Then, click. The mouse sealed the fate, added to the blacklist. Don't ruin my mood. What are you doing? Still not sleeping? Zhou Suji emerged from the bedroom in her pajamas, looking at Su Wenbin, who was staring intently at his phone. Just a minute, Su Wenbin brushed her off, reopening the kissing clip from the previous video. He tilted his head, gathering his thoughts before typing. But after a few taps, his phone didn't respond. Looking closely, he saw a small line of text. Due to the uploader's privacy settings, you cannot comment. What the hell? The sixth day of the new year. Outside, kids in new clothes dashed about with firecrackers in their pockets. Occasionally, one would light up a cracker and toss it with a loud bang. When Qingzi and I were kids, we used these to blow up dog poo. Light it, run, and boom, fireworks in the air. Qin Hao reminisced as he walked through the residential complex with Wang Zijuan, sleeves rolled up, laughing at the foolishness of their youth. I never played with that, Wang Zijuan scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at the kids nearby. His expression grew even more dismissive. What kind of people blow up dog poo for fun? He couldn't understand. Simply couldn't. They made their way to Su Qing's door. Wang Zijuan knocked, and soon, Su Qing appeared and opened the door before heading back to his seat. Have a seat. Let me just finish adding this BGM. Wait a bit, Su Qing said, adding it where Wang Zijuan's brows waggled mischievously but stopped short when he spotted Jiang He near the kitchen door. He clammed up immediately. Ahem, you're really living it up, huh? No wonder we couldn't drag you out. Hey, what's this? He barely perched on the couch before fidgeting again. He poked at Wintermelon, who arched its back to dodge him. Then he grabbed a copy of Maoist Fundamentals from the table, flipping through it with surprise. Are you studying for the civil service exam? Probably impossible. Hearing the term civil service, Qin Hao instantly recalled Su Qing's track record. Administrative penalties usually didn't weigh too much, but Su Qing's history. Tough. Extremely tough. I'm just browsing. Who knows? I might get lucky and become a leech on the state, Su Qing said with a shrug. That would be society's misfortune. Wang Zijuan clicked his tongue, shaking his head. My family's tax money wasted on someone like you. Screw you. The three joked for a while before Jiang He brought out a few small dishes to the table. Qin Hao felt a bit awkward. He'd once questioned her quite thoroughly during an inspection. But Jiang He acted as if nothing had happened. Wearing an apron, she bustled about calmly. This makes me feel old. We spend so much time messing around outside. Wang Zijuan watched Su Qing finish up and grabbed his face for a closer look. What are you doing up like this? Do you know you're spreading stress and anxiety to others? As everyone laughed, no one really noticed. But now, Su Qing suddenly settling down made Wang Zijuan both surprised and sentimental. His closest buddy was moving on to the next stage in life. While Wang Zijuan wasn't in a rush, well, it still felt complicated. Get lost. If I'm spreading stress, give me money. Su Qing swatted him away. Sit down and keep away from my cat. Sis-in-law, stop. Let Qingzi handle this. Wang Zijuan's sudden shout made Jiang He pause in the kitchen. She turned her head just as Su Qing looked over. Their gazes met for a moment before she quickly glanced away, flustered. Stop yelling nonsense. Su Qing chuckled, waving at the two. Sit down. I'll check what's left to make. Watching Su Qing head to the kitchen, Wang Zijuan smacked his lips and nudged Qin Hao. This is kind of sudden, isn't it? He had visited once before, but it wasn't as shocking. This was Qin Hao's first visit in months, and he couldn't stop glancing around, almost doubting if he was dreaming. Check if Qingzi has a mark on his wrist. What kind of mark? You know, a special one, a clone tag. Qin Hao gestured at his own wrist, whispering, I suspect cloning technology has matured, and Su Qing's parents swapped him for an experimental model. That's actually possible. Wang Zijuan rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Think about it. He disappeared for months before. You'd call him 10 times, and he'd ignore 8. That's when they probably switched him. The real one was destroyed, and this is the fake. What's fake? Su Qing returned from the kitchen, smiling, and sat down. We'll always remember you, our dear friend, Wang Zijuan said gravely, patting his shoulder. Where did we go after graduation? Qin Hao leaned forward and whispered. A May Mountain, obviously, Su Qing replied, baffled. It's over. Even the memories are copied. Wang Zijuan sighed dramatically. What the hell is wrong with you two? Su Qing looked at them, bewildered, flipping them off before pouring drinks. It's the new year. Drink less, eat more. Can you believe it's been a year already? Last year, we were having hot pot here, weren't we? Yep. I brought a bottle of my dad's liquor. Howsy brought some cold dishes, and you had the pot and meat ready, Wang Zijuan recalled, laughing at the memory of his dad's tantrum. This year's different, Qin Hao remarked, glancing at the potted plant near the TV with an odd expression. This crappy den was now tidier than his own home. A home needs a woman. That's the key. With or without one, it's a whole other world. Holy crap, there really is a mark. Wang Zijuan, who had been jokingly inspecting Su Qing's wrist, suddenly froze. What the? There actually was one. What? Su Qing blinked, confused. He pulled his sleeve down while glancing between their equally dumbfounded faces. Don't dodge. Qin Hao, sharp-eyed, heard Wang Zijuan's remark and turned around, catching sight of the mark. He pulled it out for a closer look and frowned. Pretty symmetrical. Wang Zijuan clicked his tongue in amazement. What happened? What could have happened? Su Qing nonchalantly withdrew his hand. Just got a bit rowdy while messing around, that's all. Rowdy? Rowdy enough to leave marks on the wrist. Wang Zijuan froze for a moment at Su Qing's explanation, then glanced at Jiang He. Suddenly, a vivid image of Su Qing being cuffed to a bed flashed in his mind. See asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Wang Zijuan cursed under his breath, his gaze at Su Qing becoming distinctly different. What? Qin Hao was still puzzled. You know, that kind of thing. Wang Zijuan leaned over and whispered. Shock spread across Qin Hao's normally stern face. What nonsense are you spouting? Su Qing scolded. The two exchanged a glance, and then looked at Su Qing with complex expressions. Man, he plays hard. Stop overthinking. It's just drinking, let's drink. Su Qing, uncomfortable under their stares, grabbed his glass and knocked it against the table, urging everyone to join in. The three of them gathered to celebrate the new year, and it was quite different from before. In past years, they'd huddle in Su Qing's dog den, set up a hot pot, grab some drinks and snacks, and spend the evenings singing their hearts out. This year, well, Wang Zijuan saw right through it. This guy was making a statement. Take note, no more random partying invites. He's under new management. As the dishes were served, Wintermelon, the cat, circled under the table, meowing. Su Qing tossed it a small piece of chicken. When Wang Zijuan tried to pour Jiang He a drink, Su Qing quickly stopped him. Don't, she doesn't drink. Not at all. Not a drop. Her arm still hurts. Su Qing wouldn't dare let Jiang He drink again. He also moderated his own intake, encouraging the others to eat more and drink less. He had no idea what kind of alcohol they drank during the Kaiyuan era or its strength, but he had learned one thing. Jiang He was a terrible drunk. She would start staring at people with shining eyes, much like Wintermelon. After staring for a bit, she'd pin someone down for a fierce kiss and follow that up with punches. No way was she drinking. Sometimes I think things have changed so fast. One of you became a police officer and is always busy on duty. Every call is about responding to a case or handling something urgent. The other just stays home with his girlfriend, leaving me by myself. Even drinking feels dull. Wang Zijuan sighed, stuffing a piece of pork head meat into his mouth. The large pig head Su Qing had brought home for New Year's Eve still wasn't finished. He'd sent a piece to Aunt Chong, but there was plenty left to whip up into dishes every now and then. I really am busy, especially around the start and end of the year. Everything piles up, Qin Hao said, sipping a little from his glass. I can only have a tiny bit. Don't push me. Things are different now. I'm a public servant. Last time you said it was fine. Last time was last time. It's Spring Festival now. Anyway, I can't drink much, just a sip or two. How does it feel to have your dream come true? Su Qing handed Jiang He a piece of food, gesturing for her to eat freely. It's great. Keeps me busy every day. Qin Hao nodded, focused on eating. Man, I'm jealous. Wang Zijun grinned. I'm bored every single day. Not everyone's a loafer like you. Su Qing teased. He only got to act superior like this when scolding Wang Zijun for being lazy. That's true. I can't compare to a noble man, a pure man, a man of morals, a man above base interests. Ah, Howsy, it's my honor to know you. Cheers. Wang Zijun raised his glass toward Qin Hao. Remembering what Qin Hao had just said, he added, I'll drink. You can do as you please. Jiang He quietly ate her food, occasionally glancing up, trying to pick up on their easy banter. Still, Qing, you've got it good. Wang Zijun remarked, glancing around. A cat, a person, something to do, and spare time to boot. Everyone has their worries. Su Qing was preoccupied with figuring out how to resolve the many issues looming ahead. Every day, he had to revise his plans to make sure nothing went wrong. Suddenly having someone pop into his life, marrying her legally, it was a monumental task. If only he had the skills of Bai Sujin. She knew magic and the ways of the world. Borrowing an umbrella during their first meeting and confessing her love in the second, she set Su Xian's life up perfectly. But no, Su Xian was a naive, honest scholar, dreaming of passing the imperial exams. In the end, Bai Sujin caused him to lose his prospects, get exiled, fall out with some imperial officials, and even clash with Liang Wang's household. Talk about a bad omen. Jiang He was much better, adorable, uncomplicated, and no trouble at all. Su Qing snapped back to reality, smiling as he looked at Jiang He quietly enjoying her meal. Meanwhile, Wang Zijun and Qin Hao, after a bit of alcohol, somehow started talking about him again. Remember that trip to Amei? He got beat up by a monkey and went back the next day with a stick, asking for a rematch. That's when I realized he has some peculiar tastes. Wang Zijun declared this as if it were an irrefutable fact. Wasn't just me. Howsy was there too. Su Qing retorted, clenching his fists. Next time we go, I'll beat that monkey so bad its mother won't recognize it. Summer, Qin Hao suggested. Summer. Su Qing hesitated. Half a year might not be enough to train properly. Getting beaten up again would be embarrassing. Forget it. Let them off the hook. Chicken. Haha, he's chickening out. Wang Zijun laughed, eating another bite before turning to Jiang He. Why so quiet, sis-in-law? Jiang He was flustered by the sudden title. I am just eating. She's not into chatting with you. Su Qing said bluntly. Not true. Jiang He quickly waved her hand, trying not to seem so out of place. After a moment of hesitation, she asked, was he badly beaten by the monkeys? Ha, it was tragic. The two of them were chased all over by those monkeys. Wait, let me find a video. I was snapping photos from a distance back then. Wang Zijun laughed uncontrollably as he started looking for the blackmail material. And you didn't dare to join in. Su Qing shot back with a glare. You've all known each other for a long time. Jiang He ventured, trying to join the conversation. Su Qing fell silent, refilling Wang Zijun's glass instead. A long time. 4 years of college together. Those two go back even further. They've known each other since they were in split pants. Oh, college. Jiang He nodded. Was it back when he had red hair? No, the red hair was earlier, before we met. We only saw the cringe-worthy photos. I knew him then. He had red hair that covered one eye. So edgy, Qin Hao remarked. Thankfully, he'd stuck to his signature buzz cut. Otherwise, he'd cringe looking back now. Su Qing listened expressionlessly as Jiang He dug into his embarrassing past. My own wife, it's fine, it's fine. The quiet and reserved Jiang He turned out to be the dominant one. In the eyes of Wang Zijun and Qin Hao, his image shifted instantly. After digging into Su Qing's embarrassing past, they drank enough to get tipsy. One bottle was mostly shared between Su Qing and Wang Zijun, with the remainder going to Qin Hao, barely 2 liang, around 100 milliliters in total. I'm thinking of starting a gaming team, the kind that competes in tournaments. That friend of yours seems reliable. Give me his contact info, and I'll see when he can help me get a few computers together, Wang Zijuan said, fiddling with his phone as he turned to Su Qing. Su Qing paused for a moment before realizing he meant Li Gaobua. Smiling, he replied, "A team of cheaters? It's just for fun. Li Gaobua, he has a shop on the 4th floor of the electronics market in Jiang City Plaza. You can find him there if you like," Su Qing said while forwarding Li Gaobua's WeChat contact. He didn't pry further, leaving them to figure it out on their own. Jiang He's cooking was impressive. Everyone ate their fill, leaving only a few scraps. Qin Hao, through their casual chatting, loosened up considerably. Earlier, he had been worried Su Qing might be on the run for something serious. But realizing it was just the black household issue, he accepted Su Qing's explanation that he was just avoiding trouble. Bringing someone home for New Year's and hosting them like family made a strong statement. It was more convincing than any verbal explanation. If Su Qing had been a burly black household, man lounging around at home, ordering takeout, drinking, and living in chaos, Qin Hao might have seriously questioned what kind of shady business the two were involved in. "All right, I'm off. Can't drink much these days. I'll drink more with you guys next time," Qin Hao said after chatting a while longer, grabbing his jacket. Wang Zijuan also got up, not forgetting to mention, "I'll make it up double next time." "Not staying a bit longer?" Su Qing asked. "Nah, wouldn't want to interrupt your cozy life here." Su Qing realized something strange. In Jiang He's eyes, he was a weirdo with a shoe fetish. In Wang Zijuan and Qin Hao's eyes, he was an masochist. After seeing the two out, Su Qing returned to help the over 100-year-old granny tidy up the table before slumping back on the couch. A lifetime's reputation ruined. Luckily, a few days had passed, and the mark on his wrist was now just a faint scar. Otherwise, Qin Hao would have immediately recognized it as a hand grip bruise. Hearing Jiang He's footsteps approaching, Su Qing raised his wrist and shook it. "Look what you did." Feeling guilty, Jiang He lowered her head. "Why didn't you resist?" "If I hadn't been dulled by the alcohol, I might have screamed for help." Leaning back and closing his eyes to rest, Su Qing murmured, "I only had about 4 liang, 200 milliliters. Not drunk, but just tipsy." With half the new year gone, Su Qing didn't really think in terms of holidays. Work could be done anytime, whether sitting at his computer, lying in bed, or taking a walk. His mind was always working. He needed to figure out his next steps. Su Wenbin had been shocked to learn one of Su Qing's videos could earn a few hundred yuan, thinking it seemed easy. But the reality was far from simple. Producing one episode in 3 to 4 days was considered highly productive. If every video hit that kind of viewership, it would still only amount to 10 videos a month, bringing in 4 to 5,000 yuan. As an uploader, fans often urged him not to chase trends, use clickbait, or make borderline inappropriate content. But that's the secret formula for success. Avoiding all three while focusing solely on quality content would attract barely any viewers. Good content often wasn't popular. Su Qing's chosen subcategory was a blessing. It allowed him to balance his interests while earning a living. But taking it further, it was tough. Jiang He poured him some warm water and asked, "Do you want some water?" "I don't want water. I want a hug," Su Qing replied, leaning closer to her and wrapping her in a tight embrace. With his eyes closed, he murmured, "I like you. You smell really nice." Jiang He sniffed and turned to look at him as he inhaled next to her. "I have a smell? Everyone has a smell. You just smell like alcohol. It'll be gone after I shower, leaving only my natural scent," Su Qing chuckled, inhaling softly by her neck. "Everyone has their own unique scent. If you like someone, you'll find it pleasant. That's what they call a personal fragrance." "Really?" Jiang He asked, her nose twitching as his breathing tickled her. "Yeah, men are visual creatures, so they often think attractive women have a sweet fragrance, but with less attractive ones, they don't notice anything." "You said I'm attractive." "Yes, I'm very visual." Jiang He had an urge to roll her eyes. "But being visual for just one person is love," Su Qing said, opening his eyes to look at her. Slowly leaning closer, he asked, "Can I kiss you? You still smell like alcohol." "Just one kiss then." Jiang He blushed and closed her eyes. Ever since being taught last time, she'd realized this was an indescribable feeling. It made her heart race. A moment later, she opened her eyes to glance down. Embarrassed, Su Qing muttered, "Could you stop focusing on that?" Ignoring him, Jiang He thought for a moment, then grabbed his hands and leaned closer again. "What are you doing?" Su Qing protested this time. "Let go of me." Weak, pitiful, and helpless. Always being overpowered left Su Qing feeling defeated. He disliked being pinned down. Thinking about the possibility of this becoming a habit for Jiang, he left him feeling bleak. He couldn't let her develop this tendency. A knock on the door finally freed him. Jiang He released him, pressed her lips together, and got up. She felt proud of her cleverness. This way, she could enjoy the perks of dating without letting things escalate to having children. Jiang He sis. A cheerful Xiao Yin stood at the door, holding her homework. Seeing Jiang He's flushed face, she blinked. "What's wrong with you?" "Nothing," Jiang He said, turning her face away. "Come in quickly." "Why are you smiling, sis?" Jiang He froze. "Am I smiling?" "You totally are," Su Qing called out weakly from the couch. He realized he was doomed. For so long, he'd been guiding Jiang He through modern life while building rapport. Now she was adapting to modernity while learning to assert herself physically over him. This wasn't in the script. "Brother Su, did you drink?" Xiaoyan asked, wrinkling her nose at the smell of alcohol as she put her homework on the far side of the table, avoiding him entirely before going to find Wintermelon, the cat. Wintermelon, who had hidden in its nest upon hearing Xiaoyan's voice, was no match for her enthusiasm and soon found itself being hugged and recruited for addition and subtraction practice. After closing the door, Jiang He sat back on the couch and took a sip of the warm water she had poured for Su Qing. She pondered the earlier moment carefully. I feel different," she said, holding the cup and sitting on the couch. Her expression had softened, and her eyebrows were relaxed. A long accumulation of experiences leading to change. This is just the beginning, enjoying things that make you happy but aren't strictly necessary like. Su Qing rubbed his face, unsure of what to do. You've learned to like someone. The atmosphere between Su Qing and Jiang He had undergone a significant transformation. From initially feeling guilty and wanting to escape, to teaching Su Qing martial arts and becoming unable to resist, to even looking forward to being deceived by him. It was like a tightly wound string, getting tauter and tauter until, with a snap on New Year's Eve after drinking, it finally broke. The shift from passively waiting to actively taking action happened in a single moment, yet it marked a qualitative change. Survival isn't humanity's only need. Jiang He hugged a throw pillow and fell into deep thought after Su Qing finished speaking. On the other side, Xiao Yin was ignoring her homework, instead playing with Wintermelon's tiny paws. "Xiao Yin, do you want to be a big star in the future?" Su Qing stood up, brushed his teeth at the sink, then returned and took Jiang He's small hand, playing with it while continuing to talk to Xiao Yin, who was engrossed with the cat. "Yes, I want to be a star and be on TV," Xiao Yin declared confidently, pointing at the TV. "One day, you'll see me on it." "That's amazing. To be a star, you have to study hard, or you'll embarrass yourself by misreading things," Su Qing teased while tracing random strokes in Jiang He's palm with his finger. Suddenly, he exclaimed, "Hey, both our names have 14 strokes." "Huh?" Jiang He, feeling ticklish in her palm, didn't quite understand. "Fate," he sighed dramatically before finally letting go of her hand and sitting on the other side to help Xiao Yin with her homework. "How many strokes does my name have?" Xiao Yin asked. "Your name," Su Qing paused for a moment, calculating. "It has more strokes than the two of ours combined." "Wow, that's amazing." "Yes, it really is," Su Qing chuckled, then teased. "Have you ever been punished by a teacher to write your name repeatedly?" "Nope." "Well, if that happens, you'll find out just how amazing it is," he joked. Xiao Yin blinked her wide, innocent eyes, thought for a moment, and shook her head firmly. "I don't want to be punished to write my name." The idea of writing such a complicated name 100 times was terrifying, much harder than her winter break homework. "What does it take to become a star?" Jiang He listened to their conversation and began to wonder if there was anything she could learn to do. Here, she had nothing to rely on except martial arts, which were of little practical use. She lacked knowledge, skills, and experience. She was someone left behind by the times. The only thing she could do was take Su Qing's advice and try to gain some online presence. Like the craftsman Gung she'd heard about, she could post videos of herself practicing swordplay. Success wasn't guaranteed, but the potential was there. Most likely, it will work. Su Qing had said that. Whether you choose to do it or not is up to you. I won't interfere. Just think it through carefully. You don't know enough about this place yet. There's no rush to decide. Fate is a curious thing for both of us. Within his capabilities, Su Qing gave her great freedom. She could use the internet to verify anything he said and make her own choices. After the initial adjustment period, she had learned enough about this society to recognize that she could still turn herself into the authorities, clearly articulate that she was from the Kaiyuan era, and avoid the hostility and conflict that might arise from misunderstanding her as a mentally unstable and dangerous individual. Had she gone to the police right away, even if there had been no conflict and they had bizarrely believed her story, what came next would still have been dictated by others. This was the key difference. One path allowed flexibility to change directions at any time, with Su Qing merely providing guidance but not dictating her choices. Turning herself in was always an option, one she could decide on later. The other path, once chosen, would mean committing entirely, with no chance of returning to her current lifestyle. That was her greatest freedom, the ability to take her time to understand this era without worrying about basic needs and then decide. Of course, freedom came with a price. Su Qing's attempts to connect emotionally were part of the deal. No one owed her anything, and enjoying freedom meant bearing certain costs. And Su Qing had not forced her. This was the best situation among all possibilities, and she had long realized it. Fate truly worked in strange ways. Jiang He's gaze lingered on Su Qing's lips. Everything had started because of them. It's getting dark, and the rain doesn't seem like it will stop anytime soon. Late at night, she often thought of Su Qing's words and his image holding an umbrella back then. Stars are people who appear on TV. Xiaoyan pointed to the TV, puzzled that Jiang He didn't seem to know this. Stars sing, dance, and act. Like Chengdie, they're adored. Without fans, they're nobody, Su Qing added, elaborating much more than Xiaoyan. The main actors in the movies we watch are all stars. He paused and turned to Xiaoyan. Can you sing? No. Can you dance? I can wiggle my butt, Xiaoyan announced. Jiang He can do that too, Su Qing joked. No, I can't. Jiang He glared at him, frustrated. She stared at his lips, suddenly wanting to bite them. If you can't sing or dance, then you'll have to act. Su Qing trailed off as he noticed Jiang He's gaze. He reflexively touched his lips and awkwardly turned his face away. He hadn't heard of anyone getting addicted to this kind of thing. What if you can't act either? Jiang He asked. Then you become an idol. I want to be an idol. Xiaoyan loudly declared her dream. What about you? Su Qing turned to Jiang He. Me what? Jiang He stood up, put down the pillow she'd been hugging, and shuffled off. It suddenly felt like he was teasing her like one would a child, and she didn't want to talk to him anymore. The afternoon passed with Xiaoyan playing with Wintermelon and doing homework, while Su Qing browsed the sections of a small online platform, contemplating whether to test the waters with a new account. Jiang He tidied up the living room, taking the laundry to the washing machine on the balcony. She paused when she saw Su Qing's straw sandals near his bed, then glanced at him and quietly took them to the balcony to wash again. What are you doing? I'm washing your shoes. Why are you washing my shoes? They're mine, Jiang He answered, holding the sandals in confusion. You gave them to me, so they're mine. Su Qing found her sneaky behavior amusing. Put them down. When he woke up on the morning of the second day of the new year to find the sandals back under his bed, he'd given up trying to explain. They'll be cleaner if I wash them, Jiang He muttered, speeding up and carefully scrubbing with a brush, afraid of ruining them and having Su Qing aim for the pair she was wearing. I ordered some socks for you, and they'll arrive soon. I'll get you a pair of high heels, too. Do you like white or black? I prefer ones with red soles, Su Qing said, glancing at his phone. I don't like any of them. Then I'll just order randomly. One pair of white and one of black, he replied cheerfully. Jiang He's lips moved slightly, but no words came out. It was early spring in February. The lingering cold hadn't faded yet, and pedestrians on the street still wore their heavy winter clothes. By the Lanjiang River, the ice had already melted and the water flowed gently into the distance. Two small folding stools were set by the riverbank. Jiang He was the only one sitting, holding a fishing rod in her hand, waiting patiently for a bite. Not far away, Su Qing stood, punching and kicking at the air, while occasionally letting out loud shouts and stomping heavily on ground. Stomping, he believed, could strengthen his legs and, over time, increase their destructive power. The shouts trained his lung capacity and could even scare off an enemy. Internal training focuses on breathing, external training on muscles, bones, and skin, he recited to himself. You're scaring away my fish. Irritated by his proximity, Jiang He waved him off. Move farther away. Just a little more practice? Huh. Su Qing let out another loud roar and continued his training. It had to be said, practicing outside felt better than training at home. More effective, too. He even fancied he could punch a cow to death. Only, he couldn't deal with this little calf, Jiang He. A spring breeze rippled across the river, creating gentle waves. Just as Jiang He was about to say something more, the fishing float started to bob. She turned back, grasped her fishing rod, and pulled up a palm-sized fish. Looks like we got soup for lunch, she remarked. Su Qing glanced over but didn't respond. He continued his systematic training routine. The riverside was deserted. They had deliberately chosen a secluded spot to avoid being seen as lunatics. New buds had just started to sprout on the trees, not yet green. Up close, one could make out their tender yellow hue, a signal of the year's beginning. The highest form of martial arts is not defeating others, but conquering your own ego. No matter what, you must never abandon compassion and morality. Martial arts are for strengthening oneself and helping others, not suppressing or forcing others. Do you understand? Having finished a set of movements, Su Qing stood still, exhaling deeply. The warmer weather meant his breath didn't condense in a white mist like in winter. It dissipated as soon as it left his mouth. I understand, Jiang He replied absent-mindedly, her attention on the fishing rod. She was always acting in self-defense, never to force anyone. If people didn't cross her boundaries, there wouldn't be any issues. In the past, anyone daring to lay a hand on her would have ended up with broken fingers twisted into spirals. She glanced at Su Qing, who was now wiping his sweat and sitting down on another stool. He picked up her fishing rod to check if any clever fish had stolen the bait. What are you looking at? The look Jiang He gave him made Su Qing feel oddly uneasy. Nothing, she replied, casually shifting her gaze while her hanging hand moved subtly. By noon, the sun was high, the temperature rising. They packed up their fishing gear and prepared to head home. Their catch wasn't much, just a few palm-sized fish, barely enough to make soup. All of them were caught by Jiang He. Once the fish were cleaned and thrown into the pot with a tomato for flavor, the resulting soup was fresh and delicious. They had made it the same way a few days ago. Walking along a small trail, stepping over dry twigs and leaves, they reached the main road after about 10 minutes. Su Qing carried a small red bucket and the fishing rod, while Jiang He held the stools. They walked in single file toward home. Which drink do you want? Stopping at a vending machine along the way, Su Qing pressed for a cola and then checked his phone before asking Jiang He. Assam milk tea. You know, you have to tell the person hiding inside the machine what you want before they'll push it out through the slot, Su Qing joked. Jiang He gave him a look as if he were an idiot. Are you going to say there's someone inside ATMs counting money and stuffing out for you too? So you already know? If she still fell for his nonsense, she might as well give up on everything and just stay home raising kids. If we bought one of these machines and put it at home, could we just put money back into our pockets, making it free in the end? Jiang He asked, watching Su Qing skin the code. In theory, yes. But you'd still have to stock it with drinks yourself and let them drop out again. Su Qing didn't look back. After confirming payment, a loud clunk came as the cola dropped, stuck horizontally halfway down. Su Qing pointed at it. I'm going to have to knock it loose. Fine. Jiang He had no choice. The Assam milk tea was on the other side of the machine, and if she insisted, Su Qing's cola might remain stuck inside. You were probably thinking of taking one of these back to the Tang Dynasty to get unlimited free drinks, weren't you? Su Qing teased while shaking the machine. I wasn't. I bet you were. Ignoring him, Jiang He changed the subject. What if mine gets stuck too? It won't happen. Mine got stuck because it dropped sideways. Yours will hit it and knock it down. Watch. As if conducting a physics experiment, Su Qing solemnly entered the payment for her drink. Clunk. Silence. You jinx, Su Qing muttered, shaking the machine again. What now? Jiang He, amused by the predicament, set her stool down and sat to watch him fumble with the machine. Leave. Su Qing hesitated. If it were just 5 yuan, he might have let it go. But with 2 drinks stuck, it felt like a waste. How about you try buying another drink to knock them both down? We could put the extra one in the fridge, Jiang He suggested with a reasonable tone. Should we? Su Qing asked. Why not? What if it gets stuck too? Jiang He, unfamiliar with such situations, fell into thought. She stared at the 2 trap colas for a moment before adding, if we leave now, the next person might get all 3 drinks for just 2.5 yuan. True. That idea stung even more. If the next person gets stuck too, they won't get anything, and it'll pile up for the next person. Su Qing mused, try to reach into the slot. That's how a jackpot forms. Why not call the support number? Jiang He asked. It won't solve the problem unless we wait here for someone to come. But I'd rather go home and let you make fish soup. Su Qing finally decided to try Jiang He's initial suggestion. The result? The 3rd drink also got stuck. Now it's 7.5 yuan. Jiang He muttered, standing up. Studying the machine briefly, she glanced around. This thing's sturdy, right? It should be. Su Qing had a bad feeling and looked around nervously. Bang! Jiang He smacked the machine with her palm, causing it to shake violently. Clunk, clunk, clunk. Run! Su Qing dashed far ahead, holding onto the small red bucket without spilling a drop of water. He was amazed at how much he had improved over the past few months. Back then, running just a few steps with Jiang, he left him gasping for air. I checked. There aren't any surveillance cameras nearby, Jiang He reminded him. She was calm, her breath steady. In her right hand, she carried 3 cans of cola hugged to her chest, while her left hand held a small folding stool. She slowed her pace gradually. You even know to check for cameras before doing something shady? I've always known. All right. Su Qing was left speechless at her smug tone. Was she trying to cultivate a troublemaker? If so, that would be utterly ridiculous. Here, Jiang He handed him a cola, then carefully opened one for herself, mindful not to let the carbonation fizz out. She took a small sip, savoring the sensation of the cola bursting on her tongue. Her eyes narrowed slightly. This stuff is amazing. What a great invention, she declared. I like this spot, she added. I'm different. I like you, Su Qing said casually. Seriously? I'm already your girlfriend. Do you still need to say that? Why wouldn't I? If I stopped liking you just because we're together, wouldn't that make me a scumbag? Fair enough. Jiang He didn't argue further and instead focused on enjoying her cola. As the midday sun warmed them, they walked side by side toward home. 1,000 years. I wonder what the next 1,000 years will be like. Maybe interstellar colonization. What's that? It's like living on the moon. You've come too early. If you'd arrived 5,000 years later, Earth might be nearly deserted, with robots everywhere. Then you'd wield your sword and battle robots until you collapsed. Jiang He's thoughts shifted quickly, but Su Qing always managed to keep up and even surpass her imagination. The concept of science fiction was still new to her. Su Qing sipped his cola absent-mindedly. Unlike her, he didn't savor it. Instead, he was annoyed that he had selected Coca-Cola from the vending machine, but Pepsi had dropped out. Was that considered fraud? When you've fully settled in, we could take a plane somewhere. Zoom, 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 or a big ship. Have you ever seen the ocean? I've seen it on a computer. Same. It's way bigger than the Lanjiang River. Su Qing gestured with the red bucket. There are even massive fish in it, as big as houses. Fish as big as houses? That would last us ages. Those aren't for fishing. You couldn't catch one anyway. It's just an expression. Su Qing rolled his eyes at how every topic circled back to food with her. Despite gaining 10 pounds over the winter, she was still preoccupied with eating. That said, Jiang He's figure remained proportionate. Any extra weight only added a touch of softness. Her calves, for instance, seemed a bit fuller. Wait, why was he noticing her calves? After a brief self-reflection, Su Qing shifted the conversation. Still, his thoughts wandered to summer. As they strolled home, he suddenly asked, "Your room doesn't have air conditioning. Won't you feel hot? I'm still using thick blankets. How could I be hot?" Jiang He didn't seem concerned, thinking he was worried about her comfort. "Winter's almost over. Summer will be here soon," Su Qing sighed. They entered the house together. Su Qing placed the red bucket in the kitchen and started cleaning the fish. 2 small fish would be enough to make a pot of fresh soup. "Should we save a couple for Uncle and Auntie?" Jiang He suggested, glancing at the remaining fish in the bucket. After all, they often went over to eat, but hadn't formally brought anything in return. "These fish are tiny, hardly worth gifting. Next time we visit, we'll buy a big one. You can carry it over. Let's keep these for Winter Melon." "All right." Jiang He nodded, glancing at Winter Melon, who was peeking eagerly into the kitchen. The sight gave her a sense of warmth. After lunch, Jiang He opened her game and stared at her inventory full of gold coins, contemplating for a long while before finally asking, "How do I sell this?" Now that the Lunar New Year had passed, gold prices in the game had risen again. She had been stockpiling materials for months and had just listed them in the auction house, converting everything into in-game currency. Su Qing had said it could be turned into real money, and she trusted him without question. She had always treated it like genuine savings. "Sell it." Su Qing, who was about to boot up his computer, leaned over to look at her account's gold balance. The string of zeros dazzled him. He had only intended to find her something to do, to pass the time, and hadn't expected her to work this hard. The results of her persistence were shocking. "This game has a cap, so I spread it across a few accounts," Jiang He added. She even grabbed a notepad to show him all her progress over the past few months. Her roster of characters had grown as she became more skilled, evolving from a newbie into a seasoned gold farmer. Most of her newer characters were creators, showcasing her mastery of the game. Gold is worth a lot more now, 350,000 coins per dollar. "I calculated that if I sell everything." Jiang He's eyes sparkled with anticipation, holding her pen tightly as she waited for Su Qing to help her turn her efforts into cash. Finally, she could repay her debts. "Amazing," Su Qing praised. "When he used to play, he never had that kind of dedication. Let me find a buyer. Moving this amount isn't easy, but don't worry, I'll sell it all for you." A Tang Dynasty native earning her first fortune in the modern era by gaming. The thought alone was inspiring. Su Qing spent the entire afternoon researching the best ways to maximize her profit. He divided the gold among third-party websites, announced it in chat groups, and compared prices from various traders and streamers. The slight differences in rates wouldn't matter for small amounts, but with her stockpile, even a tiny discrepancy could translate into significant money. "I can finally repay you," Jiang He said excitedly, watching Su Qing manage the transactions. To her, repaying debts was non-negotiable. She hadn't ignored second boss's teachings. "After that, you'll still have plenty left. You could buy new clothes and shoes, or I'll get you shoes. You could treat me to a fancy meal, or buy something you like." Su Qing shared her chair, reviewing transaction limits to ensure there wouldn't be any hiccups. "It's been a while since I played this game, so I've forgotten some of the rules," he muttered. "Do you want a kiss?" Jiang He asked softly. Su Qing often found it hard to keep up with Jiang He's thought process. He tilted his head slightly to look at her, puzzled. Was she seeking praise? Celebrating something? Or maybe she just felt liberated after finally clearing her debt. The motive was important. It would give him insight into her current mindset. If she were from modern times, this might be some kind of hint. But with Jiang He, as these thoughts whirled through his mind in a matter of moments, Su Qing had already turned halfway and gently hugged her. Noticing that he didn't push him away like she used to, his heart soared with joy. He kept his hands carefully still, afraid of provoking her. It all started because he couldn't control his hands earlier and got them pinned by Jianghe. Mid-kiss, he sensed something was off. Pulling back slightly with a strange expression, he glanced at her hands. "What are you doing?" "I'm copying you," Jianghe said. Su Qing's breath caught in his chest. What was there to touch on a man's chest? Coincidentally, Jiang had been pondering this very question since their fishing trip earlier that day. Now she was testing it out. The answer? Not much. Jiang didn't let him continue. Though it was different from their earlier interactions, her mind wasn't blank, and she actually enjoyed the intimacy she didn't indulge. "Thank you." "For what?" Su Qing asked. "For not giving up on me, even when I held a sword to your throat, suspecting you of poisoning me, and for teaching me how to make a living here. Well, you're good-looking." Su Qing glanced at her rosy lips and smiled, turning back to his computer. Her lips were soft, like they could melt. "I'm good-looking." Jiang faltered, unsure how to respond. How could someone be so blunt? Couldn't he pretend to be righteous, like he was just helping her out of justice? "Back then, I made it clear, taking you in was risky. Your violence, or the danger of being discovered, could have caused trouble. I even told you could leave if you wanted to. It would have been less hassle for me." While typing on the keyboard and contacting a client, Su Qing continued, "You chose to stay. And, well, you care for a cat long enough, and you'd grow attached. Let alone a living, breathing person like you. Liking you is only natural." "I'm lucky," Jiang said, relieved she hadn't walked away that day. If she had, she doubted she'd ever meet another man as patient and smart as Su Qing. Su Qing's approach, laying out all the risks and worries for her to decide, gave him the upper hand. Either she left or she stayed and listened to him. Jiang had replayed that moment countless times, realizing how quickly Su Qing had understood the situation that day. If not for his reaction, she wouldn't have been met with patience and understanding. Wandering the streets armed and pulling out her sword indiscriminately would have led to disaster. "You're definitely lucky. Being good-looking is a kind of luck, too. If the person hiding there had been your gang leader with a scruffy beard, I'd have called the cops immediately." Su Qing chuckled. "If you had a shifty face, I'd have skewered you with my sword when you spilled the cola," Jiang countered. The image of her gang leader beating up Su Qing flashed through her mind, and she couldn't help but smile. "We're both lucky, but I still need to thank you." "Sure, but smile more. You look great when you smile." Su Qing playfully flicked her face. Where her expression returned to being blank, he shrugged. After a moment, he stood up, grabbed his phone from the desk, and added the client's WeChat. Then, handing the keyboard to her, he said, "Sell him coins in increments of 10 yuan, starting with 800. 10 yuan at a time?" Jiang asked. Selling 800 yuan this way meant 80 transactions. "Yep, to avoid scams. It's a bit of work, but safer. As long as he pays first, it doesn't matter if it's 10 or 50 yuan, Su Qing explained. "That's going to take forever." "True, but cutting out the middlemen gets you more money." Hearing that, Jiang perked up. Sitting cross-legged on the chair, she focused on controlling her character to start trading with the client. "Once we sell all the coins, I can pay for your TV and even save up a bit," she said, already planning how to use the money. "What will you use it for?" Su Qing asked. "As a rainy day fund," Jiang replied seriously. "A saving stash. Sounds good. Save as much as you can." Su Qing supported the idea wholeheartedly. The more secure she felt, the happier she'd be. And isn't happiness the most important thing? After watching her handle several transactions without issue, Su Qing felt reassured. His gaze shifted from the computer screen to Jianghe's face. Her focused expression was endearing, making him want to tease her. "Is sitting cross-legged comfortable?" he asked. Jianghe nodded absent-mindedly. "Looks like a strange position. Take your socks off." Su Qing tugged at her cotton socks experimentally. Lost in her excitement about the 10 yuan payments, Jianghe absent-mindedly complied, letting him remove her socks before resuming her trading. "Your feet are so smooth, Not like your hand with all those calluses. Ah, Jiang he flinched, nearly kicking him. Why are you touching my feet? I was just curious. The smooth texture had Su Qing's thoughts drifting, but he quickly suppressed the urge to touch them again. He carried her socks to the balcony to wash them. What are you doing? Jiang he asked nervously. Her attention split between the screen and Su Qing. The sensation of him touching her foot lingered, and now seeing him take her socks away made her more tense. Washing them, obviously, Su Qing replied. I can wash them myself. Focus on selling coins. Washing socks is no big deal. Besides, it's cold out, and washing powder is harsh on the hands. I'm a man. It doesn't matter for me. But you need to take care of your hands. Jiang Yi's face turned beet red. You're a woman, and I'm your man, Su Qing added with a teasing grin. I. Jiang He could face down swords and bloodshed without flinching, but Su Qing's words left her flustered to the point of tears. Su Qing. Yeah, I'm here. The weekend sunlight was warm and pleasant. Su Wenbin and his wife drove over to have a meal at Su Qing's place. Ever since finding out that the two were living together, Su Wenbin rarely visited. It was mostly Su Qing who went home to check in at regular intervals, sometimes bringing Jiang He along, sometimes going alone to mooch a meal. Zhou Suji, on the other hand, had always wanted to visit but was repeatedly stopped by Su Wenbin's words. According to him, they're still dating. What role do you think you're playing by showing up there? Causing trouble, that's what blah blah blah. It wasn't that Su Wenbin was overthinking it. The 2 times he had gone over before were genuinely awkward. It felt wrong to sit, uncomfortable to stay, and he didn't even know what to talk about. But meals were different now. More precisely, this was a family gathering, though adding pseudo in front would also work, making it a pseudo-family gathering. The occasion had a formal feel. Zhou Suji wore her newly purchased trench coat, carefully dressed up, feeling quite excited about this visit. After being a mother for over 20 years, this was a first for her. Does my hair look messy? She asked while checking her reflection in the car mirror. Why does it feel like you're meeting in-laws or something? Su Wenbin teased, thinking she was making too much of fuss. He shut the car door, glanced around, and added, It's not like you haven't seen them before. We spent New Year's together. Now it's just a meal. That's different. What's different about it? Su Wenbin countered, reopening the car door to grab the bag she had brought. Don't forget this skincare stuff. Zhou Suji thought carefully, but couldn't pinpoint the difference. She adjusted her hairstyle, stood up straight, and headed toward the staircase, muttering, It's just different. I think it's Qingzi who's changed. Did you notice the last time he came home? His energy was so much better. That vigor. Su Wenbin smacked his lips, trying to describe it. Su Qing had never been frail, but he used to stay home all the time, giving off a stagnant air. Now, if he had to compare, it was like Su Qing used to be Wang Zijuan and had turned into Qin Hao, minus the buzz cut, but with the same youthful vitality. All right, stop talking. We're here. As they entered the stairwell, Zhou Suji stopped his rambling. She adjusted her sleeves, double-checked the hand cream in her bag, and, satisfied she hadn't forgotten anything, knocked on the door. Su Qing responded quickly, opening the door with a piece of cucumber still in his mouth. Behind him came the rhythmic chopping sounds from the kitchen. Smiling broadly, he welcomed them in. Damn, Mom. Come in and have a seat. Why so early? Oh, we didn't need to bring anything. Jiang He. From the kitchen, Jiang He responded, holding the edge of her apron. She peeked out halfway. What is it? This is from my mom for you. After exchanging greetings with Jiang He, Zhou Suji and Su Wenbin ignored Su Qing's eager-to-please antics and sat down on the couch, looking around with amused expressions. Su Wenbin, having been here before, wasn't as surprised. Zhou Suji, on the other hand, rarely visited. She still had an outdated image of the old apartment, so seeing the place now, tidy and clean under Jiang Yi's care, she rubbed her hands on her thighs and commented, Pretty diligent. It wasn't clear whether she was addressing Su Wenbin or Su Qing. Didn't I tell you it's like seeing a ghost? Su Wenbin whispered, glancing at Su Qing by the kitchen door. What ghost? It's all good. Zhou Suji chuckled, got up, and wandered around. She stopped near the TV to examine the ginger plant that Su Qing had taken from her. It was lush and thriving. Ginger plant. She fiddled with the leaves for a moment, then glanced at Su Qing with a knowing look. Su Qing carried a dish to the table and noticed her standing there. My ginger plant is doing better than yours, isn't it? He said with a grin. Did you plant it? Or did she? Oh, we both did. The ginger plant was a joint effort, though the effort mostly involved leaving it alone to grow on its own. Occasionally, He would wipe the leaves with a cloth to keep them dust-free, treating it like a treasure. The kitchen sizzled with activity as the aroma of food filled the air. He worked with the spatula, skillfully flipping ingredients in the pan before handing the plated dishes to Su Qing to bring out. The meal was lavish. Oil-braised shrimp, Sichuan-style boiled pork slices, a couple of stir-fried dishes, and smashed cucumbers among other side dishes. There were both hot and cold options. Once all the dishes were served, everyone filled their bowls with rice and began eating. Su Wenbin tried a bite and was pleasantly surprised. His first instinct was to praise, but he held back, worried Su Qing would get cocky. Zhou Suji, however, had no such reservations. She nodded approvingly. Why were you even learning from me during New Year's? This is way better than my cooking. I only know a few dishes. Still learning from you. Su Qing chuckled. Jianghe's talent was undeniable. She'd traded her sword for a spatula and was a natural at it. Especially her knife skills, which were impeccable. Seeing Su Qing's ego swelling again, Su Wenbin, uncharacteristically, held his tongue, eating a few more bites before praising Jianghe briefly. Did you study cooking before? I've always been learning, Jianghe replied. That's great. Of course it is. Cooking for yourself is the best. No wonder Qingzi's gained some weight. I haven't. You have, just a little. As they ate, they chatted idly. Jianghe smiled softly, listening to the conversation and occasionally chiming in. After the meal, Su Wenbin and Zhou Suji were quite full. Zhou Suji, who typically had a small appetite, ended up eating an extra bowl of rice without realizing it. I'll help with the cleanup, she offered, standing to clear the table. Su Qing stopped her, bustling off to the kitchen with Jianghe to wash the dishes. Rolling up his sleeves, he prepared a scrub with a steel wool pad. Aren't you going to spend time with your parents? Jianghe asked, standing nearby. Washing doesn't take long, Su Qing replied, refusing to step aside. Jianghe didn't insist, standing by his side for a moment before glancing toward the living room. Lowering her voice, she said, I dreamed about this. What? This dinner just now. Jianghe gestured with her hands. I dreamed about it. When? Su Qing paused, curious. A few days ago. Maybe last month. Oh. Su Qing let out a relieved sigh. For a moment, he thought it was some past life connection. If she had dreamed about it before coming to the modern era, that would have been eerie. Smiling at the thought of fated love, he shook his head. It's just your mind playing tricks. You said before that you liked the idea of the four of us together. That's probably why you dreamed about it. Destiny was just about finding the right person. Modern, rational young people didn't believe in superstitions or paranormal tales. As for time travel, maybe quantum mechanics could explain that someday. In the living room, what do you think? Zhou Suji asked, scooting closer to Su Wenbin on the couch and speaking in a low voice. Think about what? I think those two will make it. Look at this. Mimi, come here. Noticing Winter Melon passing by, she called the cat over and scooped it into her arms. Isn't it dirty? Su Wenbin recoiled slightly. I think it's cleaner than you. A house cat can't be that dirty. Zhou Suji scratched Winter Melon's chin, leaned back on the couch, and surveyed the living room again. Not bad, she thought. If they end up together, you should give them this apartment, she said. Let's wait until he finds a proper job, Su Wenbin replied. In the living room, two people were talking quietly. In the kitchen, another two were also speaking in hushed tones. My mom bought this hand cream. It's definitely the good stuff. Don't skimp on it just because you don't want to use it, Su Qing whispered mischievously to Jianghe, glancing outside with a sly smile. She probably noticed the calluses on your hands and felt bad for you. So she picked it out to help you take better care of them. Jiang He froze for a moment. If Su Qing hadn't mentioned it, she wouldn't have realized how thoughtful Zhou Suji's gift was. Hands needing external care? Should her hands become as soft and smooth as a noble lady's, just for this guy to mess around with them? Her face suddenly turned red. The only thing that needs careful care is a sword, she muttered. No, not the sword. You do? Su Qing shook his head. That sword of yours should be put away. If you want to practice, I'll buy you a new one some other day. He suddenly remembered that the sword could probably carry traces of things, like DNA. Constant cleaning wouldn't remove everything. Best not to keep waving that thing around. Okay. Jiang He continued staring at her hands. Su Qing had even stopped her from doing the dishes, claiming the detergent would harm her skin. This guy was just too much of a scoundrel. In the living room, Winter Melon lay sprawled across Zhou Suji's lap, its tail tip gently swaying. Many cats like to flick their tails like that. Whether it was a sign of comfort, boredom, or deep thought was unclear. It was just like people tapping their fingers or shaking their legs while thinking. At first, I thought they weren't doing too well, but now it seems they're doing quite fine. Look at how tidy this place is. Zhou Suji had stopped bringing up the topic of buying a house with her stubborn husband. She gently stroked Winter Melon while glancing around at the small objects in the living room. Every detail made it clear this was a home shared by two people, a woman included, a stark contrast to the home of someone living alone. But it was so well organized that it felt a little off. It was hard to imagine this was a place lived in by two young people. Suddenly, a thought struck her. Do you think they cleaned up thoroughly just because we were coming over? Su Wenbin shook his head. It was like this last time I came by unannounced. Hearing that, Zhou Suji relaxed and even felt a bit happy. We should get a cat too. What for? Isn't life already troublesome enough? Because they look nice. Zhou Suji held onto Winter Melon, unwilling to let go. The chubby cat was incredibly docile and not the least bit skittish around strangers. Su Wenbin, however, found the scene unappealing and shifted further away. It'll shed. Just wait till it first sticks to you and see how you deal with that. It doesn't shed. That's because it's not the season yet. The two whispered as they kept observing the living room, their thoughts spinning. When Su Qing came out with tea for the two of them, Zhou Suji finally let Winter Melon go, allowing it to roam on its OWND. Oh, you still go fishing? Su Wenbin asked, noticing the fishing rod in the corner and starting the conversation. When we're bored, we go for fun. Otherwise, what else are we supposed to do with our time? Su Qing's reply instantly caused Su Wenbin's blood pressure to spike. So, you're aware you have too much free time. You'd rather go fishing than make plans for your future. Zhou Suji hesitated to speak, glancing at Jiang He before commenting. Fishing is nice. It cultivates patience, relieves stress, and helps steady one's temperament. It's good for young people. Good? They should be thinking about marriage and kids, not fishing. Exactly. Have you noticed how I've changed recently? Su Qing asked proudly, making a casual punching motion as he spoke. The move was sharp and powerful, leaving Su Wenbin and Zhou Suji momentarily stunned. It was evident he had changed, but pinpointing the specifics was difficult. Temperament is a subtle thing. Like Su Qing's first impression of Jiang He, a clear sense of uniqueness. That uniqueness became even more noticeable to those who already knew him. Su Qing was like that now. Once a late-rising gamer who stayed up till noon, he had transformed in just a few months through martial arts practice, early rising, and a healthier lifestyle. Su Qing himself barely noticed the change, but to Su Wenbin, the transformation felt slightly unfamiliar. You, Su Wenbin began, but then stopped. He took a sip of tea, contemplating the reflection in the cup. Just last fall, this kid was obsessed with Liu Bei's straw sandals, doing nothing serious. Drink your tea, Su Qing said cheerfully. We have everything we need here. If anything's missing, just let us know. Don't shortchange yourselves. Su Wenbin quietly finished his tea, stood up, and gestured to Su Qing. Show me that thing. What thing? Zhou Suji asked. Su Wenbin didn't answer, But Su Qing understood immediately. With a smile, he got up. The thing we talked about last time, Jiang He, keep my mom company. The two headed to another room, leaving Jiang He and Zhou Suji in the living room. Each held a cup of tea as they chatted. What does he do all day? He makes videos, cutting up movies and stitching them back together, Jiang He said, mimicking a cutting motion with her hands. She didn't fully grasp the process, but had researched the concept and even attempted it herself. However, lacking a sense of current trends and an extensive library of films like Su Qing, she couldn't make anything noteworthy. So just making videos and fishing? No, there's more. We eat breakfast together in the morning, and if we're free, we might go fishing. Otherwise, he just plays on the computer. Jiang, he didn't mention Su Qing's martial arts training. He had warned her against it. Otherwise, the older couple might think he was mentally unstable. A gamer suddenly practicing martial arts every day? Definitely abnormal. In the afternoon, he'll watch that gambling, the stock market. Stock market. Zhou Suji's eyebrows shot up. Yeah, that's it. Oh, Zhou Suji relaxed, chuckling softly. Calling it a casino isn't wrong either. Make sure you watch over him. Don't let him sink too much money into it. That kind of thing is just a trap. He's made some money there. Winning and losing is normal. Just don't put in too much. You two should, keep each other in check, you know? Jiang He blinked, confused. What do you mean? What I mean? You're living together. You figure it out. Zhou Suji waved her hand dismissively. Just keep an eye on him. Okay, I'll supervise him. Supervise, sure. Zhou Suji found it odd, but didn't dwell on it. At least having a woman around was better than him being alone. Meanwhile, in the other room, Su Wenbin glanced at the layout and asked in surprise, You're not living together? She has her own room. Didn't I already tell you? The storeroom. Yep. Su Wenbin frowned, puzzled. Why? Why what? Su Qing replied matter-of-factly. We're not married. Is it weird to have separate rooms? Did you two fight? No. After a moment of silence, Su Wenbin said, That's not what your mom told me. What did she say? Su Qing was baffled. He still hadn't figured out why she'd given him balloons during the new year. She said you two wake up together every day. We do. She in her room, me and mine. We wake up, wash up, and have breakfast together. Are you kidding me? Su Wenbin adjusted his glasses and stared silently at Su Qing. A man and a woman. Dating, living together. Sharing meals and a home, but not a room. Su Wenbin almost believed it. When did you two have an argument? We didn't argue. Oomph. Seeing Su Qing refuse to admit it, Su Wenbin didn't press the matter. Still, a subtle feeling stirred within him. To argue and yet calmly act as though nothing happened, sharing meals with them and hosting the elderly couple so amicably, it was impressive. It seemed serious. Su Qing had no idea what scenarios Su Wenbin was imagining, but he could tell something was off about him. You two are really like this? After a moment of silence, Su Wenbin asked, What do you mean like this? What's wrong with it? Su Qing retorted, Your mom just told me that if you two get married, I should transfer this house to you. Then you can keep living here or sell it and buy a new one. Su Wenbin's tone was calm, almost casual, but made Su Qing raise an eyebrow. Sure. When should we process the transfer? I vetoed it, Su Wenbin added the latter part of the sentence, pushing up his glasses and meeting Su Qing's gaze. I told her you can talk to me about it once you've found a stable job. I have a job now. Making videos for a few days to earn a couple $100 counts as a job? Su Wenbin sneered. At first, he thought the kid was earning quite a lot, making 10 or 8 of these a day and sitting at home sipping tea. But after learning more, he realized it wasn't that simple. Someone had to watch those videos. Nothing is easy, Su Wenbin thought. More importantly, it wasn't stable at all. One video might earn a few $100, but the next might hardly attract anyone. How long can you keep doing this? Do you expect to rely on it to get married? Sure, you're doing fine now, spending little. But what about the future? The future will take care of itself. What's happening now doesn't necessarily dictate what's next. Su Qing snorted. He already knew what Su Wenbin was getting at. Mid-sentence, he suddenly stopped, eyeing Su Wenbin. How do you know one video can earn a few hundred? I just know. Su Wenbin recalled the two accounts Su Qing had blocked him from and sighed deeply. Can't you learn from Haozi and the others? Stop staying at home, tinkering with impractical things. Or be like Li Gaobo and open a shop. If you want to open one, I'll help with some initial funding. How much? Su Qing asked. Depends on the shop. Do you want to open one? Su Wenbin's eyes lit up. As long as he stopped with those frivolous videos and did something practical, Su Wenbin would support him wholeheartedly. Nope. What's taking them so long in there? Zhou Suji, seated outside for quite some time, had already refilled her tea multiple times, yet the two inside hadn't come out. Jiang He glanced at Su Qing's room door. They're probably having a talk. Hearing this, Zhou Suji understood. What could the two of them possibly be looking at? There were no antiques or valuables in Su Qing's house. Those two always clash. They can't agree on even the simplest things. It's just a habit now. What do they call that? Generation gap, Jiang He said. Right, generation gap. That's it. Zhou Suji slapped her thigh, ready to continue when Su Qing's room door opened. The father and son emerged, Su Qing looking relaxed while Su Wenbin furrowed his brow, lost in thought. Noticing the storeroom door, Su Wenbin glanced at Jiang He, nodding slightly with a smile. This girl was indeed good. You two should switch places, he said to Su Qing. Huh? Su Qing, confused by the sudden remark, didn't respond in time. But Su Wenbin had already picked up his bag from the couch and called for Zhou Suji to leave. Won't you stay a bit longer? Su Qing tried to keep them. No, you two go on with whatever you're busy with. Come visit us more often. Have meals together, Zhou Suji added. Sure. You two take care on the way. After seeing the couple off, Su Qing returned to pour himself a cup of tea and down it in one go. They're urging us to get married. And married? Jiang He tensed up instantly. Yeah, tied the knot. I know what it means, but your legal status isn't resolved yet, so we can't get a marriage certificate. Su Qing's words allowed Jiang He to relax. She hadn't saved enough money yet. And we don't have our own house, Su Qing sighed. He used to think as long as he lived freely and happily, high housing prices could be ignored. Let someone else take that burden. He could live a laid-back, Buddhist lifestyle. From 20 years old until 60, most of those 40 years would be spent working. Then there'd only be a decade or two left to enjoy life. And half of that time would go to paying off a mortgage. But Su Qing looked at Jiang He, who was looking back at him. I'm wrestling with a thought. What thought? Jiang He asked. Whether to kiss your face or your hand next. When you meet someone you truly like, you start to crave stability. On the way home, Zhou Suji noticed Su Wenbin's odd mood. Ever since they left, he hadn't said a word, lost in thought. What did you and Qingzi talk about? Nothing. Then what are you thinking? I'm thinking. Su Wenbin gripped the steering wheel, driving slowly down the road. His emotions were mixed, and after some thought, he left the sentence unfinished. Times have changed. Su Qing had said so. He had said it while fiddling with that clean, patched-up straw shoe. Dad, you've got more experience, more life wisdom. But have you ever thought about how your life is unique? Su Wenbin had never considered the question. Looking at the past and present, spanning millennia, forget that. Let's just focus on recent times. Yours is undoubtedly unprecedented. Your generation's era was colossal in scope. You say you've eaten more salt than I've eaten rice. And that's true. More than true. You and Grandpa, your two generations experienced changes in just a few decades that rival 2 centuries' worth of transformation. From landlords being abolished, to communal dining with ration tickets, to collectively owned cattle in village barns, and then reform and opening up. Su Qing spoke casually, but his words left Su Wenbin speechless. In just a few decades, you've lived through the economic evolution of several centuries. From ration tickets to today's world. And now, here in the 21st century, you, a witness to history, are still clinging to outdated ideas, insisting that happiness isn't only about having enough food, wearing warm clothes, and holding a steady job. Everyone defines happiness differently. I get it. What I do is unstable, but I'm young. If I don't try now, then when? Wait until retirement? When I'm an old man, hobbling with a cane, adapting to a younger generation's era. Staying at home doesn't mean not creating value. The existence of these videos is the value. Your era was extraordinary, but this era is extraordinary too. They're fundamentally incomparable. Have you ever thought about that? Thought about it? Su Wenbin remained silent. Times have changed. What? Zhou Suji looked at him. I'm thinking times have changed. They changed long ago. They had shepherd's purse for dinner. After spotting this vegetable at the market, Jiang He grew quite fond of it. But when she saw its price, she felt it wasn't worth it. She hesitated for a long time until Su Qing bought it for her. Wild or not, if you can't pick it yourself, it's worth money and therefore valuable, he said. They scalded it in hot water and mixed it into a salad. It was refreshing and tasty, and Su Qing liked it too. Did you eat this often back in your time? Sometimes, Jiang He replied. Do you miss home? No, I don't miss it. It's just Jiang He couldn't quite describe the feeling in her heart. If given the chance now to choose between going back or staying here, she would undoubtedly choose to stay. But those people, those memories, they still lingered in her thoughts. If she did go back, Second Madam would surely scold her for being foolish. Why give up a life this good, something others can only dream of, and return to such hardship? If that isn't stupid, what is? Give it at most 2 years, Su Qing said gently. I'll take you to Gusu and see if anything's unchanged, like Han's Han Temple, for instance. You've traveled to Jianghu, so you must have seen a lot. Places like Chang'an, some of them have preserved their original look. Su Qing had been planning this for a while. No matter what, they had to visit those places, wander around, take a look. That way, it'll fulfill a wish. Things change over time. What's past is past. Whatever crimes or guilt belong to that time, you don't need to carry them with you. I've already looked up what Gusa looks like now. I've seen pictures online. Jiang He said, it's completely different. Of course it's different. Then there's no need to go, she replied, more rational than Su Qing had expected. Life now is good enough. Let the past stay in the past. That Gusu can live on in my heart. All right, I'll listen to you, Su Qing agreed. Jiang, he was going through a period of transition. She no longer felt completely out of place, but her mindset was still not fully modern. After dinner, Su Qing did the dishes as usual, while Jiang, he checked her wallet on her phone. She had over 4,000 yuan left. This was what remained after selling all the gold coins and repaying Su Qing for the TV. It wasn't a fortune, but for someone from her background who had been here for less than a year, it was a small windfall. She had earned it entirely through her own hard work, driven by a strong desire to repay her debts and earn money. This is a time when, as long as you work hard, you can live well, isn't it? She asked after getting her first fortune. Yes, Su Qing replied decisively. But this goodness is relative. If you think your current life is great, then it's great because you're free from other pressures, competition, and societal expectations. But when greed takes over, this money will only bring you pain. Greed for what? Fame, status, material pleasures, Su Qing explained. Fame, status, material pleasures. Jiang, he stared blankly at her wallet. After finishing the dishes, Su Qing tidied up and sat on the couch. Before he could do anything, Jiang, he set her phone aside, turned around, and hugged him. Well, what's this about? Su Qing was momentarily stunned by her sudden gesture. I wanted to ask if you'd like a hug, but I knew your answer would be yes, so I skipped the question. Su Qing could never quite follow her train of thought, but it didn't stop her from enjoying the post-dinner warmth between them. She caught the scent Su Qing had once mentioned, a unique scent every person carries. If you like someone, it smells pleasant. His scent was warm and comforting, neither fragrant nor unpleasant, just soothing. You're so gentle, Jiang, he murmured. Do you even know what gentle means? Su Qing tried to keep up with her logic. It means you can't beat me, so you carefully lie to me without being too rough. For F***'s sake. Su Qing gave up trying to understand. Can I reveal my undocumented status now? Jiang, he asked suddenly. It wouldn't be a big issue, but it's best not to. It could make getting your papers harder later on. Why? Because they'd start recording everything now. It's better to wait until we're fully prepared and catch them off guard than to reveal yourself hastily, Su Qing explained. Jiang He stayed silent, hugging him tightly. Su Qing dared not move. He had learned his lesson. The slightest wrong move would result in her pinning his hands down, though he managed to wrap his arms lightly around her back. I want to be on TV, Jiang He said after a moment of silence. Su Qing blinked. Which TV? The kind where people watch me play games, and I can earn money. She gestured toward the computer. You said there's a chance it could make me famous, or maybe expose my status. She thought for a moment, then continued. If it doesn't expose me, this kind of job might even help prove my existence when I apply for identity papers. Technically speaking, Su Qing frowned, pondering for a moment. It has its pros and cons, but it's not as simple as you think. Maybe no one will even watch. I've done my research, Jiang He said. I've thought it through. You've been thinking about this for a while. A long while. Su Qing fell silent, closing his eyes to think before finally speaking. We could also open a shop, like the one where I bought those hand warmers for you. An online shop. I've researched that too, Jiang He said, resting her head on his shoulder. You mentioned it last time, so I looked into it. Everything's worth trying. You don't seem very enthusiastic, Jiang He asked. No, it's just, let me think. Su Qing hugged her tightly, burying his face in her neck and taking a deep breath. Let me think it over. The phone on the table rang. Both of them turned to look at it. After 3 rings, Jiang He picked it up and handed it to Su Qing. It was Qin Hao calling. From the sound of the wind on the line, Qin Hao seemed to be outside, possibly on his way home. How's that girlfriend situation of yours? Qin Hao asked. What situation? Isn't she undocumented? You can't keep it that way forever. I looked into it. This is a tricky issue. If you want to handle it, pick a time to go to the registry office and see if there's a way to sort it out. Of course, I'll sort it out eventually. What did you find out? It depends on her situation. Just saying she's alone isn't enough. The review process is strict. Qin Hao rambled on, while Su Qing leaned back on the couch, holding the phone to his ear as he and Jiang He listened together. Seeing Jiang He sitting cross-legged, Su Qing mischievously nudged her toes, making her tense up and glare at him. Let's meet up another day to talk in person. Were you free for some skewers? Not anytime soon, Qin Hao replied. That's fine, no rush. You're not even worried about your girlfriend's issue? Who knows? We might break up someday. Su Qing glanced at Jiang He. If we break up, it saves the hassle. Qin Hao was momentarily stunned before replying. I'm hanging up. Bye. The main problem right now is time. From early autumn last year to now, it's still too short. If they stayed for 3 to 5 years, when the household registration staff come around for visits, Su Qing could even push back her arrival by another 2 years. Neighbors aren't that sharp, especially for people who aren't that important. They'll just remember that someone has lived here for a long time. As for the exact year, a little guidance could blur it out. Tama, Su Qing tossed the phone onto the table, sighed, and hugged Jiang He again. Maybe one day we'll just split up. The timing's not right. You can't apply for a household registration yet. I understand. If you handle the details well, your chances will improve. Besides time, when you actually apply, you'll need to avoid busy periods for the registration office like the school season when lots of people are filing paperwork for their kids, stuff like that. Su Qing squinted as he mulled over the matter. The idea sounded great initially, but when it came to execution, there were still too many moving parts to manage. Wintermelon swished its tail as it strolled by, casting the two a sidelong glance before crouching and leaping onto the table. It settled on the mouse pad and lay down. Aiming for perfection, get past this hurdle, and you, a 1,000-year-old granny, will have successfully integrated into modern society. I'm not a granny. Then what are you? I'm a lady knight. Su Qing chuckled. All right, lady knight, go fetch me some paper and a pen. At his words, Jiang He crawled off the couch, went to the computer desk, grabbed a notebook and pen, and scooped up Wintermelon before returning to Su Qing's side. You're a native Han Chinese, born and raised here. That's a fact no one can deny. What we need to do is explain the blank period in your life over the past decade or so. Su Qing took the pen, spread the notebook on the table, and started drawing a line while speaking. Using paper and pen during the thought process often revealed overlooked blind spots, a habit he had always maintained. You mentioned wanting to stream your gaming to gain visibility. This has pros and cons. The benefit, as you've thought, is that it could deepen your presence in multiple ways. If we start the plan in a couple of years, videos of you online could serve as evidence of your life here. But there's something else you didn't consider. If you gain a little fame and some influence, it could act as a social card, like a form of clout. At that point, your identity would no longer be that of nobody. As he scribbled on the notebook, he hugged Wintermelon and interjected, "Can gaming really give you status?" It's something like that. The more people who know you, the greater your influence, for better or worse. It's not just gaming. Some people get famous from a single photo or a laugh. Then they go on to sell. Never mind that tangent. If you were to go viral like, "This streamer turns out to be an undocumented citizen who's been wandering since childhood and was taken in by kind souls. Now, making a living through gaming, it creates public attention. Suddenly, people you don't know are eating up the story. At that point, both of us might face some trouble, but your identity issue could be resolved without you running around with a stack of documents begging for help. Instead, people would come to you." Qing considered various possibilities, drew a circle on the paper, and then extended a line from the beginning. There's another possibility. Going viral puts you in the spotlight, and your streaming channel gets temporarily suspended. Meanwhile, applying for registration, because of its complexity, drags on. Eventually, once the hype dies down, you end up fading into obscurity. Fading into obscurity, isn't that pretty much like now? He asked. Kind of, but not quite. Qing paused, looking at her sideways. By then, you'd already be exposed. Using money. You said we'd do it the proper way, right? Obviously not. Qing drew another line through the middle of the notebook. The best approach is to have multiple plans. If you gain some fame, you'll likely make some money too. Before things blow up, you could try using money to pull some strings and see if it works. If it doesn't, then you can intentionally expose your situation, thrust yourself into the limelight, and use hired PR and trending topics to apply pressure. This is an era where making noise gets results. Culture and knowledge can't compare to shameless drama. It's ugly and undignified, but effective. He twirled the pen in his hand, looked at He's slightly puzzled expression, and smiled. He circled the notes he had just made, then tore the page out and set it aside. This is the last resort plan. We won't use it unless we have to. He sat quietly with Wintermelon in her arms, saying nothing. Her understanding of the situation here couldn't match Qing's. Now for the downside. If you don't become famous, then it doesn't matter what you do. It's as if nothing happened. So let's analyze what happens if you do make it big. We've talked about the advantages, but there are always unforeseen risks. For example, if your undocumented status gets exposed before you're popular, you wouldn't have made much money yet. Being noticed early means we're unprepared. Would I be arrested? Of course not. You can't be arrested now. Qing stopped writing, turned, and explained. Once you understood the basics of how things work here, you're already safe. At most, you'd be questioned and released. Assuming you haven't committed any crimes, no special methods can be used to investigate you. Oh, he relaxed a bit. But if you become famous and your undocumented status gets exposed, then it wouldn't be a normal situation. You'd face thorough scrutiny, which is a downside. You can't withstand a detailed investigation. Once they dig into your past, there's nothing before the storm that day. You appeared out of nowhere, and that won't hold up. And then would I get arrested? He's anxiety flared again. No, but you'd be put on a watch list. That black fat cop and his boss would suspect you might be a fugitive. Qing shrugged. That would make it even harder to register you. Oh, he calmed down a little and, after thinking for a while, asked, "Then can I just skip getting registered?" That's not an option. Registration isn't just about your identity here. It's proof of your right to access resources. Qing squeezed her hand gently. Most importantly, without it, you can't get married. After a pause, he said, "So I shouldn't stream, right? This is just an analysis of what could happen if you become very popular. After all, The priority is stability, and this is one of the risks. Jiang, he took the notebook he had written in and looked at it. This multi-plan preparation, is it really not an option? Do you really want to stream? Su Qing asked. You don't seem very willing. Fine, you're right. I'm not very willing, Su Qing admitted with a sigh. Su Qing stood up and paced around the living room twice before letting out a sigh. Turning back, he asked, Can you tell me what you're thinking? Jiang, he shifted her gaze from her notebook, looked at him for 2 seconds, and replied, I just thought, since I'm playing games anyway, doing it wouldn't be much extra effort. I'm already sitting there every day. She was puzzled as to why Su Qing wasn't on board with the idea. Maximizing your time, doing more in the same amount of time. Su Qing began to understand. I see. You could skip gaming and try opening a store, he suggested. Opening a store requires capital, Jiang, he replied, already familiar with the requirements. And a deposit, too. I have it, Su Qing said. Seeing Jiang, he's staring at him silently. Su Qing froze for a moment and didn't continue. If you don't want me to, I'll look into something else, Jiang, he said, lowering her head. Aren't you going to ask me why? You wouldn't harm me. Jiang, he shook her head, set Winter Melon down, and after a moment's thought, looked up with a small smile. Why are you standing there? Why am I standing here? Su Qing repeated, hesitating before sitting back down. I have this feeling you're about to do something. Before he could finish, Jiang, he placed her hand on his and pressed him down onto the couch. His expression shifted. Do what? I'm going to kiss you, then go play games, Jiang, he said as she pinned his hands, leaning down to kiss him. The notebook and papers slipped from her lap, scattering densely written notes and circles onto the floor. She liked this kind of intimacy. A long while later, Su Qing sat on the couch, conflicted, watching Jiang, he from behind as she booted up her game on the computer. He was trying to figure out where things had gone off track. If you didn't hold me down just now, I'd be very happy, he said. You'd squirm around. Jiang's face was still slightly red as she pursed her lips, savoring the recent intimacy. Not true. I wouldn't. Yes, you would. Fine, you're skilled, and I can't beat you. Su Qing sighed, staring at the ceiling. When I master martial arts, you'll see what cruelty really means. Ever since he had found this little seedling, everything had started to become extraordinarily strange. It's a transition. It'll get better. I can now earn over 20 million gold coins a day, including materials and occasional enchantment cards, totaling up to 30 million. But the value of gold coins keeps dropping. Listening to Jiang, he tallying her profits, Su Qing remained silent, lying sideways on the couch, gazing out the window. Since coming to the modern world, Su Qing had helped set up everything for Jiang He. It was for her own good, though there was some selfishness mixed in. This was the first time she was trying to do something based on her own ideas. The sort of first step? Streaming can be chaotic. Some of those people, I'm afraid you'll get influenced. Su Qing couldn't help but explain. What? Jiang, he turned her head while crunching numbers. Some create real content, but others rely solely on their looks. It's messy. There's jealousy, and some might report you out of spite. No industry is easy, Jiang, he mused. Yeah, no industry is easy. Su Qing agreed, but he didn't say more. The living room fell silent except for the clacking of Jiang He's keyboard. Winter Melon attempted to ask for a hug, but was ignored. It turned instead to lie on Su Qing's stomach. What are you thinking about? After moving an account, Jiang, he turned her head and noticed Su Qing staring at her absent-mindedly. It seemed he had been watching her for a while. Usually, at this hour, he'd be busy with his own stuff, watching movies or dramas at 8x speed or catching up on the news. I was thinking about what would happen if you left one day, Su Qing replied. It's been so long, that shouldn't happen, right? Jiang, he instinctively glanced at the coat rack near the door. Her potatoes and some corn kernels were still there. No, I mean if you left here. Su Qing lifted Winter Melon by its legs, cradled it, and then placed it back on his stomach. He sighed. You're different from Winter Melon. I picked it up and raised it, and it'll never leave. But you're a living person. Why would I leave? Because... Su Qing frowned. When people really care about something, They tend to overthink. He rubbed his head with his fingers. Maybe you need to clear my head. Is it because I said I wanted to stream that you think? I might leave. Jiang guessed. That's part of it, Su Qing admitted. But at its core, I'm scared. Scared I can't protect you. Scared you'll pick up bad habits from others. Scared. I still see you as the lady knight you were when you arrived, but you've unknowingly turned into half a modern person. It's been quick. Jiang, he didn't feel it herself, and instead lamented that she was learning too slowly. Very quick. There are many things I plan to teach you later, but you've already picked them up on your own. And some things I don't even know how to teach you, but you've quietly figured them out. The internet is truly amazing. Su Qing praised the internet, but his expression remained unchanged. He continued rubbing his head, half closing his eyes as he examined his feelings and their relationship. Can you clearly see the nature of our relationship now? He asked. Jiang, he slowed her typing, eventually stopping altogether. She turned serious. We're in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. And what does that mean? In the future, we'll get married, live together, kiss and hug, and you like my shoes. And then, Su Qing didn't refute her comment about the shoes. Arguing was futile since she'd long believed it as fact. Then what comes after? Jiang, he asked. Even though we'll be partners, we're still two separate individuals. You and me. Two people coming together, Su Qing explained carefully. Everyone has their own thoughts and aspirations. Living together, there will inevitably be conflicts and disagreements. For example, you want to stream, and I don't want you to. That's a disagreement. If you listen to me and don't do it, it seems like the problem is solved. But it's not. You can always listen to me. Even if you do, the resentment will build up in your heart. A disagreement here, and there might be fine, but over time, it will cause problems. You're a living person with your own emotions. Will that really happen? Jiang, he was dazed. Yes. Although we don't have any problems now, you've already started developing your independence. This issue will only become more apparent. When your ideas are repeatedly rejected by me, one day you'll explode and think, why should I always listen to him? At some point, Su Qing had sat up on the couch. He stared at the ceiling for a moment, then turned to look at her. That's what I'm truly afraid of. So, you were explaining to me earlier? Yes. This is what they call overthinking. Maybe. Su Qing sorted through his thoughts, feeling a newfound clarity. He lowered the hand pressing against his forehead, contemplated briefly, and asked, when I explained earlier why I was reluctant, did you feel a bit happier? Yes, Jiang, he admitted reluctantly. Although she trusted him, his explanation did bring some happiness. Then my concern wasn't misplaced. Su Qing felt a sense of relief, as if defusing a hidden mine. If he hadn't realized this, continuing with their usual dynamic would have led to problems sooner or later. She wasn't a pet, and Jiang, he couldn't be treated like one. Our current way of interacting isn't healthy. It's only because of your unique situation that it's been like this. But now that you've grown a lot, it's no longer suitable to treat this as a habit. Jiang, he thought about it and asked, unhealthy, as in lacking freedom? To be precise, it's about respect, Su Qing corrected. We're equals. Respect, equality? Jiang, he fell into deep thought. Why hold you down? Is that disrespectful? Yes, Su Qing said seriously. That's very disrespectful. Then we're even. Jiang, he turned back to her game. Su Qing froze for a moment and then let out a long breath. After clarifying things, he figured she'd understand the deeper meaning over time, rather than the two of them falling into a habitual pattern where one arranged everything while the other waited passively, only to grow frustrated and explode later. Do you have any thoughts about this? Su Qing asked, pouring himself a glass of water before squeezing into Jiang, his seat beside her, watching her play her game. Thoughts about what? I'll respect you. That's the foundation of being together. Things like holding me down are just teasing, strictly speaking. Flirting, though I don't particularly enjoy it. Oh, Jiang, he replied without looking up, focused on her screen as she fought monsters to earn money. That's it. You're interrupting my game. Jiang, he wrinkled her nose and scooted aside slightly. Su Qing scooted closer. Jiang, he moved again. Su Qing followed. Finally, Jiangyi put down her controller, turned her head, and stared at him. Playing games during such a beautiful time. What a waste. We should discuss you moving into my room. Why should I move into your room? Jiangyi asked. We're a couple. Couples living together is normal. It's early spring. The heating's off, and it's still a bit cold at night. Cuddling will keep us warmer. You can use an extra blanket. You'll feel cold too, Su Qing insisted. I won't. You will. I don't want to have kids. You? Wait, what? Su Qing was stunned. Who said anything about kids? You want me to move into your room because you want kids? Jiangyi accused, her tone implying she'd seen through his schemes. At night, I can't keep holding you down. If we sleep together, we'll have kids for sure. Do you even know how kids are made? By sleeping together. Just sleeping doesn't make kids. If we just live together to get used to it, I can see if you snore. If you do, you can move back out. Jiangyi couldn't stand Su Qing's nonsense. She shoved him off the chair with all her might and sat cross-legged, occupying the whole seat. She huffed. You think I'd fall for that? For some reason, Su Qing felt like she didn't really understand. 1,000-year-old granny. He muttered, sighing as he went back to the couch to turn on his computer and start working. Doing that was impossible. One rabbit kick from Jiang, he could cost him half his life. The spring sunshine of March arrived, and the weather gradually warmed. Thick winter clothes were packed away, replaced with light spring wear. Jiang, he watched the price of gold coins rise sharply. Mixed in with the merchant chat group, she overheard discussions about Labor Day event outfits. Sensing the peak, she confirmed it with Su Qing before hastily selling off her month-long inventory. Each recovery and drop causes the price to fall further. That's normal, Su Qing said. In 2 years, it might drop by half. It could go down to 60 to 70 million for $1. That's just market trends. Looking at her new earnings, Jiang, he felt a bit uneasy. She had thought that grinding coins could at least sustain her, but after months of observation, she easily discerned that the value of gold coins was steadily declining. Likewise, your efficiency in farming coins will keep improving. With new maps and increased drop rates, though it won't fully counter the depreciation, it'll offset some of it, Su Qing explained. Coin farming isn't sustainable, Jiang he concluded. Cooking is sustainable. Go cook, Su Qing urged, stopping his writing. On his notepad, a dense list of options like online stores, video editing, short-form content creation, and game testing was written out. He circled one after another, preparing for Jiang he to try them all. Do you have anything you enjoy doing? He asked while drawing circles. Cooking, Jiang he replied from the kitchen. Pick something else. You can't go out to be a chef unless we open our own restaurant. Even then, we'd have to avoid inspections. And it's not that easy. It's not like in your time when a straw hut and a pot were enough to set up shop. We didn't have straw huts for restaurants either, Jiang he retorted, pausing before pointing outside. What about those who sell food with push carts? They just need a cart and a pot. You want to sell stir-fried rice? Su Qing imagined Jiang, he pushing a cart and frying rice on the roadside. He couldn't help but laugh. A female martial artist from the Kaiyuan era being chased by city inspectors. What a picture. Physical businesses don't suit you for now. Even with skills, your identity won't pass. If we were desperate, night market stalls could work, but we don't need that. Why would that be desperate? Making money is all that matters. It's different. A stall means being chased by inspectors, enduring the elements, and freezing in the winter. We study, so we can develop better options in the future. That applies to you now, too. Learning is your top priority. I don't see the difference, Jiang he replied. It's about different classes. That instability can only provide basic subsistence. Su Qing trailed off. What's wrong? Jiang he asked, poking her head out from the kitchen. I think subsistence is enough. Besides, I can smash stones on my chest. Stability, subsistence. Su Qing frowned. Suddenly, he realized something unsettling. You smash stones on your chest? He asked, glancing at her. No, it's a technique, but it's definitely tougher than yours. I don't believe you. As Jiang he pondered when to show Su Qing her skills, she caught his gaze and was immediately so angry that her lips trembled. You want to touch it? Yes, I do. You really want to? Jiang He trailed off mid-sentence, suddenly freezing. Just cook already. I'm starving. Su Qing clutched his chest dramatically, patting himself since he couldn't touch anything else. Putting away his pen and leaning back in his chair, he scratched his chin, feeling a bit lost about Jiang He's career prospects. Does it even matter what she does? To Jiang He, it didn't matter much. As long as she could earn money honestly, even hauling bricks at a construction site would make her happy. The pay there was high. With her strength, she could earn 10 times more than typing away at a keyboard. But was he okay with that? Not at all. Su Wenbin had the same view. When Jiang He finished cooking, Su Qing was still deep in thought, sitting in the chair. Dinner's ready. She helped serve the meal and called out. Watching Su Qing pick up his chopsticks to start eating, she couldn't hold back any longer. Wash your hands. I didn't even go out. He grumbled. Even if you didn't, it's still necessary. Did you all wash your hands all the time back then? Su Qing got up reluctantly. Nope. In those days, Jiang He rarely washed her hands, as the conditions didn't allow for it. But here, she had developed the habit, maybe because it was so convenient now. Transitioning from the sparse resources of Kaiyuan to the modern world, she even picked up a slight obsession with cleanliness. Washing her hands before eating had become a must, perhaps out of respect for food. She looked at her clean hands, which had grown softer and paler after regular soaks in warm water compared to their original rough texture when she first arrived. Ah, the nature of girls. Su Qing sighed when he returned after washing his hands. Lunch was excellent. After selling some gold coins, Jiang He had bought extra groceries. The stir-fried pork slices shimmered enticingly on the table, their aroma wafting through the air. Let's go home for a visit someday. We haven't been back this month. Huh? Oh. Jiang He responded absent-mindedly, glancing down at her chest. Hands, shoes, feet, calves, and chest. She'd never felt this way before, as if he liked every part of her. If someone else said such things, she'd have slashed them with her sword ages ago. But Jiang He glanced at Su Qing and stuffed a bite of food into her mouth. The two of them were entirely innocent. Why is your face red? Su Qing asked curiously. My face is not red. Jiang He's stubborn denial made Su Qing suspicious. He glanced at her, then at the computer, wondering if she had broken through the 365 security guards' defenses to access something inappropriate. The internet can be so harmful sometimes. Something authentic. No, stop that thought. I just sorted out some tasks that are easy to learn and do, along with tutorials. I'll send them to the computer later for you to check out. Pick what you like, or let me know if there's something else you want to try. Su Qing changed the subject, saying, You must have something you enjoy. As long as it's not too unreasonable, I won't stop you and will offer you good advice instead. Is it because I'm a modern person now? Jiang He asked. Not quite. It's mainly because you've been here for a long time. After getting familiar with things, you must have your ideas. It's time to start trying what you want to do. All right, send it to the computer later. Jiang He had grown increasingly fond of this treasure of a computer. It was perhaps the most remarkable invention ever. The first time she saw a weather forecast predicting 10 days in advance, she thought it was a miracle. Although after a month of testing, she realized it wasn't entirely accurate. After eating, Su Qing washed the dishes in the kitchen. When he came out, Jiang He was sitting cross-legged on the couch, trimming her toenails. He shook his head. Where's your sword? My sword's in the room. Is it put away? I like to see it. You could go get it. Inside Jiang He's room, the small storeroom was surprisingly tidy. Previously scattered items were now neatly stacked in a corner and covered with cloth. Along the wall near the window was a bed with a neatly folded quilt and a pillow pressed on top. In the corner stood a new, bladeless sword that Su Qing had ordered for her on Taobao for practice. I mean the one you brought with you. Under the bed, Jiang He called from the living room. Su Qing crouched down and found the area under the bed spotlessly clean. The sword lay wrapped in a cloth, tucked away quietly. He took out the sword and unwrapped it, revealing its original appearance. The smooth surface of the hilt was inviting and carried a sense of old familiarity. How long have you used this sword? The patina is incredible. Carrying the sword back to the living room, Su Qing shooed Wintermelon, the cat, off the couch and sat down next to Jiang He. I've used it for many years. Jiang He thought for a moment, but couldn't recall the exact time. Since you were a kid? More or less. I took it with me the first time I left home. It's been broken a few times, but I had it repaired. Clang. Su Qing drew the sword and held his breath as he admired the gleaming blade. Jiang He wasn't very old, but this sword clearly had some history. The blade was meticulously maintained, with little dirt in the blood groove, only the natural hue of iron. The scabbard wasn't just two wooden slats. It was adorned with floral carvings and looked far more elegant than the sword itself, though it was an awkward fit, producing a loud noise every time the sword was drawn. This scabbard, I picked it up. Picked up. Su Qing questioned the accuracy of that term. Yeah, picked it up from someone else. Oh, not from the ground, but from someone else. What do you want with my sword? Jiang He asked. Nothing. Just keep it safe. Su Qing initially planned to suggest discarding it on their next fishing trip, but seeing the marks of wear and repair on the blade, he hesitated. It was fine to just leave it there, unless the two of them got caught killing someone and had their homes searched. At that point, the sword wouldn't make much of a difference. If you turned this hilt into beads, it'd probably fetch a good price. He chuckled, sheathed the sword, rewrapped it, and tied it back up. Then he glanced at Jiang He, who was busy clipping her toenails on the couch. What's that supposed to mean? Jiang He asked. Nothing. Want me to trim your nails? No way. Jiang He refused outright and even shifted to sit with her back to him, not trusting him at all. Su Qing didn't tease her further. Holding the sword, he remembered the chilling sensation when Jiang He had once pointed it at him. That must have been killing intent. He turned to look at Jiang He's earnest, naive expression as she worked the nail clippers, a stark contrast to her earlier demeanor. With a stable life, who would want to fight to the death with others? So nice, he murmured. What? Jiang He turned her head and caught the look in Su Qing's eyes, freezing for a moment. I feel lucky. I should probably thank the Buddha, I guess. Su Qing smiled, took the sword back to his room, and stuffed it under his bed. It's in my room now. Not like you'll be using it anyway. Jiang He's current sword was purchased from an online platform. The seller claimed it was a Longquan treasure sword, flashy and quite attractive. Made of patterned steel with high hardness, it was not one of those flimsy stage props. It was significantly heavier than her old sword but felt decent in hand. However, the blade wasn't sharpened, making it far from lethal. Jiang He didn't mind. After all, it was only for practice. Su Qing once asked why she continued to practice every day. She said it was simply a habit. Afternoon, the delivery guy called, saying 2 packages had been dropped off at the gate. Both were addressed to Jiang He. Whenever Su Qing ordered something for her, he'd put her name on the package. What's that? Jiang He asked. She was so used to deliveries that she'd once even considered taking the delivery guy's job. Your clothes. Su Qing quickly opened one of the boxes and pulled out a few bras, casually commenting, Looks like you picked these out yourself. Before he could finish, Jiang He, flustered, snatched the box from him. Don't touch those. Relax, they're not my thing, Su Qing replied nonchalantly as he opened the other box. This one contained a short-sleeved summer top, also hers. The shirt was light blue with a small dinosaur, taking a step forward printed on the front. You didn't get any clothes for yourself? Jiang He asked, noting that only her clothes were there. I have more clothes than you. My wardrobe is full, Su Qing replied. Jiang He realized her question was unnecessary. Su Qing repacked the clothes and handed them to her. Wash them before wearing. Don't put them on right away. Want me to wash them for you? No, I'll do it myself. Jiang He turned to head to her room, but stopped upon spotting a card in the box. She picked it up and paused, confused. $20. What $20? Su Qing asked. It says you'll get 20 back. Jiang He exclaimed as though discovering treasure. She handed the card to Su Qing for a look. 5-star review with a customer photo for a $20 refund. Su Qing choked on his own spit. That's ridiculous. They think $20 is worth that. Shameless. Jiang He was puzzled, and when she realized the photo had to be of someone wearing the clothes, her eyes widened. A photo? While wearing this? She glanced at the clothes in the box and shook her head vigorously like a rattle drum. Not doing it. She threw the card into the trash and headed toward her room, then hesitated and turned back to Su Qing. What? Su Qing asked. What do you mean? You've never seen it. I've never seen it, obviously. Fair point. Jiang he checked the box with the short-sleeved shirt and found another card, this one offering only $5 back. She muttered, scammers. Give me one of the shirts, Su Qing suddenly said. Why? Jiang he asked warily. To take the photo for the refund. $20 can get us a pound of pork. Jiang he somehow grasped his intent, her eyelid twitching. You're serious? What do you think? When Su Qing went into the bathroom, Jiang he felt a strange sense of excitement, as though they were doing something illicit. Unfortunately, the shirt was too small for him to wear. Half an hour later, Jiang he stared in amazement as Su Qing transferred 30 yuan to her. She didn't even care that he'd used her clothes. Why 30? They asked me to delete the photo and paid an extra 10 for it. What an odd seller. Her face lit up with joy. The shared experience of gaming the system with Su Qing gave her a sense of excitement, comparable to finding cash on the street. It's so fun, Jiang he said. What's fun? Su Qing asked. This, Jiang he struggled to articulate her feelings. Life's little surprises. Su Qing offered, setting his phone aside. It's called being resourceful. Extra snacks tonight. He understood that it wasn't about the 30 yuan. It was the little sense of accomplishment and delight they'd shared. Deal. Jiang he agreed enthusiastically, smiling at him. You're so silly, Su Qing teased, shaking his head as he booted up his computer. During lunch, he promised to send Jiang he some materials via WeChat to help her figure out what she enjoyed doing. Whatever she chose, he'd support her as best he could. Sometimes I feel like I'm raising a daughter, Su Qing joked. Don't you think? Nope. My little girl. I'm not. You even know what that phrase means? Su Qing was surprised by her expanding vocabulary. I don't know exactly, but I know you're teasing me. Jiang he playfully clenched her fists at him before heading to the laundry area to sort the clothes. Su Qing didn't say more. He'd wondered if things might get boring once she learned everything, but now it seemed like life with Jiang he would only get more interesting. He opened the small broken site, platform, and noticed a familiar-sounding alt account causing trouble in his comment section. This user had an uncanny ability to irritate him. Is this my dad? Su Qing had suspected this since the second account showed up, but he didn't dare ask directly. His father, Su Wenbin, would definitely be offended if confronted, so he just watched the account's antics. But how had Su Wenbin found his videos? Was it sheer coincidence, typing something like lazy into the search bar and stumbling upon Lazy Lord Qing? After contemplating, Su Qing dragged the account into his block list, then released it, then blocked it again, before finally calling Qin Hao. Did you tell my dad what I go by on the platform? Qin Hao sounded baffled. Huh, don't me. It must have been you. It was you. Hello? Bad signal. This place is terrible. Beep, beep, beep. Su Qing growled as Qin Hao pretended to lose signal and hung up. Annoyed, he tossed his phone aside and glanced at the comments section. The best way to stop someone from vlogging, making short videos, or writing novels was to let their parents see it. It was over. After some thought, Su Qing blocked the account for good. Since neither of them had openly confronted each other, Su Wenbin wouldn't call him out. After dealing with the pesky account, Su Qing spent the afternoon binge-watching shows and editing videos. By evening, Jiang he returned alone with groceries, preparing another feast. Midway through, Su Qing's phone rang. Seeing Su Wenbin's number on the screen, his heart skipped a beat. Answering the call, he was met with a stern voice. Did you block my account again? What account? Su Qing feigned ignorance. Don't play dumb. I even borrowed old Qing's number to get Xiao Hao to help me register. Fine. Unblock it. After a day, Su Qing took Jiang he back home to grab a meal. As April approached, the temperature steadily rose. By noon, the sun was already a bit scorching. Thankfully, neither of them minded the sun. If they did, it would mean Jiang he had completely adapted to modern life. Jiang he was fully dressed in spring attire, thick-soled white sneakers, high-waisted straight-leg pants, a cream-colored cropped jacket, and her hair naturally draped over her back. She looked clean and crisp as she walked beside Su Qing, her steps light and steady. Her footsteps echoed, a rhythmic da-da-da. Thanks to her martial arts training, her shoulders naturally relaxed, making her posture appear tall and upright. Her eyes sparkled with a lively brightness. "What are you staring at? I think you're looking better and better." Su Qing reached out to tuck a strand of hair behind her ear, saying exactly what was on his mind. A woman doesn't have to be rail-thin to be beautiful. After this winter of nourishment, Jiang He's face, wrists, waist, and legs had all become slightly fuller. The sharp lines of her face had softened, her brows and eyes carried a gentler look, and she radiated vitality. Zhou Suji felt the same way. She had just finished a round of mahjong and was heading home when she spotted the two from a distance. One tall, one short, hand in hand, walking towards the house. She quickened her steps to catch up, but realized they were walking so fast it was impossible to keep up. "Dad, where's Mom?" Su Qing called out as soon as they got home. Moments later, Zhou Suji walked in from outside. "You too. Why were you walking so fast? We've got long legs. Think you're so great because of that." Zhou Suji shot back, glancing at Jiang He, and couldn't help but beam with joy. How could this girl be so pretty? Su Wenbin, however, didn't share the same excitement. With a grim expression, he stared at Su Qing, still upset about having his account blocked. Holding a large teacup, he sat on the couch, exchanged a polite greeting with Jiang He, and then turned away, ignoring the idle bum that was his son. "Still mad? Mad about what?" Su Wenbin retorted. "Good, as long as you're not mad." Su Qing didn't take it to heart. He pulled Jiang He down to sit beside him and snapped a fresh photo of her. Then he scrolled through his gallery to find older pictures, handing the phone to Jiang He to compare for herself. He knew Su Wenbin's attitude was just stubborn pride. Being blocked on multiple accounts was one thing, but having Su Qing discover that he had been secretly lurking and leaving comments in disguise, that was truly embarrassing. If all his accounts hadn't been blocked that day, he never would have made that phone call in the first place. In the future, if you want to leave comments, just message me on WeChat. You're typing so much anyway. It's all for me to see, isn't it? Same effect. Oomph. Su Wenbin grunted. "Do you even check WeChat?" "I don't check comments either." Su Wenbin's face darkened further. Su Qing casually bit into a large apple without washing it. "Dad, what made you decide to comment on my videos? Was it Housy's idea? I just wanted to see what nonsense you were up to. I asked him to help me set it up." "What nonsense? There's nothing messy about it." "Nothing messy? Look at the stuff you posted before. The recent ones are fine, but before? What even was that, huh?" Su Wenbin said, exasperated. "Good thing it was just us that day, no one else. You don't know how mortified I was. I clicked on one of your videos and... Oh, come on. But did you really have to lecture me about being virtuous in the comments section? Look at you compared to the others. You're not even in the same league," Su Qing teased, munching on his apple. "What do you mean, not in the same league? It's just never mind. Dad, if you want to watch, go ahead, but please message me directly instead of writing essays under my videos. It's just not a good look." Su Qing spoke slowly. "Why not check out other creators' content too? Understand what's popular these days. Short videos are everywhere now. Don't fall behind the times. Maybe one day, you'll even start to get what I'm doing." Seeing Su Wenbin remain silent, Su Qing added, "If there's anything you don't understand, you can always ask me. Just don't send me a 60-second voice message, and I'll explain it all to you." Over the past few days, Su Qing had been reflecting on the differences between himself and Su Wenbin, on work, lifestyle, and what each considered good. This reflection deepened his understanding of his father's perspective. Between father and son, there's no right or wrong, just a gap in understanding, a generation gap. After sorting through his thoughts about Su Wenbin, Su Qing turned his attention back to Jiang He. It all became clearer. When Jiang He first arrived, Su Qing had guided her through modern life. Back then, planning her every step wasn't overbearing because she lacked the capability and ideas, relying entirely on his care, just like raising a daughter. But now, as Jiang He was nearing independence, Continuing to dictate her life and future would be inappropriate. As he had once said, everyone has their own dreams and pursuits. What you see as undesirable, I might find perfect. Life is personal. You can't define my happiness or my future by your standards. Besides, they were just boyfriend and girlfriend, not bound by marriage, only mutual affection. Now, Jiang, he was in a transitional phase. She wasn't entirely independent yet, but in 6 months or a year, she would be. She wasn't Su Qing's child or an accessory. No matter how unique her background was, it didn't change the facts. Su Qing understood this well. When irreconcilable differences arise, it simply means the relationship isn't working, and breaking up is the solution. What truly scared him wasn't Jiang he suddenly vanishing, but her staying and the two of them drifting apart, strangers under the same roof. Without sorting out their dynamic and relationship, problems would arise. This wasn't a game, it was life. Having a wife from the past didn't mean a secure, carefree future. A happy marriage is the pinnacle of life's aspirations across all walks of life. Not easily attained, but exceedingly rare. Jiang, he noticed Su Qing's gaze and raised her head to meet his eyes briefly before lowering it again. She fiddled with his phone, scrolling through his gallery. She found 2/3 of the photos were of her. She opened a video of herself practicing swordplay, but quickly closed it and handed the phone back to Su Qing. "Want an apple?" Su Qing asked, holding his own in his mouth while grabbing another to peel. "I'll do it myself." Jiang He's bright eyes sparkled as she took the apple and knife from him, deftly peeling it herself. "You too." Su Wenbin turned his head to look at them, recalling the endless stream of videos on Su Qing's account. He didn't know what to say. He got up and went to his study to fetch his phone. Jiang He glanced around and leaned closer to Su Qing, whispering, "Are you afraid I'll suddenly leave?" "What?" Su Qing was momentarily confused. "You've taken so many pictures of me." Jiang He lowered her head, sliced a piece of apple, and held it up for Su Qing to eat, a smile spreading across her face. "Are you afraid I'll suddenly leave?" Zhou Suji was in the kitchen, Su Wenbin was in the study, and there were only 2 people in the living room. Su Qing caught Jiang He's gaze and inexplicably felt she was itching to pin him down again. "It's just casual photos, capturing your changes," she said. As for being afraid, deep down, there was indeed a trace of worry, which was why he subconsciously took extra photos and videos of her. Su Wenbin came out with his phone, effectively stopping an impending incident, preventing Jiang He from tasting the apple in Su Qing's mouth. "I know," Jiang He murmured softly, taking a big bite of the apple, savoring its crisp sweetness, and placing the fruit knife back on the plate. "Seeing each other every day, why bother taking so many photos? There are a lot of duplicates here. I don't see what's so great about them, just like those random things you make," Su Wenbin muttered as he sat on the couch. Glancing at Jiang He happily eating fruit, he unconsciously softened his tone and refrained from saying anything too harsh, swallowing a heap of criticisms. "It's called Guichu, a type of remix video. Only those who understand it know the fun," Su Qing explained. The name alone sounded like trouble. "You're stuck with all that ancient stuff. It's useless. The world is advancing rapidly, with new cultural trends everywhere." Su Qing started explaining the origins of To the Old Man, with Jiang He listening intently, taking occasional bites of her apple. She had long wondered how Su Qing seemed to know everything. No matter the question, he always had a well-rounded answer. After using computers more often, Jiang He finally realized it was all thanks to that magical device. Anything you search for was there. But after a long time of learning, she changed her mind again. Even if computers had all the answers, you still needed to study them. Su Qing was different. He himself seemed to be a living Baidu, and even better than Baidu. Jiang He slowed her chewing, trying not to make any noise. Listening to Su Qing talk always had an inexplicable charm, far more engaging than lying on the roof as a child, basking in the sun, and overhearing the accountant grumble. Zhou Suji peeked out from the kitchen, surprised by the scene in the living room. What did Su Wenbin and Su Qing discuss in the study last time? She was dying of curiosity, but Su Wenbin refused to tell her. often holding his phone with an annoyed look while watching Xiao Pajan, small broken sight, referring to Billy. Jiangyi's outfit was too nice, so Zhou Suji insisted on preparing lunch alone. When the food was ready, she called everyone to wash up and eat. Su Qing patted his hands clean and stood up to help with the chopsticks and bowls. Take something like Zhuge Liang scolding Wang Lang. That's more normal. But all those other bizarre edits? Even I think they're a mess. Still, there's good and bad. It's the same everywhere. You can't just focus on the bad stuff. It's just entertainment. Watch what you like and skip what you don't, Su Qing explained. Obviously, why would I watch things I don't like? Su Wenbin retorted stubbornly. Watching stuff you don't like? What's the point? Exactly. Zhou Suji cut in, calling Jiang He to eat and not pay attention to the two men. Plenty of people do things that make no sense. Su Wenbin was relatively normal. He only watched because Su Qing was into it. After lunch, it was already close to 1 in the afternoon. The day had grown even hotter, though a light breeze brought some relief. The trees in the residential complex had sprouted new leaves, casting large patches of shade. Let's stop by Uncle Qing's place, Su Qing suggested. He'd planned this during his morning stroll. After a brief walk around the complex, they headed to Qing's home. The modest room remained unchanged, though the balcony now featured a reclining chair. Qin Maokai often lounged there when he had nothing to do, swaying gently with a worn palm fan in hand, keeping company with Xiongba, his dog. Before Qin House started working, Su Qing often came by to play games or listen to music in Qin Hao's tiny, dingy room. Occasionally, Qin Maokai would whip up some cold dishes and peanuts to pair with drinks, sharing stories of the past. Now everyone's either working or busy with their own stuff? Qin Maokai sighed as he poured 2 cups of tea. Thankfully, I've got the dog. Once you're holding a grandson, things will be better, Su Qing teased, a comment that sent shivers down Qin Hao's spine all the way at the police station. Grandson, my foot, Qin Maokai snorted. He had no hope for Qin Hao. Though the blind dates had gone smoothly, the relationship had been stagnant for months. Every time he asked, Qin Hao claimed they were still talking. I'm starting to think that kid's pulling one over on me, he muttered. Pulling what? He wouldn't have a fake girlfriend, would he? Who knows? You're well aware of that kid. He's sneaky like you. Looks honest but can be sly. What do you mean, like me? I'm a decent person. Su Qing protested. For instance, he'd never taught Jiang He to pin him down, yet she'd mastered it without any guidance. Right? He asked Jiang He, expecting her to vouch for him. Yeah, he's a good guy, Jiang He said, meeting his expectations. Already siding with him, huh? Yeah, Qin Maokai smirked. If Jiang He weren't there, he would have quipped, good men don't get good wives, scoundrels marry the beauties, as irrefutable proof that Su Qing wasn't all that good. My girlfriend, Jiang He, such a wonderful girl liking me, is proof of my excellence, Su Qing said shamelessly, making Jiang He edge away from him, her head down as she picked at her fingers. Jiang He, huh? Such a grand name, Qin Maokai said, just like Su Qing had misheard before, thinking her name sounded like Great River. She's just a little sprout, Su Qing corrected. Miss, what do you even see in him? This kid's had thick skin since he was little. Don't let him fool you, Qin Maokai joked. Jiang He thought for a moment, recalling how Su Qing interacted with others, then mimicked his tone. I like how thick-skinned he is. Ha ha ha. Qin Maokai burst out laughing, pointing at Su Qing. You huh? Su Qing chuckled along, his gaze on Jiang He, marveling at how much she'd grown. Just a few months ago, during New Year, she answered questions stiffly. Now, she was quick-witted and humorous. His plan was working. Falling in love had been the lever to pry open her guarded heart. Once she learned to express one emotion, the rest followed naturally, enriching her emotional world. You didn't take after old Su at all. I don't know how you turn out like this, Qin Maokai remarked. That's not true. My dad and I are alike in one way, Su Qing countered. Oh, just your looks, maybe, Qin Maokai teased. No, we both love antiques, Su Qing said mysteriously. Antiques? Yep, the older, the better, Su Qing confirmed. Though one liked living ones, while the other preferred digging up the dead. Su Wenbin had spent half his life studying history, digging graves, and excavating corpses, activities Su Qing had no interest in. He preferred the living, especially those with soft little lips. Antiques. Qin Maokai almost burst into laughter. Liking antiques was just another way of saying he liked money. Old Su likes antiques because he enjoys research. You like them because I like research too. Su Qing interrupted confidently, giving Jiang He's small hand a playful squeeze. Fine, you like research too. Not that he could research anything worthwhile. It took Jiang He a moment to realize what antiques referred to. Feeling the warmth of Su Qing's hand under the table, she suddenly understood that she was the one being researched. Quietly, she squeezed his hand back with force. What's wrong? Nothing, nothing. They stayed at the Qin household for over half an hour, refilled their tea once, and then took their leave. Qin Maokai stayed in the living room for a while, flipping through TV channels before turning it off in boredom. He retreated to the balcony, lying back in his rocking chair. The slanting sunlight of the afternoon illuminated the two figures exiting the building. Su Qing glanced up briefly, and Qin Maokai waved his fan from the balcony. In the birdcage beside him, Xiongba lay quietly, keeping the old man company. I'm not an antique, Jiang He declared. She associated antiques with old pots and jars. She wasn't old. She was young, far younger than Su Qing, and just happened to end up in the modern era by chance. Then what are you? I'm a modern teak. Jiang He invented the term on the spot. You've even learned to crack jokes now. Su Qing let the topic of antiques slide. To him, Jiang He was just Jiang He. Aside from her strikingly bold movements, she was no different from an ordinary girl anymore. He threaded his fingers through hers and gave her hand a swing. You're making great progress. Your reward is a kiss here. Here. Jiang He looked around cautiously. They hadn't even left the residential complex. Under the bright daylight, she refused to do something so shameless. Absolutely not. You're just trying to trick me again. I'm not tricking you. I'm just stating the truth. The afternoon stretched on, and since they were already out, neither was in a hurry to return. They decided to stroll around Su Wenbin's neighborhood. For Jiang He, the concept of strolling was puzzling at first. Besides familiarizing her with the surroundings, it seemed to serve no other purpose. Su Qing, however, enjoyed it thoroughly, calling it a couple's activity. Leaving the residential area and turning right, they reached a large intersection in about 10 minutes. Locals called it the Big Roundabout because of its multiple intersecting roads, with a circular patch of greenery in the center. Vehicles had to navigate around it. The roads here were wider than those near their home. Jiang He followed Su Qing closely, shielding her eyes from the sun with one hand while squinting at the traffic lights and surveillance cameras above. Are the blind spots? What? Su Qing was caught off guard by her sudden question. The cameras, do they have blind spots? Like how a phone has a limited frame for photos. They do, but very few. Any blind spots are likely covered by other cameras, so it's hard to tell if it's a true blind spot or not. Su Qing shifted his gaze from the traffic light to Jiang He's curious face. Why do you ask? I just think it's fascinating, Jiang He replied, staring at the camera for a moment longer before looking around. Sometimes it feels like a dream. You dream about this? No, of course not. If she could dream about such things, Su Qing wasn't sure how he'd react. Time travel was already shocking enough, but the world was full of oddities. He could barely adjust to having Jiang He around. If more strange phenomena occurred, he might start to doubt whether the world was falling apart or if they were all characters in a third-rate story. After crossing the street, Jiang He tightened her grip on Su Qing's hand as if she had something to say. Glancing at the passers-by, she waited until they had some privacy before leaning closer to him. In a low voice, she asked, "Is that person a beggar?" Following her gaze, Su Qing saw a filthy figure sitting under an advertisement board. Wrapped in a thick, dirty blanket, the person was bent over with their head buried. In front of them was a plastic container with a few scattered bills. Probably. What do you mean, probably? Jiang He was confused. Based on her observations and Su Qing's explanations, this place seemed to provide enough opportunities for anyone willing to work. Beggars shouldn't exist unless... She glanced back nervously. Did your time have a beggars gang? Su Qing asked curiously, thinking of the legendary chief Qiao and Hong Qigong from wuxia novels. Beggars are just beggars. What gangs? Jiang He shook her head, frowning in thought. But I've heard that in wealthier areas, beggars might compete for territory and form groups to exclude outsiders. Uncertain about the accuracy of her knowledge, she quickly changed the subject. Is that person part of a gang? No idea. Beggars have always existed because of natural disasters and human tragedies. When life improves, fake beggars become more common. Fake beggars. There's a saying, poverty breeds cunning, wealth fosters conscience. With more kind-hearted people around, some lazy scoundrels pose as beggars to exploit sympathy, raking in money during the day and living better than us at night. Su Qing explained, glancing back at the beggar. So I said probably they might be fake. Who knows? That's complicated. Jiang, he took a moment to process before exhaling in relief. I thought people without status would get picked up as brides. Jiang, he had little sympathy to spare for beggars. Her own situation was precarious, living as a guest and constantly pondering how to sustain herself. If she were to help, it'd be by sparing a bun from her own breakfast for those truly starving. But the beggar they saw didn't qualify, judging by the cash in their container, which equaled her earnings from days of labor. If you feel sorry for them, we could buy some buns to give them. But no money. It's better not to watch them eat, either. Someone else might have just fed them, Su Qing said with a chuckle. No need. With all that money in their bowl, they could buy their own food if they're hungry. You notice that much? As a martial artist, good eyesight is essential. From here, I could hit their container with a dart. Jiang, he said confidently, estimating the distance. Why would you break their container? I wouldn't. It's just an example. At Jiang City West Station, there was a pedestrian bridge. Underneath the bridge, sheltered from the wind and rain, there was a lot of foot traffic. Such areas typically had strict patrols, and you wouldn't usually find vagrants or beggars there. But every rule has its exception. Under this particular bridge, there was an old man in his 50s. He carried a tattered bag that seemed to have come from a trash bin, and he limped around the area. He didn't fit the image of a typical beggar. He didn't place a broken bowl on the ground to solicit alms, nor did he ask anyone for money. Yet, he wasn't just a wanderer either. He had no money, no income, and was often helped by others. They say he used to be quite well off, working as a construction contractor, a lucrative job back then. But then there was an accident, and his back was injured. The construction site didn't compensate him. The project was abandoned, and the developers fled without paying him. Most of the workers under him were either from his hometown or people who had followed him for years. He couldn't let them down and ended up using his own savings to pay their wages. Then, alone, he came to Jiang City to chase the developers. But his injury made walking difficult. He had to rest every few steps. He finally made it here, only to find the developers long gone. And then what? There's no then. That's just how misfortune works. It's not about the times or effort. It just happened. Su Qing stood at a roadside stall, planning to buy some candied chestnuts for Jiang He, who was with him. Unfortunately, it wasn't the right season, so he opted for a piece of sugar cane instead, asking the vendor to peel and cut it into segments. The vendor's knife was sharp, slicing effortlessly through the tough sugarcane skin. While waiting, Su Qing glanced toward the West Station, his expression calm. He spent months petitioning at the city hall, even made it into the newspapers, but nothing came of it. When he decided to go back home, his wife and child didn't recognize him anymore. The family had moved, and he couldn't even reach them by phone. The image of the man showing him an old newspaper with a smile from his grimy bag flashed in Su Qing's mind. He sighed softly. People, how do you know all this? Jiang He, now holding the neatly cut sugar cane, handed a piece to Su Qing, curious about the story. We were roommates for a night. He gave me half of his foam mat to sleep on, saying the ground was too cold, and I might get sick without something to lie on. It wasn't very big, just enough for him to curl up on, but he split it in two and shared it with me. It was late fall and freezing that night. I was so grateful. I spent my last dozen or so yuan on 2 small bottles of liquor, and we drank together under the bridge, chatting through the night. So, you know him? Jiang, he asked, enjoying the sweetness of the sugarcane. Sort of. I went back a few times afterward to buy him a burger. But one day he was gone. Maybe he went home. Going home is good. Or maybe he died. The afternoon sun of late March was warm. Jiang, he followed beside Su Qing, carrying a bag of sugarcane and carefully spitting out the chewed remains into another bag. Have you ever wandered like that? She asked. No, that's a story for another day, Su Qing replied, continuing along familiar streets. After turning onto a small alley, they stopped in front of an old bookstore. He paused at the entrance, then stepped inside with Jiang He. In this era, physical books were in decline, and such small bookstores had few patrons. Fortunately, the shop was owned by the proprietor, so apart from utilities, it wasn't costly to maintain. The store primarily sold workbooks to students and parents from nearby schools, which kept it afloat. The vibrant scenes Su Qing remembered from his childhood were long gone. Now, only large bookstores attracted customers searching for various books. The elderly owner, who clearly didn't recognize Su Qing, adjusted his reading glasses from behind the counter and greeted them without standing up. Looking for anything specific? Just browsing, Su Qing replied casually, strolling through the modestly sized store. Most of the shelves were filled with old books. In the past, the store had rented books as well, though it was unclear if that was still an option. Su Qing fondly remembered borrowing half of the complete works of Jin Yong from here, reading about heroic adventures by the bookshelves, and later renting the rest with his saved-up allowance to enjoy with Qin Hao. The bookshelves, though aged, were tidy and well-maintained, with books arranged neatly. One side held older books, while another featured workbooks like 5-year college entrance exam questions. A corner shelf displayed professional reference books and general reading materials. The lowest shelf had comics and pocket-sized storybooks. Pick out a few you like to take home, Su Qing suggested to Jiang He, casually flipping through a yellowed volume. Books were the ladder of human progress, but Jiang He stood to gain far more from them than Su Qing, provided she could understand them. A sensible person wouldn't pick a book they couldn't comprehend just to show off, and Jiang He, being sensible, soon found something she could understand and wanted to read. The shopkeeper didn't disturb their quiet browsing. After over half an hour, when a shadow fell over the counter, he looked up again. These, Su Qing placed his selection on the counter, then took the pile Jiang he was holding, flipping through them briefly. Let's skip this one. The book he held was the romance of the Tang Dynasty's twin dragons, a thick set of 5 volumes with tiny text, a pirated copy from an earlier era. The rest of her choices included how to master high EQ conversations, humor and communication, and the weaknesses of human nature. Not bad. Su Qing wasn't sure if these self-help books would have a magical effect on someone like Jiang He, who seemed as untainted as a blank sheet of paper. Still, while their content was simple, there was no harm in it. Such books, filled with common-sense advice, might even suit her well. Let's leave that one then, Jiang He agreed, setting aside the Tang Dynasty novel. What about a brief history of time? Su Qing raised an eyebrow at her next choice, but said nothing more. He added it to the pile for checkout. She probably wouldn't understand it. He himself found it challenging. She was likely drawn to the word time. Still, if it caught her interest, it was worth buying. Su Qing quickly scanned the payment with his phone. Even if unreadable, it could sit on a bookshelf as a decorative piece, not entirely useless. At least he wasn't worried about waking up one morning to find Jiang He in the living room with a hammer and screwdriver, attempting to build a time machine. The books were divided into 2 bags, and carrying them was quite heavy. Knowledge weighs a lot. Under the disdainful gaze of the bookstore owner, Su Qing handed both bags to Jiang He to carry, and they left the bookstore together. The day was still young, just past 3 in the afternoon. With spring arriving, the days were growing longer, no longer like the dark winter months when nightfall started creeping in by 5. Now, the afternoon was only halfway through. How about grabbing some milk tea and heading back home? I want kumquat lemon, Jiang He said, effortlessly lifting the books with one hand while fishing out her phone to pay for the drinks with the other. After taking a few steps forward, she added, "Less ice, less sugar." Adding too much sugar to kumquat lemon tea overwhelms the lemon's flavor with sweetness. She had tried it once and never liked it again. Out of curiosity, she had also once asked for no sugar at all. The tea shop worker confirmed her order twice before making it, only for it to turn out so sour she couldn't drink it. Su Qing ended up taking the drink off her hands, holding his nose as he finished it. "If you're buying, you tell the staff yourself. I'm not your mouthpiece." Su Qing refused to help. When they reached the shop, Jiang he ordered 2 cups of the same flavor herself, paid with a WeChat scan, and waited for their drinks. Once the drinks were ready, they each took one, pierced the lids with straws, and started sipping. The habit of biting on straws was something Jiang he had picked up from Su Qing. It helped them drink slower, savoring the cool, slightly sour flavor. The drink brought a faint look of contentment to her face. "Hey, isn't that the fat guy over there?" Jiang he, biting her straw, noticed 2 figures ahead and gestured subtly with her chin. "How's he?" Su Qing had already called out, waving at Qin Hao, who was standing by a tree in casual clothes. Qin Hao turned to look, his expression suddenly tense. "What are you doing here?" "We're just out shopping," Su Qing replied casually, stepping closer and glancing at the girl beside Qin Hao. His gaze shifted back to Qin Hao. "We're shopping too." Qin Hao coughed lightly and introduced, "This is Lu Jingfang." I'm his girlfriend," the girl interrupted. "Blind date," Qin Hao corrected, averting his gaze awkwardly. "His girlfriend," the girl insisted. "I'm Su Qing, his friend," Su Qing said to the girl, nodding. Then he added, "We have plans. She wants to catch a movie, and it's about to start. Want to join us?" No. Qin Hao quickly declined. "Then see you around," Su Qing said, walking off with Jiang He. He glanced back at the pair as they left. Jiang He remained silent, biting her straw until they were out of sight. Only then did she speak up. "I didn't say I wanted to watch a movie." "Of course you didn't. So were you lying to them?" "It's just an excuse." "Didn't you notice something strange about those 2? Su Qing had initially thought he'd caught Qin Hao out on a date with his girlfriend, but their interaction seemed odd. "A fake girlfriend?" "No. It seemed more like she was chasing him." "I didn't think anything was strange," Jiang he replied, finishing her milk tea. She looked around for a trash bin, tossed the empty cup, and stood quietly beside Su Qing, waiting for him to hold her hand. "You don't know him well enough. By the way, it's surprising you remembered him. Is it because he investigated you? There was a photo of him in Uncle Qin's room this afternoon." "Oh, I missed that. Why do all of you have nicknames ending in Z?" "He's Haozi, there's Wangzi the rich guy, and you're Qingzi. Does that mean I should be Heezy?" "Heezy," Su Qing choked, coughing twice before explaining. "We gave each other nicknames in school. Adding Z made it sound cooler, like Laozi, Zhuangzi, and Confucius. But you're a girl. No need for a nickname." "Oh," Jiang He nodded. She decided Heezy didn't sound great, and Jiangzi was even worse. Her given name, Jiang He, was just fine. Satisfied, she swung her arm to nudge Su Qing. Su Qing wouldn't leave her hanging, so he grabbed her hand. "Let's go home. I thought we were watching a movie." Jiang He hesitated, not wanting to go back yet. That was just an excuse. "But it's still early." Su Qing looked at her, then at the nearby cinema. He didn't argue further. "Let's watch a movie then," he relented. It seemed like this was the first time she had actively requested to do something. Love, whether in ancient times or modern days, didn't seem so different. People liked holding hands, watching movies, and doing little things together. "Isn't it more comfortable to watch at home on the couch?" Jiang He suddenly suggested after a few steps. She remembered their last cinema outing, where they couldn't talk or interact in the dimly lit hall. The sight of an overly affectionate couple in the corner was off-putting. She certainly wouldn't engage in such behavior in public. Thinking about it, being at home seemed much better. They could sit on the couch with the cat and some cola, chat about the movie, or even, if she wanted, pin Su Qing down. Su Qing, unaware of her reasoning, assumed she was trying to save money. He tugged her forward, saying, "The cinema has a better atmosphere." "I don't want to go." It's not that expensive. I don't like the environment. I'll pay, Su Qing offered. Jiang He planted her feet firmly, making it impossible for Su Qing to pull her along. After a moment of staring at each other, he sighed. Really not going? No. Jiang He shook her head. All right then. Su Qing gave up. Women were known to change their minds quickly, and thankfully Jiang He wasn't well-versed in modern games of emotional manipulation. Otherwise, he might have started second-guessing if he'd upset her somehow. Back home, Jiang He placed the books on the table, turned the computer screen toward the couch, and suggested they watch a movie together. You seriously came home to watch a movie? Su Qing was surprised. Of course. Jiang He nodded earnestly. You've been thinking about this the whole way back. Yes. Su Qing didn't understand her logic. He thought she didn't want to watch anymore, but she wanted to watch at home instead. What do you want to watch? I don't know. I just want to watch something, Jiang He said, feeding Wintermelon some cat food before returning. Didn't you say couples should shop, eat, watch movies, and drink milk tea? We can eat and watch movies at home. Su Qing froze, realizing he couldn't argue with her reasoning. The curtains were drawn, blocking the sunset's afterglow outside the windows, leaving the living room cool, but not particularly dim even in broad daylight. If you learn how to make milk tea, we can prepare it at home, stroll around the complex for a bit, then come back, have milk tea, watch a movie, and eat dinner, Su Qing said. He left the window and headed to the fridge, grabbing some snacks. He placed 2 cartons of yogurt on the table alongside some dried fruits. The key is a sense of ceremony. Life needs that. It's not just about muddling through. Experiencing different lifestyles creates memories to look back on. Otherwise, you'd have nothing to think about later. Imagine if we did everything at home. When we reminisce, or if our son asks about how we dated, would we say we just stayed in all the time? That's not right. Going out brings memorable moments, like last time when we saw that couple sneaking kisses in the corner of the theater. It's a small story but creates a memory point, something harder to forget. What son? Jiang He's attention immediately fixated on the word son. So this guy's true intentions were finally slipping out. The son isn't the point. The point is memories. How does that song go? The saddest thing isn't being unable to forget painful memories, but starting to forget even the sadness itself. Su Qing hummed softly while searching for a movie on the computer. Teaching an ancient soul how to date wasn't troublesome at all. It was rather entertaining. If watching a movie was only about the movie, then yes, location wouldn't matter. But in modern society, activities often carry added meaning. For young people, that meaning can sometimes outweigh the activity itself. Take festivals, for instance, Mid-Autumn, Dragon Boat, Double Ninth, Spring Festival. They're about family reunion and shared longing, not just mooncakes and dumplings. Thanksgiving, Christmas, Valentine's, they're about giving gifts or romantic dates. Even Halloween is about dressing up for a party. These meanings carry weight and need to be gradually taught. Want to watch a story about a giant gorilla standing atop the Empire State building fighting planes for a woman? Su Qing suggested. Question mark. Jiang He, still hung up on the sun comment, visualized a question mark above her head. Well, the foreign setting doesn't hit home, and it's interspecies, so never mind. Sitting at the computer, Su Qing browsed through movie options. By now, Jiang He had a clear understanding of what movies were, watching Journey to the West. No longer left her marveling at gods, monsters, or underworld lords. With broader options, she still preferred mythological films for their novelty over slapstick comedies that failed to resonate. Jiang He cracked sunflower seeds on the couch, eventually shifting her posture. Finding it uncomfortable, she slipped off her shoes, folded her legs under her in a cross-legged meditation-like position, and continued snacking. It felt far more comfortable than sitting with her legs stretched out. At home, she typically wore slippers and often sat this way. Su Qing never corrected her. In modern times, many people sat however they liked, whether sprawled out or cross-legged. So long as she maintained decorum when guests were around, there was no need to fuss over her posture. Jiang He was mindful during visits, sitting properly with her knees together and hands on her lap, looking every bit the demure lady. Only when alone or with Su Qing would she sit cross-legged, even then tucking her feet neatly beneath herself. Icebound, Rebirth's Gateway. Su Qing finally settled on a movie. Getting up to announce the title, he turned back to find Jiang He sneakily bending down, hiding her shoes under the couch. "What are you doing?" he asked. Watching a movie? It hasn't started yet." Su Qing gave her an expressionless glance before retrieving the shoes from under the couch. Holding them up at her flustered gaze, he asked, "What do you think I'd do with your shoes?" I don't know." Su Qing held her white sneakers, while Jiang He's heart raced. Her toes curled and relaxed nervously, wondering what strange plans he might have. Would anyone really have such peculiar preferences? Relief washed over her as Su Qing placed the sneakers back on the rack by the door and brought over her slippers. If he truly had some bizarre shoe fetish, she wouldn't know how to fulfill it. Buy dozens of pairs to wear every day? I'll reiterate, I don't like shoes. Please stop imagining nonsense. I know. You don't know **T. Su Qing plopped down beside her, annoyed, but refrained from over-explaining to avoid looking guilty. Better to let Jiang He discover on her own that he wasn't a shoe fanatic. Buying heels for her was just about seeing her wear them, not about the shoes themselves. Wintermelon, full-on cat food, lazily sprawled by the computer. Su Qing picked it up and handed it to Jiang He to hold, keeping the cat from blocking their view or stepping on the keyboard mid-movie. Rebirth's Gateway told a story of time jumping. Strictly speaking, not jumping but being frozen like Captain America. After over 400 years of being iced, the protagonist awakens in modern times, transported from the Ming Dynasty to the present. For centuries wasn't that long, really. The rapid development was impressive. The film was your average popcorn flick. Apart from Donnie Yen's comedic portrayal of He Ying, the other characters were clever, adapting quickly to modern life. Unlike Jiang He, even Wang Baoqiang's character managed to pick up some English. Simon Yam's brooding role as the leader of the Ming Dynasty's secret police stood out. He quickly grasped the situation and, by a twist of fate, encountered a modern cop who looked just like him. The story took a dark turn when he eliminated his doppelganger to assume his identity, using his skills to rise through the ranks and become a modern inspector. Compared to them, Jiang He was far too naive. This method, Jiang He's eyes widened at Simon Yam's tactics. It'd be hard to find someone who looks like you. Even if you did, you can't just kill them and take over their life. Su Qing preempted her thoughts. Crimes you committed in the Tang Dynasty don't apply here, but now that you're in the modern world, you can't go around killing people. He earnestly warned her. And anyway, movies naturally gloss over details. In real life, there'd be too many variables. Oh, Jiang He abandoned the idea, refocusing on the movie's rooftop chase scenes. She reminded herself that movies were movies and reality was something else entirely. If she tried brawling like Donnie Yen's character, the police would intervene quickly. Su Qing's scuffle with that loafer Liang Zi hadn't even been a real fight, yet it still attracted police attention. Anything more serious would have far worse consequences. If she fought the police? Bang! Wang Baoqiang's character kicked an officer in the movie, then charged forward to land more blows. If that happened in real life, would they shoot him? Jiang He asked. Su Qing imagined Jiang He kicking Qin Hao, a cop in uniform, 3 meters away in the aftermath. They wouldn't shoot him immediately, but jail time would be inevitable. If you didn't want to get arrested, you'd have to keep fighting, which would eventually get you shot. I don't want to go to jail. If you break it down, simply getting beaten up wouldn't be a big deal on its own. Strictly speaking, there's no specific crime for assaulting an officer here, only the offense of obstructing public duties. Unlike in some places where any physical contact is considered illegal, it generally depends on the severity of the outcome here. If it's not serious, at most, the person would be detained for a few days, and that's it. But when Jiang He gets involved, severity becomes irrelevant. Su Qing glanced sideways at Jiang He. She was lazily leaning against the couch, her hair draped naturally over her shoulders, her bright eyes fixed on a movie, legs crossed with her hand resting on her knee, holding a sunflower seed shell she hadn't yet discarded. She looked soft and harmless at this moment. But Su Qing knew that beneath this seemingly innocent exterior was a core of violence. Half a year wasn't enough to completely reshape someone's outlook. It had an influence, sure, but when emergency came up, the side of her she'd hidden would resurface. "Why aren't they kissing?" Jiang He asked, sounding impatient as she watched He Ying and Xiao Mei in the movie, whose budding romance remained unspoken. She got up, tossed the sunflower seed shell into the trash, and clapped her hands. "Because they're pretentious," Su Qing replied. That made sense. Jiang He had been about to say that herself, but couldn't think of the right word. She picked up a yogurt, peeled off the lid, and licked it. Her pink tongue swept up the creamy layer on the lid before she remembered Su Qing sitting beside her. "Do you want some?" Jiang He asked, looking up to see Su Qing staring at her. "No." "Then why are you staring at me?" Jiang He licked the lid again and noticed Su Qing pursing his lips. Certain he wanted some, she grabbed another box of yogurt from the table and handed it to him. He might claim not to like it, but that absolutely didn't include Su Qing. After all, it was Su Qing who first taught her how to drink yogurt. Just as Su Qing was about to open the yogurt, his phone rang. He set it down and picked up the phone. It was Qin Hao. "I've got a problem," Qin Hao said without any of the usual small talk like "have you eaten?" or "what are you doing?" He got straight to the point, clearly having thought it through before calling. "That girl." "Yeah. What's up? Is she chasing after you?" Su Qing asked while glancing at Jiang He, who was sitting cross-legged on the couch, drinking yogurt and engrossed in the movie. He stepped out onto the balcony to avoid disturbing her. "It's a long story," Qin Hao sighed and added, "Don't tell anyone, especially Uncle Su. If he finds out, my dad will know." After a pause, he continued, "Actually, don't tell my dad directly either." "Relax, I wouldn't say anything." "You mean like you didn't stir things up with that blind date of mine?" "That's different." "Oomph." Qin Hao huffed, but didn't dwell on it. Their 2 decades of friendship meant he didn't need to spell things out. Just as Su Qing wouldn't tell Su Wenbin that his girlfriend had no ID and a questionable background, Qin Hao wouldn't tell Qin Maokai about Su Qing's chaotic love life. They had a clear boundary despite their occasional betrayals. "It was the girl I met on that blind date. We had braised chicken rice together. I picked the place deliberately because I didn't want to go. I figured it'd turn her off. But she had the same idea and just wanted to get it over with. So, we hit it off and decided to pretend we were dating. That way, we could avoid more hassle. But, we just pretend." Qin Hao chuckled awkwardly. Fake was fake, and it couldn't turn real. He'd always planned to end the ruse soon. "You're a sly one, tricking your dad like that," Su Qing teased. "What good does it do? I thought having a girlfriend would quiet him down, but now he's urging me to date properly. 2 months in, and he's already asking me to bring her home to meet him. Thank goodness I didn't. Otherwise, next step would have been marriage." Qin had seen through it all. Unless he produced a fat grandson, the nagging wouldn't stop. It wasn't just pressure to settle down. It was his dad's entire life goal. His family situation was different from Su Qing's. It was just him and his father. With no other goals left in life, Qin Maokai was solely focused on having a grandson before he could rest easy. Sometimes Qin Hao wondered if his dad was just waiting to reunite with his mom once he'd settled down. Qin Maokai spent his days walking the dog or sitting alone in front of the TV. When Qin Hao came home at night, the only light in the house was the TV's glow on his dad's face. Or he'd sit on a bench by the flower beds, holding a large water cup and walking Xiongba. Unlike other elderly people who played chess or mahjong, Qin Maokai wasn't interested. He just drank a little liquor and, recently, started raising a dog. But that melancholy air never left him. "I'd like to settle down too, but reality won't allow it." Qin Hao sighed over the phone, slurping noodles as he spoke. The sound traveled through the phone, prompting Su Qing to check the time. Soon Jiang he would finish her movie, and they'd need to eat. "I plan to end things with his blind date partner and go our separate ways, but she doesn't agree. It's a hassle. I should have just gone along with the blind date properly." Su Qing squatted on the balcony, narrowing his eyes at the setting sun. "Why doesn't she agree? She wants to keep pretending. When I refused, she confessed to me. Something feels off. It's like there's a catch. Damn, maybe after spending time with you, she's developed feelings. She saw your good side and realized you're not fat, but sturdy. Su Qing offered a plausible explanation to the clueless straight man. Eating noodles? Eat your damn noodles. How dare he? I feel like something's wrong, but I can't pinpoint it. That's why I'm asking you. Qin Hao said, slurping more noodles. You're smarter than me. Help me figure out. You're a genius, Su Qing quipped sarcastically. You suspect she's looking for a scapegoat to take over her mess? There was a pause. Qin Hao didn't respond or slurp noodles for a moment. Finally, he said, That's kind of what I think, but I can't be sure. What's your take on her? How would I know? I've never met her, Su Qing retorted, though he mentally took Qin Hao's concerns seriously. It couldn't be just anyone he brought home. Qin Hao hadn't dug up anyone's ancestral graves, but if this went wrong, his father would explode. Su Qing hung up the phone and fell into deep thought. Qin Hao might be honest, but he wasn't stupid. He knew there was no such thing as a free lunch. That girl he ran into this afternoon, Lu Jingfeng, wasn't a knockout, but her fashion sense screamed urban lady. She was tall, had lively eyes, and wore a touch of lipstick. Standing next to Qin Hao, short, dark, and stout. Any passerby would assume Qin Hao must be rich. Returning to the couch, Su Qing saw both yogurt cartons were empty. Jiang he was glued to the computer screen, watching an intense battle. A group of characters, mounted on horses, fought on a modern bridge spanning a river. The juxtaposition of ancient warriors wielding cold weapons against a backdrop of contemporary vehicles created a striking visual contrast. It was the climax of the movie. Can you ride a horse? Su Qing asked casually. I can, but I rarely do. It's only needed for long trips. I like to see that. Su Qing chuckled at some unspoken thought, then glanced at the empty yogurt cartons on the table. Where's my yogurt? I drank it. You gave it to me. I just set it aside to take a call. Jiang he looked guilty, but said nothing. She had eaten too many sunflower seeds, which made her thirsty. Water couldn't compare to yogurt, so she'd finished another carton. When she went to check the fridge, she realized those were the last two. She planned to replace them after the movie, maybe buy a whole tray to make up for it. For now, the cartons were empty, licked clean, and tossed in the trash. The movie reached its final scene, and Su Qing didn't interrupt Jiang He's focus. He sat on the couch, holding her hand and absent-mindedly stroking it, lost in thoughts about Qin Hao. That guy was steadfast, falling for a honey trap, and taking responsibility was out of the question. Still, there were pros and cons. If Lu Jingfeng had ulterior motives, Qin Hao might end up at a loss. Su Qing mused that Qin Hao seemed born in the wrong era. In the 1960s or 70s, when holding hands could make someone blush, Qin Hao's diligence and sincerity might have made him a perfect match for a hard-working, genuine girl. He could almost hear Qin Hao bashfully asking, Are you a party member? Before settling into a happy, simple life. As the movie ended, Su Qing shook off his scattered thoughts. He didn't play the sequel. It was notoriously bad. I'll buy groceries later and pick up more yogurt, Jiang he offered as she stood, but Su Qing kept a firm grip on her hand, forcing her to sit back down. Stick out your tongue. What for? Jiang he asked, bewildered. I want to check if my yogurt is still there. Su Qing's excuse was laughably flimsy. It's gone, Jiang he admitted, pointing at the empty cartons in the trash. She hesitated, then stuck out just the tip of her tongue. Wow, it's really gone, Su Qing marveled. Jiang he didn't respond. She already knew he wasn't just checking. Drinking his yogurt meant some kind of compensation was due. She'd seen through his tricks long ago. Living together required small compromises. Though inexperienced, Jiang he was gradually learning Su Qing's ways. Sensing his hand hadn't wandered, she relaxed and let him hold it. After a while, she shyly got up, tidied the table, and put away their snacks. Then, she put on her shoes and urged Su Qing to join her for grocery shopping. The market wasn't far from their residential complex. Old neighborhoods like this were always convenient. If something wasn't nearby, someone would find a way to make it available, like groceries or clothes. At night, vendors parked vans by the roadside, popped open their trunks, and set up makeshift stalls selling budget-friendly shirts. Business was brisk, especially with buy-two-get-one-free deals. At newer complexes in the city center, these cheap items wouldn't find many takers. But in older neighborhoods, they sold well. People appreciated the convenience of buying affordable clothes along with groceries. Chung Yulan, for instance, loved browsing these stalls, searching for suitable outfits for herself and her husband, Old Wong, to wear in the summer heat. "This one looks great, very stylish," Su Qing commented, helping Chung Yulan choose. Chung Yulan handed him her grocery basket and held the shirt up for a better look. "Really? Yes, it's perfect," Su Qing affirmed, glancing at her basket. There wasn't much inside, just enough for 2 people. Jiang He admired the basket, wishing she could find one like it. Supermarkets didn't seem to carry the same kind. "This shirt suits you perfectly," the vendor chimed in, holding up a mirror for Chung Yulan. "All right, I'll take it," she said with a laugh. "You two pick something nice too. It's getting hotter, and long sleeves are too much." Su Qing didn't make a fuss over his choice. Once Chung Yulan haggled the price down, he picked a couple of shirts that caught his eye and had the vendor bag them, trusting her to have secured the best deal. Jiang He didn't get any new clothes. Her summer wardrobe, including pajamas, had already been ordered online. Unlike the previous couple's sweaters, Su Qing avoided couples' t-shirts for daily wear, too over the top. "I'm a guy. I can pull off anything," Su Qing said confidently. "Besides, I'm handsome enough to make cheap clothes look good. You're different. As a girl, dressing nicely makes you even prettier, and it boosts my aura when we're together." Jiang He was puzzled. "Why does me dressing nicely boost your aura?" "Because you're my girlfriend," Su Qing replied with a soft laugh, gazing at the distant sky. Then he turned to her. "Your clothes aren't even that expensive, around 100 yuan. That's pretty standard." Whether he earned 10,000 or 50,000, Su Qing didn't see much difference in everyday summer clothes. Buying expensive ones seemed unnecessary when the money could go elsewhere. His upbringing had ingrained in him that a man's earnings should provide a better life for his family. He carried this philosophy forward, ensuring his girlfriend dressed well. However, he couldn't ignore reality. Men who invested solely in themselves, dressing sharply, wearing brands, and styling their hair, often garnered more attention than those who prioritized their partners. A selfless man might shower his girlfriend with care, yet still lose out socially, whereas a self-centered man might thrive. It was a strange paradox. Luckily, Su Qing's natural charm helped him sidestep the issue. Bargaining was an art the old lady excelled at. Whether buying clothes or vegetables, she would haggle down to the last cent, and after shaving a little off the price, she'd still insist on adding a scallion to her basket as a bonus. Jiang He couldn't master this skill. Despite often accompanying others to buy vegetables and observing how they did it, she just couldn't manage it herself. Instead, like Su Qing, she frequently borrowed the fruits of others' negotiations. If there was no one around, the best she could do was to ask the vendor to throw in an extra scallion or a small bunch of greens. A young girl like her often bought groceries in the area, making her a familiar face to some vendors. They remembered her particularly for her habit of lowering her head to mutter calculations to herself when buying in bulk, double-checking the total before begrudgingly parting with her money. Jiang He and Su Qing wandered through the market together. She now knew this place even better than Su Qing did. "Have you ever thought about setting up a stall here to sell vegetables?" Su Qing asked, noticing how she inspected everything as if evaluating whether she could do it herself. Selling vegetables was no exception to her musings. She might even consider growing her own produce to sell. Jiang He had indeed considered it. As she walked past the stalls, she leaned closer to Su Qing and whispered, "I have, but after some careful thought, I realized it's not suitable for me." "Why not?" Su Qing was still mulling over ways to dissuade her, only to find she had already reached her own conclusion. "I'd definitely lose everything." Jiang He gazed forlornly at an older woman haggling over greens with a vendor, sighed wistfully, and added with some bitterness, "They're just too good at bargaining. If I sold vegetables, I'd lose everything." As expected, business wasn't her forte. The online world was better. No need for endless back and forth. Just post the goods on an auction site, and let the numbers speak for themselves. Dinner was simple: stir-fried eggs with chives, sautéed bitter melon, and a refreshing cold dish of seaweed, mixed with minced garlic and chili peppers. Jiang he no longer craved meat like when she first arrived. 2 bowls of rice were enough to fill her up, and on days without morning martial arts practice, even 1.5 bowls sufficed. Su Qing's snacks were all healthy: nuts and fruit, with no chips or cookies. Even her occasional milk tea was fresh kumquat lemon, so there was no risk of her turning into a chubby little girl. I could probably beat 3 versions of my past self now, Su Qing said after dinner. He sat off to the side, practicing grappling techniques he had seen on TV, trying to replicate the dramatic sound effects of air being split. He failed. In a 1 versus many situation, you should incapacitate 2 opponents before they can react. Jiang he advised seriously, always earnest about martial arts. Otherwise, 2 fists won't beat 4 hands, and it'll still be tough. If you strike with your palm at your current speed, they wouldn't be able to dodge. If you hit their head, that one's done for. What do you mean by done for? Su Qing asked, dumbfounded. They'd collapse on the ground, unable to get up. If you're lucky, you might even break their neck. I think you're misunderstanding the phrase, if you're lucky. Su Qing looked down at his hands and couldn't help but wonder aloud. Could he really break someone's neck with a slap now? He swung his hand a few times and could clearly feel his strength had grown significantly. Move aside, he said. What are you doing? Jiang he watched him grab a cushion from the couch and start looking around, curious. Finally, Su Qing found his target, a stool. He placed it in position, set the cushion on it for padding, and practiced striking it with his palm. After a few tries, he stepped back and said, testing my strength. The cushion was there partly to muffle the sound and partly to prevent his hand from hurting. He didn't think his flesh and blood hand could compete with solid wood. While Su Qing adjusted his stance, Jiang he cracked sunflower seeds and watched with amusement, like a spectator at a show. Winter Melon, their cat, lay lazily on the table, flicking its tail as it observed Su Qing's antics. Bang! With a serious expression, Su Qing struck the cushion with a low shout, producing a muffled sound. He stood still, savoring the sensation. What's the point of this? Jiang he asked after a while, unable to discern any difference. I can feel my strength. In the past, my hand would have bounced back, Su Qing said proudly. You try it. Reluctantly, Jiang he gave a shot. Without bothering to mimic Su Qing's dramatic stance, she simply smacked the cushion in one swift motion, producing a louder bang. Should we remove the cushion? Su Qing suggested, remembering the time she had slapped a vending machine. We'd break the stool, Jiang he replied, casting him a glance before reclining back on the couch and gazing thoughtfully at her hand. At this rate, when would Su Qing ever be able to overpower her? If he were a frail scholar in another era, she'd probably be the one escorting him to the capital for exams. Along the way, if they encountered bandits, she'd stand in front of him, fight them off, and then celebrate his success when he became a top scholar and married her in an elaborate ceremony. Su Qing finished a set of punches and turned to see Jiang. He's staring at him, sunflower seed in hand, lost in thought. Curious, he asked, what are you thinking about? Don't touch my shoes. Oh no, nothing. Jiang he quickly looked down, a faint blush creeping up her ears. She had already been imagining the wedding night, but instead of lifting her red veil, this guy had gone to take off her shoes instead. Su Qing eyed her suspiciously, about to say something, but Jiang he put down the sunflower seeds and hurriedly retreated to her room, closing the door behind her. When I master martial arts, Su Qing grumbled, throwing a punch into the air. Then he slumped onto the couch, pulled out his phone, and ignored the strange old lady. Heaven knows what nonsense she was thinking. Scrolling through his social media, Su Qing saw that Wang Zijuan was having a romantic time in Turkey, riding hot air balloons. No wonder he hadn't been around for the past 2 months. He was off enjoying himself abroad. The lives of the wealthy always seemed so simple and boring. Su Qing wasn't jealous, though. He only occasionally wondered what he would do if their roles were reversed. The answer was simple. He wouldn't trade places. Not in a million years. By the time Jiang he came back out, Su Qing was already on his laptop watching videos. He didn't use an 8-time speed setting, just 2 times, as he was working on building his movie review channel. With occasional self-promotion and the channel's natural growth, he had amassed a few hundred followers. He wasn't sure how many were genuine fans, but he wasn't worried. He had been through the grind before during college, so he was patient. Pursuing quality over speed ensured steady growth. Chasing short-term fame might yield quick results, but it also burned out fast. Once someone tasted instant success, it was hard to reset expectations, leading to a vicious cycle of frustration. Bio. Su Qing playfully made a finger gun and pretended to shoot Jiang He, who was stealing glances at him. He chuckled as she nervously looked back. Stability was the key to longevity in both careers and relationships. Girls in love tend to be a bit silly, which left Su Qing wondering if Jiang He was naturally like this, or if being in love lowered her IQ whenever she was with someone she liked. Jiang He had never gone to school. Su Qing was fully aware of this and made efforts to understand how someone uneducated might think. She once mentioned a bookkeeper who seemed knowledgeable but had probably only taught her basic literacy. Su Qing had always intentionally or unintentionally helped Jiang He develop her self-awareness and understanding of the world. Fortunately, despite her lack of formal education, Jiang He was logical and organized, a rare trait likely thanks to her mentor, the stern but enlightened second boss lady. Real ignorance, Su Qing thought, was the inability to think or even understand the concept of thinking, something he'd seen in abundance during a part-time job at university. He recalled working at a bumper car station where some people couldn't figure out how to steer. He told one woman to turn the wheel, and she kept spinning it wildly. When told to turn it the other way, she just spun in the opposite direction, ignoring the car's trajectory. Such people were difficult to communicate with. They seemed either unwilling or unable to think. This experience helped him understand why so many people fell for obvious scams. Jiang, he played her game for a bit before setting down the keyboard. She placed Wintermelon, the cat, to the side and opened a bag of new books, eventually selecting how to win friends and influence people. After skimming the table of contents, she decided it was perfect for her and began reading intently. Seeing Jiang He switch from gaming to reading made Su Qing happy. "Reading is good," he said casually. "What's so good about it?" she asked, flipping through the pages without much engagement. "If you don't read, you might as well be a pig," Su Qing quipped, throwing out an old proverb. Jiang He shot him a glare, biting her lip in annoyance. "If we didn't have writing, we'd probably still be primitive, running around with leaves tied around our waists and grunting like savages. Books are the cornerstone of civilization. Oral traditions might pass on core skills, but most knowledge gets lost within a generation or two. Writing allows us to preserve human achievements, crafts, systems, history for decades, even centuries. It's how we learn from past experiences, good and bad." He continued, "Before writing, some tribes had people who recited epic poems or legends. If they died, the history disappeared with them until someone created a new story. But writing lets us communicate across time and space, transmitting culture and giving form to thought. It lets us revisit ideas repeatedly, deepening our understanding." Jiang He listened as Su Qing delved into the role of writing in advancing society. "Teachers are like torchbearers of civilization," he explained. "They drive out ignorance, passing knowledge from one generation to the next, continually building on the shoulders of their predecessors." Raising an eyebrow, Jiang He teased, "Are you saying my teacher now, so you should respect me?" Su Qing said with a grin. "Call me Teacher Su. Can a teacher and a student get married?" Jiang He asked, her mind blurring the lines between romantic and traditional relationships. When you put it like that, it does sound exciting." Su Qing paused mid-typing, then joked, "But it's just a title. Couples sometimes even call each other daddy." "What?" Jiang He's eyes widened as she stared at him, incredulous. "That's bizarre." "It is," Su Qing admitted, "but knowing it exists is enough. No need to dwell on it." Jiang He, flustered, imagined stabbing him with a sword out of embarrassment. What people do behind closed doors is their own business, he said, trying to sound nonchalant. It doesn't affect anyone else. She opened her mouth to retort, but stopped herself, realizing she was getting dragged into a conversation she didn't want to have. Her face flushed, and she buried herself back in her book, ignoring him. Su Qing typed away on his keyboard, but occasionally glanced at Jiang He, who was absorbed in reading. When he saw she wasn't paying attention, he resumed watching Journey to the West, Conquering the Demons. It had been panned upon release, criticized for being shallow and formulaic, but with time, Su Qing found it enjoyable. Perhaps other films from that period set a low bar, or maybe his taste had mellowed. After watching it at 2x speed and again at 4x speed, Su Qing decided to make a video essay series on Stephen Chow's works, timing its release with his next movie premiere. This particular film, Su Qing thought, was Chow's best post-retirement effort. The later ones, not so much. What are you watching? Jiang He, having cooled down, leaned over, stretching. A spin-off of Journey to the West, he replied. Finished reading? No, it's too complicated. Complicated? He glanced at the book she'd set aside. For you, maybe. Are you mocking me? She asked, narrowing her eyes. Just stating facts. I'm smart, just. You're not used to it yet. I get it. Pouting, Jiang He folded her legs and stared at Su Qing's computer screen. On the monitor were 3 windows, a movie in one, and 2 Word documents side by side. The top document contained Su Qing's thoughts, later refined into essays. The bottom held rough ideas sparked by scenes, often chaotic in structure, with film titles, timestamps, and scattered notes about memorable moments. This female character reminds me of you, Su Qing teased, pointing to the screen. She's super violent, beats people half to death without a word. I'm not violent, Jiang He protested. You tackled a thief once. Pinned him so hard he nearly passed out. Smiling, Su Qing leaned closer. Can I touch your calf? Jiang He froze, pretending not to hear. After a pause, she sneaked a glance at him. Why my calf? Your thigh's fine too, if you prefer. Su Qing and Jiang He are lounging on the couch, but for Jiang He, this situation feels much heavier than it does for Su Qing. While Su Qing's nonchalant attitude keeps him smirking, Jiang He's entire body tenses as she clutches her clothes, sneaking nervous glances at him before quickly looking away. Confucius once said, eating and mating are natural desires. It's nothing indecent, Su Qing said in a tone that feigned sincerity. We're boyfriend and girlfriend. If there's no spark, we might as well swear brotherhood and forget about romance altogether. As he spoke, his hand rested on hers, his voice taking on an almost didactic tone. How about we find a statue of Guan Yu, light some incense, and kneel to swear as sworn siblings? No. Jiang He shook her head frantically, her voice tight with nerves. We can't do that. Why not? Su Qing asked, taken aback by her vehement reaction. You've kissed me, Jiang He murmured, lowering her head and fiddling with her fingers. How could sworn siblings do something like that? Even masters and disciples wouldn't. Only lovers would, because lovers are meant to get married someday. Then, you can touch my calf, she finally offered after a long, conflicted pause, reluctantly pulling her leg out from its cross position. They'd kissed plenty of times already. Letting him touch her leg shouldn't be a big deal. Yet Jiang He couldn't shake the feeling that this might escalate into something entirely different. Sure enough, Su Qing didn't just touch her calf. Instead, he took both her legs, placed them together, and laid them across his lap with evident satisfaction. This, Su Qing declared, is what a normal couple should look like. Getting Jiang He, the so-called heroine of Kai Yuan, into a position typical for couples was no small feat. This minor achievement filled Su Qing with pride, though his actions didn't cross any lines. He simply held her legs, trying to help her ease into the feeling of being in a relationship. If you're just greedy for someone's body, that's lust, not love, Su Qing explained. Love is wanting a person, their presence, their feelings. It's like how a kiss or a hug, or even a little casual touch, can bring so much joy. Jiang He turned her head to look out the window, the sprawling night sky outside, doing little to calm her racing heart. After a while, realizing Su Qing wasn't making any additional moves, she let out a quiet sigh of relief. Her rigid posture softened, and she shifted her position slightly, sneaking glances at Su Qing while pretending to watch the movie. If you always ask first before doing something, are you afraid I'll hit you? Jiang He finally asked, her voice light, but curious. No, really, Su Qing answered, his tone calm. I just want to consider your feelings. After all, you're from a different era. If I suddenly pulled you over without warning, whether you kicked me, pulled away, or nervously went along with it, none of that would be ideal. It's better to give you a heads up so you don't get caught up overthinking. As he spoke, his hand gently stroked her calf. I'm teaching you about love. Is dating me tiring? Not at all. I like you just the way you are. Jiang He pressed her legs together as Su Qing's hand slid to her ankle. When he grasped it lightly, she reflexively flinched but didn't pull away entirely. Instead, she pursed her lips and gave a soft warning, don't touch my feet. Life really was unpredictable. Just last fall, she'd been pointing a sword at this man, pretending she couldn't read, and secretly fishing his discarded project plan out of the trash at night. Now, as summer approached, she was curled up on a couch with her legs in his lap, watching a movie while he worked. She'd seen and experienced things she never could have imagined in her time: economic systems, culture, daily life, and love. Maybe it was the books she carried during the day, but Jiang He felt utterly drained. It was already past 9 at night, but she couldn't bring herself to get up to take a bath. She lazily leaned against the couch, letting the faint tickle of Su Qing's touch on her leg make her drowsy. Half-lidded eyes gazing at the warm light above, she remarked, "This is the third time you've rewatched this part." "I'm thinking," Su Qing replied, rewinding the movie another 30 seconds. "Thinking about what? That doesn't matter. What matters is you should learn a thing, too. Otherwise, you'll end up gullible and let someone trick you into becoming their wife." He gestured toward the screen. Like them, Jiang He ignored him, unwilling to admit she wasn't as clueless as he suggested. After all, she'd caught on to his baby-related schemes last time and had firmly shut them down. Kill it. Isn't it already dead? Then kill it again. On the screen, 3 villagers exchanged these lines, and Su Qing chuckled as he replayed the scene several times before finally taking his hands off her legs to type something into his laptop. "This is ignorance," he said, fingers tapping away at the keyboard. "They lack experience, so their brains only focus on one thing: revenge. Their goal is to kill it, and even though the fish is already dead, they haven't satisfied their need for vengeance. So their only solution is to kill it again, grind its bones to dust. Eat it," Jiang He chimed in, feeling clever. "Not bad. Always thinking about food," Su Qing teased, smiling as he resumed typing. "Is this really what you've been thinking about?" Jiang He asked, her voice dripping with skepticism. "Of course, but there's more to it than that. I'm writing a review. The part where someone asks, 'Have you ever lost your husband?' has already been analyzed to death, so I'm focusing on different aspects. Rehashing old points is boring." Though Jiang He didn't fully understand his explanation, she appreciated his patient attitude. Being with Su Qing was like learning by osmosis, subtle and continuous. "Ignorance is the original sin," Su Qing continued. "But those 3 lines in the movie also convey deep hatred, comedic innocence, and dark humor, all packed into 3 shots and 3 lines. That's impressive." As Su Qing typed furiously, Jiang He watched in awe, envying his speed compared to her hunt and peck typing. Finally, she asked, "Don't you think you're overthinking this?" "Maybe," he admitted, "but thinking a lot is better than not thinking at all. It's how you develop depth." With that, he resumed, stroking her leg, deep in thought. Art was always open to interpretation. Whatever you could see in it, that was what it meant. "Why?" Jiang He asked absently. "To understand. For example, I know why you like me and what about me you like. But you don't know why I like you or what I like about you. You like my shoes and hands. That's just what you think." Su Qing playfully squeezed her leg. "That's the difference between us. I understand your limits and preferences, but you don't know mine. You can only test them step by step. You figured out I like kissing, so you kiss me often, but you won't take it further. Isn't that a bit silly? Jiang He fell silent, staring at his profile. It was true. She didn't really know. She'd fallen for him inexplicably, allowed herself to be taken in by him without understanding why. Maybe she really wasn't as smart as she thought. When it comes to relationships between men and women, it's all about teaming up to get through life, having children, and farming. There's really nothing else to talk about. At least, that's what Jiang He naturally believed, even though no one had ever explicitly told her so. That was until she learned about some peculiar things. Take kissing, for instance, such an intimate act. She was amazed to discover that such a magical thing even existed. After experiencing it once, Jiang He found herself both amazed and somewhat enlightened. No wonder in Su Qing's videos, some people on the verge of death still insisted on stealing a kiss. However, she still couldn't understand the appeal of legs. What was so great about touching them? Instinctively, she felt it wasn't proper, a vulgar and indecent act, even harder to accept than kissing. Especially feet. A girl's feet were definitely off limits. If she absolutely had to choose, Jiang He would much rather let Su Qing touch her stomach than play with her feet. It just felt so bizarre. Such eccentricity, such lewdness. Using her limited vocabulary, Jiang He mentally cursed Su Qing. The reason it stayed in her head was that Su Qing wasn't exactly doing anything inappropriate. He merely rested his hand on her ankle when he wasn't typing, gently pressing and stroking it. Having spent the winter indoors, Jiang He had gained a little weight. Her calves were now more shapely, and even her ankles were soft and supple, slender but not bony, with a smooth, silky texture that Su Qing found immensely satisfying. The final weapon Sun Wukong used was forged from Miss Duan's Vajra ring. I have every reason to suspect that she is actually the Bodhisattva Guanyin. Su Qing's voice interrupted Jiang He's silent tirade. Without thinking, she asked Guanyin. Yeah, Guanyin has countless manifestations. She travels the mortal world to guide people toward enlightenment. She can appear as a man or a woman, young or old, transforming into a demon hunter to set up a test for Tang Monk and lead him to ultimate understanding. This makes total sense. As Su Qing sorted through his thoughts, he treated Jiang He like a little yellow rubber duck, except this one had legs that were fun to touch. Programmers often use rubber ducks to explain their code line by line when they're stuck, and the process of verbalizing often helps clarify problems. It was essentially self-talk. But Su Qing, having a girlfriend, didn't need to talk to himself. Having voiced his sudden epiphany, he explained it to Jiang He, feeling his ideas crystallize further. Everywhere Tang Monk went, Miss Duan appeared, catching big fish, subduing pig demons, battling monkeys. She was everywhere. It's all part of a trap. Jiang He didn't understand the story of the pilgrimage to the West, but she grasped the concept of a trap. Thinking about it in terms of the movie, she remarked, "So, it's like how you tricked me? That's different. I tricked you because I'm a pervert. Guanyin tricked him for a purpose. Oh, so it was because of lust." Jiang He watched him typing away on his keyboard, lightly swinging her small feet. Feeling his warmth, she had no desire to get up. Did this make her a pervert too? Probably not. After all, everything had been Su Qing's idea. Kissing was something Su Qing taught her. Hugging was something Su Qing tricked her into. Even letting him touch her legs was his request. Jiang He felt none of it was her fault. She was just tired today and wanted to sit on the couch a little longer. Good thing she hadn't taken a bath yet. Otherwise, sitting there in her nightgown with him holding her bare legs would surely be unbearable. Thinking this, Jiang He glanced at the clock in the living room and realized it was nearly 10. She quickly withdrew her legs, denying him further indulgence. Slipping on her slippers, she stomped away. "I'm going to take a bath. Not staying a little longer?" "No." Su Qing, still preoccupied with his tasks, wasn't sure if it was his inspiration from touching legs or something else entirely. He heard Jiang He head to her room before emerging moments later with her clothes, heading toward the bathroom. Winter Melon, the cat, finally saw its chance as the two separated. Sauntering over with elegance, it leapt into Su Qing's lap, only to be unceremoniously pushed away. Indignant, It jumped onto his laptop keyboard, preparing to cause chaos, but was swiftly stopped. Su Qing picked it up and placed it aside, holding it down with one hand. Trying to compete with a lady knight for affection? Dream on, you clueless cat. When Jiang He emerged from her bath, she saw Su Qing holding the cat down with one hand while scrolling the mouse with the other. Stay a while longer? Su Qing glanced at her, eyes lighting up at the sight of her smooth legs beneath the hem of her nightgown. No way. Jiang He rejected him firmly, tugging down her skirt. However, this revealed her collarbones instead. Noticing Su Qing's gaze shift, she inexplicably felt like she was intentionally teasing him, a realization that made her anxious. With a stern expression, she glanced around the living room for something to do, then declared, "I'm going to bed. Good night," before fleeing. Su Qing watched her vanish into her room, and only after a moment did he snap out of it. He grabbed Wintermelon and gave it a firm rub before attempting to get back to work. Yet his mind was filled with images of Jiang He fresh from her bath, exuding a dewy allure. Her neck was clean and bare, free of necklaces or other adornments. The elegant curve of her nape required no embellishment to radiate a natural sensuality. Not a vampire, yet Su Qing found himself wanting to bite her neck. Work was impossible now. His thoughts were in disarray. He saved his document, shut down his laptop, stretched, set Wintermelon down, and grabbed his clothes to take a shower before bed. After winter, Jiang He had reclaimed first dibs on bathing. Su Qing was simply too lazy. Though he had adopted her habit of early nights and mornings, he still didn't like bathing until just before bed. Jiang He, on the other hand, always aimed to bathe as soon as it got dark, then relax at her computer until it was time to sleep. Tonight had been delayed. A sliver of light seeped from Jiang He's room, indicating she was likely still awake, probably on her phone. Su Qing merely glanced before heading into the bathroom with his clothes. The bathroom was warm and steamy. Maybe girls preferred hotter water? It was nearly summer now, and logically, the water didn't need to be so hot. Yet every time Jiang He bathed, the room was filled with steam. Su Qing wasn't the same. His showers were only mildly warm. The lingering fragrance of her body wash hung in the air, along with a humid warmth. Under the shower head, Su Qing found his thoughts drifting back to Jiang He's legs and nape, stirring a restless energy within him. The scent was oddly enchanting. Men's body wash didn't leave this kind of lingering fragrance, but women's did. Spring was here. After mulling it over, Su Qing turned the knob all the way to the cold setting. A sudden icy blast shocked him, raising goosebumps and dousing his inexplicable restlessness. Women, he thought, truly are troublemakers. I need to practice more martial arts. Su Qing resolved to avoid ending up like Wang Zijuan, completely drained of energy. After taking a shower, Su Qing emerged feeling no trace of sleepiness. Dressed in loose pajamas, he sat on the couch and picked up the book Jiang he had been halfway through reading, How to Win Friends and Influence People. This book by Dale Carnegie was a classic. Back in university, one of his roommates had also bought a copy, though it was barely read and mostly served as a makeshift lid for instant noodle bowls. Su Qing himself had never read it. The title alone had led him to dismiss it as another one of those flashy self-help books with titles like 3 phrases every man should know or Don't lose as a woman because of low emotional intelligence. If Jiang He hadn't purchased it, Su Qing probably would never have reconsidered his judgment. Relationships between people are subtle and complex. A glance, a word, these could all ripple out and impact those around you. The book offered insights into self-awareness and self-improvement, showing readers how to understand themselves and how to better coexist with others. Skimming through its pages, Su Qing was surprised to find it quite insightful. While it didn't seem particularly useful to him, he thought it could be highly beneficial for Jiang He if she could delve into it. Self-awareness, as the book suggested, involved recognizing that one is not particularly special, merely one of the multitudes. Nothing revolves solely around an individual. Everything has its cause and effect. Pursuing one's goals in a proper way was essential. Understanding others, on the other hand, meant realizing that nobody else is particularly special either. Everyone has their strengths and weaknesses and individual differences about. There was no need to insist on everyone sharing one's perspective, even when others were obviously wrong. Good or bad, selfish or wise, foolish or intelligent. If it didn't significantly concern oneself, there was no need to correct others. Good people had their reasons, so did bad ones. Understanding these reasons allowed for a broader perspective. Maybe Jiang He could become a sharp and insightful heroine by adopting this mindset. Su Qing put the book back in its place, thought for a moment, then retrieved an old bookmark from his room and placed it inside. He didn't want Jiang He to keep folding page corners or leaving it messily on the table. The light under Jiang He's door was still on. She hadn't gone to bed yet. Su Qing tidied up the cups on the table to prevent Wintermelon, the cat, from knocking them over during the night. After checking everything again, he switched off the living room light and returned to his bed. The long night stretched on, but sleep was elusive. Su Qing's mind wandered, conjuring up blank flashes of white. He hadn't seen anything, yet vivid images seemed to emerge from nowhere. The human brain was a strange thing. Frustrated, he shut his eyes and forced himself to sleep. Meanwhile, in the storeroom, Jiang He had not yet lain down. She was holding a long pair of socks, studying them intently. Su Qing had bought these socks months ago while helping her pick out shoes, but she had left them untouched in her room. The shoe boxes containing a pair of white sneakers and black flats with modest heels were still in the corner. She had tried them on, but hadn't officially worn them. The stockings felt slippery and soft to the touch. Jiang He thought of the women she had seen on the streets wearing such things. Hesitating, she glanced at the door, listening carefully. It seemed Su Qing was already asleep. Since he was asleep, she bit her lip as if she were doing something illicit, sneaking to confirm the door was locked before scurrying back to her bed. She sat down and raised her feet, sliding them into the stockings. Clothes were meant to be worn, but exposing her legs like this felt far too risque. People would surely stare if she wore them outside. Deciding it was best to test them privately under the blanket, she resolved not to let Su Qing see either, just in case he turned out to have a thing for worn stockings. That would be disastrous. The stockings were tricky to put on, so she refrained from tugging too hard and instead grabbed her charging phone to search for instructions. As it turned out, her method was incorrect. The right way was to roll the stockings down, slide a foot in, and then gradually pull them up for a snug fit. It was much easier this way. After finally getting both stockings on, Jiang He looked at her legs, let her nightgown fall down, then lifting it again, then back down. Curling her toes a couple of times, she tentatively touched her legs. Smooth and silky, just as she had imagined. Now she understood why Su Qing had been so insistent about her wearing these. They did feel very comfortable. She glanced at the high heels in the corner, hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided against them. Turning off the light, she climbed into bed, rubbing her feet together under the blanket. The silky texture was almost too pleasant. It felt a bit warm. Maybe skipping the blanket was better after all. At dawn, a sliver of pale light appeared on the horizon. The sun had yet to rise, but Su Qing was already on the balcony. "What are you doing?" Jiang He's voice startled him, and he turned around abruptly. "You're up so early?" Su Qing tried to hide the clothes in his hands. "It's already light out." Jiang He, fully dressed, stood with her hands behind her back, looking off into the distance before her gaze returned to Su Qing. Suspiciously, she asked, "What are you washing?" "Nothing much, just socks and stuff." Su Qing maintained a calm facade. "Do you need anything washed? I can do it together." "No, I'll wash my things later myself." "All right then." After a moment of silence, Su Qing couldn't help but ask, "Are you just going to stand there?" "Oh." Jiang He gave him a strange look, sensing something was off. Washing socks wasn't something to be secretive about, was it? She turned to leave, fiddling with the damp bundle in her hands. A thought struck her. Su Qing seemed to be acting just like her. She had gotten up early to secretly wash her stockings too. Could it be? "What are you looking at?" Su Qing noticed her turning back after taking a few steps and once again hid his hands behind his back. "Nothing. I feel like you've got the wrong idea again. No, I haven't. Jiang, he said hastily, quickly retreating without looking back. I don't know anything. Su Qing frowned. Something didn't feel right, but he was still preoccupied with his laundry. Grabbing some detergent, he scrubbed vigorously. Jiang He's posture training really worked wonders. By the time he finished hanging up his clothes, the sky had brightened further, though the sun had yet to rise. In the bathroom, Jiang He, hands still damp, had finished washing her stockings and was getting ready to brush her teeth and wash her face. Su Qing joined her, squeezing toothpaste onto his brush. The sink was just large enough for them to stand shoulder to shoulder in front of the mirror. Living together meant constantly crossing paths. When you liked someone, even being in the same room wasn't enough. You wanted to be as close as possible. Good morning, my lady knight. Su Qing grinned into the mirror, holding his toothbrush and cup. Good morning, my. Su Qing, Jiang, he stammered. The saying goes, those who stay close to vermilion are stained red. Those near ink are stained black. Spending so much time with Su Qing, Jiang he inevitably started adopting some of his calm indifference towards certain matters. Even when she discovered the suspicious possibility that Su Qing had secretly worn stockings, she didn't react unusually. If it had been a few months ago, she would have looked incredulous and asked outright, why would you wear something meant for girls? Respecting others' quirks is a way to protect oneself. Otherwise, Su Qing might fly into a rage and forcibly make her wear them, taking the opportunity to tease her legs. After breakfast, Jiang he sat at the table and began studying the computer, not playing but genuinely studying. She was intensely curious about this modern treasure. Not only did she want to learn how to operate it, but sometimes she even entertained the idea of taking it apart to examine its internal components. It was just a thought for now. She wasn't confident she could reassemble it if she did. What are you thinking about? Occasionally glancing back, Jiang he noticed Su Qing doing nothing, or rather, doing just one thing, sitting quietly and staring at her back, seemingly lost in thought. I'm reminiscing about last night's dream, Su Qing answered honestly. What did you dream about? Something really interesting. Jiang he thought for a moment, then asked suspiciously, did you dream you turned into a girl? Su Qing's nostalgic mood was interrupted. He paused for a moment, trying to decipher her train of thought, and couldn't help but ask, why would I dream of turning into a girl? Every action and thought has a starting point. Why Jiang, he asked, wasn't important. What mattered was why she considered becoming a girl to be fun and worth reminiscing about. Jiang, he didn't answer his question but continued, wasn't that it? Of course not. What a pity. Jiang, he was adept at cross-boundary conversation topics, leaving Su Qing helpless. The entire morning passed as she immersed herself in learning computer operations. The morning is the best time for study. The afternoon would be better for diving into the stack of materials Su Qing had sent her about opening an online store and editing videos. Opening a Taobao shop was relatively easy and didn't require much initial investment. Since Jiang he was worried about losses, Su Qing suggested a method leveraging price discrepancies. She wouldn't need to stock goods. She could mark up product from other shops and list them in her own store. When someone placed an order, she'd purchase directly from the other shop to fulfill it. It was a common practice that had even become an industry of its own. Su Qing highlighted the tricks and challenges of this approach. It was essentially acting as a middleman. He'd learned it from Li Gaobo, who had started with little money for inventory. By using this method, Li Gaobo increased his shop's product variety, only purchasing items from other sellers after receiving orders. However, Li Gaobo had done this mainly to increase his store's traffic, not to profit significantly from each transaction. Jiang he studied this while continuing her usual manual labor, though she lacked the enthusiasm she had for physical work. She preferred creating wealth with her hands and had an innate resistance to such speculative approaches. Lunch was prepared by Su Qing, who made a few flatbreads and a pot of egg soup. There were no stir-fried dishes or rice. It was a simple, standard meal in Jiang City. Wrapping scallions dipped in sauce inside the flatbread, each bite was flavorful and fragrant. If you want to open a shop, I'll set one up for you under my name, Su Qing said between bites of scallion and bread. Jiang he preferred scallion whites, while he liked the greens, a small discovery that brought him a bit of joy. I don't want to open one. Jiang he shook her head. All right then, take your time getting familiar with it. There's no rush. There are 360 professions, and everyone can produce a top talent. With your determination and diligence, I'm sure you'll excel at anything you choose to do, Su Qing said confidently. Her ability to earn thousands through sheer manual labor spoke volumes. Once she found a suitable venture, she was bound to outshine most people, even if not becoming the best. I believe in you, he added. Jiang he pursed her lips, skeptical. I don't even believe in myself. That's because I see things more clearly than you do. Su Qing understood her current hesitation. Even educated modern-day college graduates often struggle to find their career path right out of school. It takes trial and error to discover one's calling, or alternatively, to surrender to reality, grumbling about quitting while clocking in every month for full attendance pay. Jiang He's unique circumstances, though a limitation, were also her strength. Without overthinking, she could more easily find satisfaction and joy in something she enjoyed and that could sustain her. Cats eat fish, dogs eat meat. Ultraman fights little monsters. Follow your nature. Don't worry about how much money you can earn right now. Focus on finding something you don't dislike and work on it step by step. What's Ultraman? A being of light. I used to have a transformation device, but lost it. Otherwise, I'd transform and show you. Su Qing grinned as he finished his soup and went to the kitchen for another bowl. Jiang He, lost in thought, gently pushed Wintermelon, the cat, aside. Cats can't eat human food. They'll get sick, she'd already checked on Baidu. After lunch, the two went out for a walk to digest their meal. The weather was perfect for an outing. In a month or two, when the heat made frying an egg on the pavement feasible, wandering the streets would seem absurd. At the residential complex's gate, the umbrella had been replaced with a large new one, almost like a canopy. Uncle Zhao sat with a pot of chrysanthemum tea and a fan, watching the street outside. If Su Qing were a security guard, he thought, he'd ponder deep questions like reincarnation, aliens, magic, intelligence, time, and the meaning of life in distant galaxies. He'd spent lazy afternoons here before, borrowing Uncle Zhao's tea and enjoying the idle moments. What happened to your hand? Uncle Zhao immediately noticed Su Qing's arm, not the one holding Jiang He's hand, but the free one. It flailed around like a chicken claw, resembling the stroke-impaired movements of old Qi from next door. Young people shouldn't have such problems, Zhao remarked with concern. Noticing his worried look, Su Qing chuckled and said, I smoked 2 cigarettes yesterday, and then, get lost. Stop spouting nonsense, Uncle Zhao retorted with a laugh. He knew the mention of cigarettes meant Su Qing was making things up. This is eagle claw technique. I learned it from a reclusive master, Su Qing said, shaking his hand into a claw and waving it theatrically. Zhao raised an eyebrow, skeptical of the odd gestures. What's this? Ignoring Zhao's disdainful look, Su Qing turned to a notice posted nearby. This old complex often posted updates, usually about street repairs, power outages, or water supply disruptions, though such events were rare. They're installing a gate system with advanced tech. In the future, you'll need a fob to buzz in, Uncle Zhao explained. When they checked the surveillance cameras during that ghost incident, they also found a thief. Luckily, nothing was stolen. The committee decided to set up this gate system. It's taken forever to arrange, though. And it's free, right? Su Qing teased, glancing at the notice. So, does that mean you'll lose your job? Puffed. Even with the system, I'll still be here. I heard tenants will need to pay 10 yuan for a fob, but homeowners get it free. Not sure if it's true, though. The gate frame isn't even up yet. This property management is so sluggish. The setup, or lack thereof, didn't matter much to Uncle Zhao. He'd still sit there sipping tea and smoking. But he couldn't resist criticizing inefficiency when he saw it. Su Qing wasn't bothered either. A key fob on his keychain wouldn't make much difference, though security would improve. Thieves climbing through windows wouldn't stand chance. As the two walked away, Uncle Zhao reclined in his chair, watching them leave. He pulled out a cigarette from his pocket, but hesitated, putting it back to save for later. Su Qing wandered idly along the riverside, passing by the vending machine Jiang he had slapped earlier. After hesitating for a moment, he decided against buying cola. The traumatic memory of the machine jamming and delivering 3 bottles of water at once had left a lasting impression. The river surged in waves, one after another pushing forward. The rear waves overcame the front, only to become the front waves themselves. Standing on the riverbank and gazing at the distant scenery, Su Qing felt a sense of tranquility and openness. "Why didn't you bring a fishing rod?" Jiang He, clearly interested in fishing, asked curiously. "I didn't plan to come here when I left. I just ended up here while walking," Su Qing explained, picking up a stone from the ground. He hurled it with great force, watching as it skipped and danced across the water before finally sinking. Satisfied, he clapped his hands and turned back. "My strength's really improved." Jiang He, having first-hand experience of his strength, raised an eyebrow. "Oh, has it? You didn't notice?" Su Qing looked puzzled. "No, I didn't." Jiang He shook her head. Then, her eyes lit up with excitement. "How about we spar here? Let's use the techniques I taught you. Are you trying to kill me?" If this were a video game, Jiang He would be a max-level boss, while Su Qing was a level 1 adventurer. Even with his diligent efforts bringing him up to level 5, the gap was still immense. For Jiang He, beating him still wouldn't require a second move. With her attack power in the thousands, it didn't matter whether Su Qing had 100 or 200 HP. It was all the same. Jiang He looked disappointed at his refusal. She hadn't sparred with anyone in a long time, and it felt as though her body was rusting, like an old plow creaking with disuse. "I'll hold back. Unless you tie up your hands and feet, I might just barely agree." "How would that even be a spar?" Jiang He glared at him, incredulous. "Tying up my hands and feet would make me a sitting duck." Oh wait, she got it. This guy wanted an excuse to hold her. "You have inner energy. You might just unleash it and send me flying," Su Qing proposed, half-jokingly. "Fine, I won't move. Let's see what you've got." Jiang He crossed her arms and waited. Su Qing froze. Could she really send him flying with inner energy? The two exchanged a glance, as if they were on completely different wavelengths. Nervously, Su Qing edged away from the riverbank to avoid falling in. He couldn't swim, after all. "All right, but remember, don't go all out." If witnessing the mystical power of inner energy meant getting blasted away, it'd still be worth it. Su Qing took a couple of steps back, experimentally swinging his arms and pondering how to strike. A punch? A palm strike? Hurting her wasn't an option. Martial arts emphasized peace and restraint. Jiang He stood there with an air of composed elegance, the river breeze teasing the edges of her clothes and loose strands of her hair. She looked every bit the part of a martial arts master, which only made Su Qing more cautious. "Why are you still hesitating?" Jiang He grew impatient. "Are you coming or not? Don't rush me. I'm analyzing your weaknesses." Su Qing replied gravely, balancing on one leg while mimicking the stance she had taught him. After some thought, he hesitantly thrust a palm toward her chest. Thud! Cough, cough. "You cheated." Su Qing staggered backward, clutching his chest. "What? I did not cheat." Jiang He retorted indignantly. She had intended to sidestep his attack with her agility, but seeing his less-than-honest hand placement, she instinctively headbutted him. And so she did. "I didn't move my hands or feet." "You lost." "Yeah, I lost." Rubbing his chest, Su Qing reluctantly clasped his hands together in mock salute. "Lady Jiang, your martial arts are unparalleled. I am in awe. Glad you understand. I just wanted to see if you had inner energy, but this doesn't seem right. How about you don't use your hands, feet, or head, and we spar again?" Jiang He gritted her teeth and glared at him. Not happening. This guy would stop at nothing just to get a feel. And out here, of all places, she glanced down at her chest, her face flushing. The thinner layers of clothing compared to winter made certain things more prominent, explaining why Su Qing couldn't seem to stop staring. Absolutely unacceptable. Good thing it was me. If it were second boss, she'd have skinned you alive. Jiang he muttered angrily. Su Qing froze. Dare I ask, how old is the second boss? What are you thinking? Jiang he snapped. Nothing. You're the one who brought her up, Su Qing said, trying to deflect. Let's keep walking. We can come back another day to fish. He reached out to pinch her cheek, deflating her puffed-up expression. She was becoming more and more like a modern person. Even her anger had taken on an endearing quality. Gone was the cold, silent gaze she had once wielded. You could try skipping stones, too. It's fun. I don't find it fun, Jiang he said flatly. But despite her words, she bent down to pick up a stone. Imitating Su Qing, she threw it forcefully, watching as it skimmed the water and sent up a trail of splashes before sinking. Fun, right? No, not at all. Stubborn as always. Your hands are dirty. Let me clean them for you. Su Qing couldn't tell if it was the budding romance between them, the environment, or both, but Jiang he had undeniably loosened up. Compared to the hyper-vigilant state she had been in months ago, this was a significant improvement, helping her blend into society. As they strolled along the riverbank, they spotted a group of people gathered ahead. Jiang he squinted. That chubby guy is there too. He's not chubby. He's just built, Su Qing corrected her. You can see that far? What are they doing? Talking, I think. Though Jiang he's vision was sharp, she wasn't an eagle. From this distance, she could only make out their movements, not what they were doing. Want to check it out? Who knows? They might be fishing out a floating corpse, Su Qing teased. Should we go over? Jiang he asked back. Remember, police are protectors, not enemies. You need to change that mindset. We're just curious bystanders. Howsy already gave up investigating you when I brought you home for New Year. Su Qing guided her closer, reassuring her as they walked. There's no need to be nervous. You haven't done anything illegal. We're just concerned citizens. What if they check me? Highly unlikely. They're working on something, not patrolling. Besides, being undocumented isn't a big deal. I only exaggerated before because I was worried you'd overreact and cause a scene. Su Qing was determined to help Jiang. He shed her fear of the police. Living like a mouse in the shadows wasn't a healthy way to live. Even if she were questioned, she could confidently declare, I've been wandering with no ID. After all, she hadn't committed any crimes. I already know that. It's just Jiang he faltered, giving up on explaining. The idea of being discovered still made her uneasy, even though she had done her homework on the consequences. Her instinct was simply to avoid the police when possible. But Su Qing was right, getting closer wouldn't hurt. She would eventually need their help to establish an identity here. As they approached, they saw no cordon marking the area. Su Qing's theory about a floating corpse proved false. Instead, Qin Hao was jotting something in a small notebook while sternly lecturing a drenched man holding a fishing rod. Judging by the wet clothes, he had likely fallen into the river while fishing and climbed out. Su Qing quickly pieced it together and walked over with Jiang He, adopting the perfect demeanor of curious bystanders. If only it were winter, hands tucked into his sleeves would have made the scene even more amusing. The surging river waters framed a bustling scene as Qin Hao and his colleague, both tending to an incident, stood beside a community officer clad in their uniform. The memory of 6 months ago flashed by, when Qin Hao was merely a greenhorn during Su Qing's brawl. Now, he was a fully fledged officer. Good thing it's not freezing anymore, Qin Hao remarked, or else jumping in would cramp your limbs, and you'd be a goner. Exactly. The fisherman, drenched and clutching a broken fishing rod, nodded fervently, clearly shaken by his close call. Being near the shore saved him. Otherwise, his life might have been reset in a blink. A small crowd of 6 or 7 anglers surrounded them, all equipped with fishing gear, except for Su Qing and his companion, who stood empty-handed with their hands in their pockets, wandering around leisurely. Noticing Su Qing among the spectators, Qin Hao paused mid-sentence, pocketed his notepad, and asked the fisherman, "Where's your home? Want me to give you a ride back?" No need. Don't trouble yourself." The fisherman declined hastily. "You sure? Imagine being sent home by a police car just because of a fishing trip." Visualizing the scene, the fisherman shook his head vigorously, then scurried off, muttering his thanks as he went. Qin Hao chuckled as he turned to the other anglers and said, "Stay safe out here." "Got it, officer," they replied cheerily. Saving a life is worth more than building a 7-story pagoda, Su Qing teased, giving a thumbs up. "Saving who?" Qin Hao scoffed, wringing water for his pant leg. "I didn't even go in, just gave him a hand." "How come you're here?" Qin Hao asked as he wrung out more water, droplets pattering to the ground. "Just out for a stroll. You're something else, always having time to watch the fun." "Of course. People love a good spectacle. Too bad I got here late." "All right, enough chit-chat. I need to change my shoes and get back to work," Qin Hao said, stepping heavily on the ground to squeeze out water from his shoes. Each step left a squelching footprint. "When's your shift over?" Su Qing asked. "Should be." Qin Hao suddenly clamped a hand over his mouth. "I don't know. We'll see." He almost jinxed it. Saying he had nothing going on would surely mean a busy shift just before clocking out. "See that? A true public servant," Su Qing whispered to Jiang. He as Qin Hao walked away. "They'll handle anything. Catching cats, dogs. Last time we ran into that big black dog, we called them, and they came with gear to catch it." Jiang he nodded as she watched Qin Hao's retreating figure. "They deal with a lot." "Yeah, they really do." Su Qing couldn't tell if her serious tone was praise or critique. Probably praise. If Qin Hao had this job in ancient times, he'd probably be sanctified. As Qin Hao continued walking, his pace slowed. He turned to inspect a broken sapling nearby. Its top half was gone, and new sprouts had begun to emerge. The break seemed recent. "Strange," he muttered. "The wind wasn't that strong, and the nearby trees are fine. A car couldn't have hit it. It's too far from the road." Just wondering, who damages a tree for no reason? No moral sense. Maybe one of the anglers. They don't like leaving empty-handed. Might have taken half the tree home. Cut a tree in half? Show me how. Qin Hao gave him a "don't be an idiot" look. "Not me. Anglers are skilled. They can do anything, including martial arts." Su Qing glanced at Jiang He, who remained indifferent, examining trees on either side as if she had nothing to do with it. Qin Hao couldn't fathom that the petite Jiang He had snapped the tree with a shoulder bump. The missing top half? Who knows who dragged it away? Su Qing touched the stump once Qin Hao left, looked around, then approached another tree. After a stretch, he rammed his shoulder into it. "Thud, you trying to break it?" "No, just testing." Rubbing his sore shoulder, Su Qing admitted defeat. Not a human feat, even with 2 more years of practice. No way. Back home, Jiang He fiddled with a fishing rod she'd stashed in the corner. Placing it prominently, she declared, "Next time I won't forget it." "You really like fishing?" Su Qing asked, watching from his side. "This rod works well. If I catch a big fish, I can sell it." Planning to be a fisherwoman? Su Qing opened his computer and showed her a video of modern trawlers hauling in nets bursting with fish. The catch rained down in heaps. Jiang He abandoned the idea of becoming a fisherwoman and stopped speaking to him, wandering off to browse online. "You guys didn't use nets back then?" Su Qing asked, his curiosity piqued. "We used spears." "Oh, couldn't you just spear fish with a branch?" He considered the possibility of grilling fish during a wilderness outing with Jiang He. "No, the water's too muddy and fast here." Back then, the water was clear, and you could see the fish. "Here, even shallow spots are murky," Jiang He lamented. "If we had a big net and boat, we could fish once and eat for years. They'd spoil. Then salt them." "You have that much salt?" "Oh, right. You're from the Yin Gang." Su Qing recalled reading about the Yin Gang, which seemed like a rebellious group. "Hey, was your boss surnamed Wang?" "No," Jiang He replied, puzzled. "Why?" "In the late Tang Dynasty, there was a salt gang led by Wang Xinji. He started as an illicit salt trader, then gathered followers and rebelled. It'd be funny if he were your leader's descendant." Jiang He thought about this rebellious figure a century her junior. Interested, she typed Wang Xinji into the search bar with a single finger. After a moment, she turned and asked, "Who's Su Fingyan?" Su Qing never imagined a salt smuggler could be tied to novels. "Wouldn't you guys consider rebellion?" He shifted the topic back, no longer dwelling on the heroic and blood-soaked image of the salt smuggler. "No way. The imperial court, is too powerful. Rebelling has no future. Fair enough. Talking about modern concepts with Jiang, he sometimes felt oddly out of place. Su Qing stood up and glanced at the Maoist textbook on the desk, letting out a sigh. If you went back with all this knowledge in your head, Li Longji wouldn't stand a chance. Qin Hao sent him a message, suggesting they grab a meal together. They discussed it a few days ago, but hadn't found the time. Today seemed as good as any. Food and sex are human nature. That's what Gaozi said. Jiang, he remarked. What? Su Qing blinked. That quote wasn't by Confucius. It was from a conversation between Mencius and Gaozi. Jiang, he pointed to the computer screen. Su Qing was silent for a moment before sighing. The internet is truly amazing. An ancient person correcting him. It seemed Teacher Su had become redundant. Jiang, he could learn anything on her own. She continued browsing online with the excitement of an early 2000s netizen, perhaps even more delighted. Modern internet capabilities and speeds were worlds apart from what those pioneers had experienced. You stay home. I'm heading out for a bit. Don't bother cooking tonight. We'll eat out. Su Qing grabbed his keys, gave a quick heads up, and left. He took a cab to Jiang City Plaza, wandering through a shop selling bags. Bags hadn't been a necessity for Jianghe before, but with summer approaching and clothes getting thinner, the differences between men's and women's clothing became evident. Many women's outfits lacked pockets, especially skirts, leaving no place to carry essentials like phones or keys, and apparently potatoes and corn kernels. While a down jacket could easily accommodate these, carrying potatoes and summer jeans was both uncomfortable and odd. Su Qing didn't want to interfere with her habits. Carrying a little something gave her a sense of security. After much deliberation in the shop, he settled on a small crossbody bag shaped like a bear. The cute design would make her look more youthful and lively. Otherwise, Jianghe often exuded a quiet, deep aura, atypical for a young girl. Adjusting her wardrobe could gradually help shift that impression. Jianghe was visibly delighted when she saw the bag Su Qing brought back. You went out to buy this. Do you like it? Why didn't you take me along? Jianghe asked as she examined the bag, flipping it over curiously. If he'd taken her, she'd never have let him buy it. This tiny bag cost more than several backpacks, and she'd likely prefer lugging a giant backpack around instead. I picked it up while running errands. You can use it for your phone, keys, potatoes, whatever you need to carry. It'll be more convenient. Su Qing also handed her a tube of lip balm. Here's this too. Girls should keep their lips moisturized. But if you don't want to use it, just keep it in the bag. Carrying a bag with nothing girly inside would feel a bit odd. Oh, Jianghe eagerly started loading items into the bag. Don't forget tissues. And your seventh space. Keep a couple of those in there, just in case. The bag has a double-layer design. Put your corn kernels and potatoes in the inner layer. It bulges inward, so it won't show on the outside. Su Qing carefully explained how to use the bag, considering all scenarios. He'd spent a lot of time picking this one out, making sure it fit most of her needs. From now on, carry this bag when you go out. Girls here all use something like this. Aren't you going to carry one? Jianghe asked. Men don't need bags. Pockets were enough to solve all his problems. He didn't wear skirts, after all. This metal chain could be used as a weapon. If you run into trouble, Su Qing paused, realizing he was overthinking it. His voice trailed off. Never mind. You don't need weapons. Jianghe thought for a moment, then fetched a few iron darts from her room to put in the bag. Better safe than sorry. If I run into a wild animal. Why would you run into a wild animal? I don't know. Jianghe realized she was overthinking too and put the darts back. When you get something new, you instinctively want to use it, like wanting to build a PC just because you found a mouse pad. Now that she had a bag, Jianghe wanted to load all her belongings into it. Su Qing understood the sentiment. After packing the bag, Jianghe considered what else she might need to carry. Meanwhile, Su Qing received a WeChat message from Qin Hao, who was about to get off work. Qin Hao, along with his girlfriend, still in the temporary phase, suggested a place for dinner. With the plan set, Su Qing took Jianghe out. Normally, they enjoyed barbecue, but ever since Qin Hao became a police officer, he drank less, which made barbecue less appealing. They chose something else instead, though Su Qing felt it was a pity. Jiang had only tried all-you-can-eat barbecue once and hadn't yet experienced the joy of skewers. There'd be plenty of chances to fix that. They could always go on their own later. Why are you carrying my bag? Outside, Su Qing reached for Jianghe's bag. She thought he just wanted to take a look, but he slung it over his shoulder instead. Bags are something boyfriends carry for their girlfriends. Never mind. Here you go. Su Qing handed the bag back, realizing his habit. Jianghe studied him thoughtfully. Have you had a girlfriend before? I have. But didn't you call yourself a purebred dog of some kind? A purebred single dog. I said that when we first met, it was just something to say. What? Did you expect me to go into my entire relationship history back then? That'd be ridiculous. Su Qing thought back and realized it would have been absurd to casually share his past relationships. If he'd gone into that much detail, he might have needed to check into South Mountain Mental Hospital. And when I told you this world was peaceful, that people didn't like fighting and killing, that was only true for our area. There are places with wars and explosions, but we just met. I wasn't going to give you a full geopolitical rundown. Same principle. That makes sense. Jianghe thought back. If Su Qing had mentioned wars, tanks, and missiles when they first met. Well, you can tell me now, she said. Huh, now. Su Qing hesitated, then pulled out his phone. Let me check Baidu real quick. Those country names are tricky. I've read the news several times and still can't remember them. Weren't you watching with me? Why do I need to explain? I meant your girlfriends, Jianghe interrupted, tilting her head to look at him. The concept of ex-girlfriend was one that Wang Zijuan could talk about endlessly. From high school to university, from class bells to delinquent students, he had stories for days. For Qin Hao, however, it was a different matter entirely. Even after 3 tries, you couldn't get a single word out of him. His life revolved around wearing a uniform and catching criminals. Girlfriends weren't even on his radar. He lacked such worldly desires. Su Qing, on the other hand, was a normal guy, at least normal enough to employ plenty of flirtatious tactics. He managed to charm Jianghe so thoroughly that her cheeks turned red and her heart raced, shifting her from pure as the driven snow to questioning her own innocence. She was well aware of Su Qing's ulterior motives, but she couldn't help watching to see what he would do next, quietly waiting for his performance. A girlfriend. Su Qing pocketed his phone, thought for a moment, and corrected himself. That's an ex-girlfriend. Ex-girlfriend? So I'm the post-girlfriend. There's no before or after. You're the current girlfriend, Su Qing said. Jianghe fiddled with her bag, running her fingers down the chain strap from her shoulder. She mulled over the word current in current girlfriend. And what does that mean? It means Su Qing trailed off. What did it mean? Jianghe wasn't looking for a reason to get upset. That kind of self-inflicted frustration wasn't her style. Why didn't you marry her? Jianghe asked. Why would we get married? Isn't a girlfriend someone you're supposed to marry? Well, a relationship can end. When you're young, it's often just hormones. Once you're together, you might realize you're incompatible, so you break up. That's dating. It's far from marriage. Su Qing walked leisurely along the road as he explained. Dating is a trial-and-error process. If you find it's not working, you break up quickly so no one's time is wasted. Otherwise, rushing into marriage without knowing each other well could ruin your life. Imagine spending the rest of your life with someone you don't even like. It's a miserable thought. Break up? Jianghe murmured, stunned. She thought for a moment before asking, does breaking up mean there's no connection between you anymore? Of course. Once you break up, it's over. Hearing this, Jianghe felt a faint irritation. From Su Qing's tone, breaking up seemed like a normal, commonplace event. If 2 people broke up and never saw or contacted each other again, how was it any different from her vanishing into thin air? No, it was worse. At least if she disappeared, he wouldn't be with someone else. But if they broke up, he might treat another girl well, kiss another girl, and hold another girl's hand. As the city lights flickered to life and the night breeze wafted gently down the street, Su Qing felt a chill. He pulled his thin jacket tighter and glanced at Jianghe, who was glaring at him with visible dissatisfaction. What do you mean by incompatible? It's subjective. It's hard to explain. But I can promise you, we won't break up. Why? For what you've said, breaking up seems very common. Jiang, he replied, stroking the bear-shaped bag she carried and frowning. I always thought having a girlfriend was the same as being engaged, which is why you kissed me. Su Qing raised an eyebrow. Jiang, he didn't answer. She realized now that Baidu had deceived her, or rather, it had given her incomplete information. This made her feel annoyed. It turned out relationships weren't necessarily a path to marriage. They could end without any ties left behind. This thought unsettled her further. She tightened her grip on Su Qing's hand, squeezing with more force than she realized. Easy there. Su Qing winced and tightened his grip in return. Stop overthinking. We won't break up. You're different, special. What's different about me? For one, before I explained, you'd never even considered the concept of breaking up. Isn't that special enough? What about you? Jiang, he countered. She couldn't imagine herself holding or kissing anyone else. It made her feel nauseous just thinking about it. But Su Qing, this guy seemed way too experienced at this sort of thing. What if, one day, he decided they were incompatible? Jiang, he squinted at him, her expression shifting multiple times. I'd never do that, Su Qing said seriously. From the beginning, I knew you were special. I knew you'd never consider breaking up, so before I started flirting, I thought it through. He sighed. It's simple. Either we stick together for life, or you kill me. I've already made my peace with it. For you, there's no such thing as divorce or breakups, only widowhood. Though he often called her Lady Knight, the Yin Gang wasn't exactly a noble organization upholding justice. It was just a group of desperate people banding together for survival. Otherwise, Wang Xinji wouldn't have led a rebellion. Su Qing knew very well that if Jiang he lost her temper, anything could happen. It was the price of loving her. If he didn't truly care, he would cough. Is that so? Jiang He's irritation eased a little. Absolutely. Su Qing stopped by the roadside as an empty taxi approached. After a moment's thought, he decided against flagging it down. Instead, he led Jiang He to stand beneath a nearby tree, the streetlights casting a warm glow over them. Our relationship is unusual. It exists in the gap between two eras. There's no point in over-explaining it now. You'll gradually adapt to modern life and may even change your views, like accepting the idea of breaking up. I'm not saying I'll break up with you. I mean you might. He paused, then continued. Right now, our arrangement is that I've taken you in and given you a safe space to learn and grow. Once you're independent, you'll have the freedom to choose, to stay or to leave. If you choose to leave, I won't stop you. Let me go. Jiang He froze. Yes, right now, I see you as someone from the past, but one day, I'll treat you as an equal in this era. As for our relationship, if you choose to leave, it'll mean our bond wasn't strong enough to last. Forcing you to stay wouldn't make sense. That's the modern way of thinking. Right now, I'm pursuing you because you're still adapting. When you look back someday, you'll see that I wasn't entirely innocent, that I took advantage of your naivety. Jiang He frowned. That sounds really shady. Are you taking advantage of me? Yes. Su Qing nodded earnestly. In the future, when you reflect on my behavior, you'll realize I was scheming all along, manipulating you while you were still figuring things out. Jiang He didn't understand what manipulating meant, but she glanced at their joined hands and squeezed his again, slightly harder. This guy was openly admitting to deceiving her, and yet he was completely unapologetic about it. You're a bad person, she said quietly. Yeah, well, so are you. You showed up with blood on your sword that day. Oomph. Neither of them were saints. But so what? Jiang He pursed her lips, glanced around, and then, taking advantage of the night's cover, stood on tiptoe and kissed him. Your ex probably broke up with you because she couldn't beat you. If you dare break up with me. She wiped her lips and raised her fist, cracking her knuckles loudly. I'll really kill you. They had kissed and hugged already. If he dared to run, he'd have to face the consequences. Neither of them were saints. Both had their own bottom lines, and those boundaries were what mattered most. Jiang He wouldn't rely on her strength to force or bully him, even when angry. And Su Qing, while taking the occasional liberty, wouldn't go so far as to deceive her into anything improper. This mutual understanding had grown so naturally that Jiang, he wasn't even consciously aware of it. She simply followed her instincts to maintain the status quo. It was one of the things Su Qing liked about her. He despised rule breakers. Exploiting loopholes in rules was fine, but flipping the board was not. If Jiang he had been unruly, or flatly rejected his kindness without reason or ever softening her stance, he might not have liked her this much. Later, I finally learned how to love. Su Qing hummed a tune as he held Jiang He's hand, the two making their way to their meeting spot. Qin Hao was already there, sitting alone. He waved them over as they approached. Lu Jingfang isn't here yet. Have some water while you wait. Lu Jingfang? Why not call her Jingjing or Fong Fong? So formal. Su Qing teased as he pulled Jiang He into a seat, setting up the tableware and pouring 2 cups of tea. Gross. Qin Hao rubbed his arms exaggeratedly, pretending to shiver. Then, lowering his voice, he muttered, "It's just a casual meal, trying to see how things go." "Oh, I get it." Su Qing smirked knowingly. Qin Hao felt something was off, but couldn't pinpoint what. He figured he'd see how things developed. Time would eventually reveal the truth. It wasn't excessive caution, just self-awareness. They had agreed to fake a relationship to appease his family and avoid the endless blind dates. Their interactions were sparse, maybe a meal of braised chicken rice or a staged photo with flowers. Meeting once or twice a month didn't exactly scream romance. How had this turned into something real? Bringing Su Qing was partly for introductions, but mostly to let him help assess the situation. Su Qing's sharp eye for detail far surpassed his own, and Qin Hao knew it. If their roles were reversed, Su Qing would have immediately figured out Jiang He's secrets during that KTV encounter. No need for later tests. "What's her story?" Qin Hao nodded toward Jiang He as he casually asked. "The same as I mentioned before," Su Qing replied, tilting his head toward Jiang He. "She wandered through Zhejiang, got tricked into working at a sweatshop, and ran when she realized it was shady. Afterward, you worked in a bar, right?" he asked Jiang He. Selling drinks at a bar," she confirmed. "Poor thing." Su Qing shook his head theatrically. "My girlfriend's had it rough. Nearly got crushed by life at such a young age." The duo's playful back and forth made Qin Hao frown. "This sounds tricky." "No kidding. If it were up to you, she'd already be sent to a shelter." Puffed. Qin Hao sneered. He considered asking if Jiang He had searched for her parents, but decided against it. That was better saved for a private conversation with Su Qing. As long as they had witnesses and neighbors to corroborate her identity, things would be straightforward. The real problem was if no one could be found, which would complicate matters. It'd be best if she could return to Zhejiang to look, Qin Hao suggested. And how's she supposed to get there? She'd be stopped on the highway. How'd she get here in the first place? Are you comparing now to a few years ago? Do you still see green trains or overloaded buses? Su Qing had already thought it through. How about you drive her there in a police car? Visiting Zhejiang would help solidify the story. Busy work sometimes created opportunities. This, Su Qing thought, could count as extra effort, and mentally reviewed a concept from his school days as he pondered. "You think we're that free?" Qin Hao retorted, rolling his eyes. Helping others was fine if it was important, but trivial matters were usually a no-go. "Sorry, I'm late." Lu Jingfang called as she entered. Spotting them, she hurried over with apologies, taking a seat beside Qin Hao. She wore black tights and a short skirt, her white blouse adorned with delicate floral embroidery at the collar. A faint trail of perfume lingered as she passed, contrasting sharply with Jiang He's practical, heavy jacket. Setting her sleek black handbag on the table, it ended up beside Jiang He's plush bear-shaped bag. Jiang He glanced at the handbag with faint disdain, too small to even fit 2 decent-sized potatoes. Her bear bag was far more practical. "Order whatever you like," Qin Hao said, sliding the menu towards Su Qing, who passed it along to Lu Jingfang. "You first." Jiang He's gaze lingered on the faintly exposed skin at Lu Jingfang's neckline until Su Qing pinched her hand under the table, snapping her out of it. She took a sip of tea, finally averting her eyes. "What's on your mind?" Su Qing asked in a low voice. "Thinking about what you told me." Su Qing had told Jiang he so much over time that he couldn't guess which part she was mulling over. Jiang, he was piecing together her fabricated backstory. She had wandered in Zhujiang before being duped into Jiang City's sweatshop, which had since shut down after an incident years ago. After that, she had worked odd jobs at Wang Zijuan's bar, met Su Qing while still underage, and eventually became friends with him. They started dating, and 2 years ago, she moved in with him. Although neighbors had only seen her last year, they'd insist she'd been there earlier. No one had evidence to the contrary, especially with Wang Zijuan patching the last gaps in her timeline by erasing signs of her sudden appearance. Her contemplative demeanor made her look dazed to Qin Hao, much like when he first met her, quiet, introverted, and a little slow. He couldn't imagine that Jiang, he was meticulously weaving her false history. "Drink up," Qin Hao said, breaking the silence. "Work's been so hectic that I barely managed to squeeze in this meal." After ordering, introductions were exchanged. Su Qing discreetly observed Lu Jingfang, only to feel Jiang He's pinch. Turning, he saw her staring at him. "You promised," she mouthed softly. Su Qing opened his mouth, but found himself at a loss for words. "Let's eat," he finally said. The arrival of the first dish saved him, and he busied himself pouring juice and inviting everyone to dig in. Yet, he couldn't shake the sense that something was off with Jiang He. Worrying as he held the cold juice bottle, he asked, "Can you drink cold stuff?" Jiang He didn't respond. The juice was taken by Su Qing, who handed hot tea to Jiang He. When talking about stockings before, Su Qing had promised not to look at others, but now, this wasn't exactly looking around. In any case, Su Qing didn't secretly glance at Lu Jingfang again. A woman like her truly didn't match Qin Hao. On the other hand, if it were Wang Zijuan, it might work, like Pan, Jinlian meeting Shimin Qing. Putting these three together inevitably conjured some wild thoughts. With just one glance, Su Qing understood what felt off about Qin Hao's statement. It wasn't that a pretty girl like this couldn't like him, but rather that their vibes were all wrong. Her flashy and flamboyant dressing style only served to highlight Qin Hao's wealth, without contributing anything else. Qin Hao had also put effort into his appearance, but the two of them didn't match at all. If her deep V-top, short skirt, and tights were swapped for something else, say a long dress, it would be much more fitting than her current style. A girl skilled in fashion like her should know this, especially after knowing Qin Hao for so long. Yet she insisted on dressing this way, making Qin Hao look like a nouveau riche demolition tycoon. Even if there was no issue, she didn't seem compatible with him. On our first blind date, I took her to eat braised chicken rice, Qin Hao said, looking at the signboard across the street with some sentiment. Lu Jingfang smiled, but didn't respond. "The first time I saw her, she ate a chicken wrap." "Oh wait, she didn't eat? She just had congee," Su Qing added. "You weren't on a blind date," Qin Hao retorted, then noticed Su Qing giving him a side eye, as if saying, "You know you're on a blind date, right? It's a special case, okay? I didn't expect anything to come of it. My dad forced me to go. If I didn't budget carefully, meeting 3 or 5 people a month would cost me half my salary," Qin Hao said defensively. "I knew you were being perfunctory," Lu Jingfang commented. "Obviously, you could tell it was just for show." Back then, Qin Hao had indeed been deliberate. A meal costing just over 10 yuan meant he could afford 30 blind dates a month. If he chose fancier places, a couple of dates would have drained his salary. The two laughed as they talked about it. Qin Hao was also troubled about how to turn her down, but Lu Jingfang had already made her move. If he kept hesitating, it would seem ungrateful. Being overly honest was his weakness. It wasn't like he had faced this sort of thing before. This was the first time a girl had confessed to him and taken complete control. If it were Su Qing or Wang Zijuan, they'd reject her cleanly if they thought it was a bad match. But Qin Hao overthought things, not wanting to come off as ungrateful, and dragged Su Qing along to dinner, hoping for advice. The restaurant was called Xiang Cuisine House, specializing in Hunan cuisine blended with Jiang City's local flavors. They mainly served stir-fried dishes. Qin Hao ordered red braised pork, Lu Jingfang chose stewed Crucian carp, Su Qing went for stir-fried pork liver, and Jiang He picked something she'd never tried before, chopped chili fish head. The dishes seemed a bit few, so Qin Hao added 2 more, a cold appetizer platter and their signature crispy duck. The cold platter arrived first, followed by the stir-fried pork liver. Pork liver made an excellent pairing for alcohol, but since Qin Hao hardly drank after his promotion, Su Qing found no joy in drinking alone, so they stuck to juice and soft drinks. She looked so graceful while eating. Jiang, he whispered to Su Qing. Lu Jingfang took small, delicate bites, even using her left hand to shield her chin as she ate, exuding elegance and gentleness. Jiang, he felt a twinge of envy. While she didn't gobble food like a piglet, she could never achieve that level of refinement. You look good too, Su Qing reassured the big eater, holding a bowl to serve rice for both of them. If Jiang he weren't there, they'd probably skip the rice entirely. Even Qin Hao wouldn't eat it, feeling full just from the dishes. But Jiang he needed rice. Otherwise, she'd be hungry again later in the evening, with her stomach growling. Jiang he eating meant Su Qing ate too. As they each held their bowls, Qin Hao glanced at Lu Jingfang and asked, "Should I get you a bowl?" "No thanks, I can't eat that much." Lu Jingfang declined, shaking her head. Then, after some thought, Qin Hao said, "I'll just get a little for myself." Watching others eat made him crave some too. Thus, 3 of them had rice, while Lu Jingfang's bowl remained empty, leaving her wondering if she'd been eating wrong all along. When a red braised pork and stewed Christian carp were brought out, they occupied half the table, finally adding to the mealtime atmosphere. Su Qing glanced at the 3 dishes on the table and chuckled. "Red braised pork is delicious, isn't it?" Qin Hao picked up a piece of red braised pork, a mix of fat and lean, and tasted it, nodding in approval. "It's good. Meat is best with a balance of fat and lean, and the red braised pork should have a bit of skin as well." Qin Hao froze for a moment. Looking at the 3 dishes on the table again, he broke into a grin. "Why are you laughing?" Lu Jingfang and Jiang, he both seemed puzzled. A classic scene. Su Qing pulled out his phone to snap a picture, then looked at the 2 confused women. After some thought, he explained, "You wouldn't understand. Men's camaraderie?" Lu Jingfang guessed. "The joy of reading," Su Qing corrected. Su Sangguan cooked these 3 dishes in his mouth. "These exact 3. Qin Hao laughed, then explained to the women, "Back in the day, we used to read novels under the covers with a flashlight. There's a scene describing this, and it made us crave it so badly in the middle of the night. We couldn't eat it then, but we stayed hungry until the next day. At lunchtime, this guy," he pointed at Su Qing, "climbed over the school wall, bought red braised pork and stir-fried pork liver, and we squatted in a corner and devoured them." "You 2 shared the same bed?" "That's not the point. First, we had to sneak around to read novels at school. Second, it was in the dormitory, if you know. I don't believe you've never done this," Su Qing said to Lu Jingfang. "We only read romance novels, not about food," Lu Jingfang replied, turning to Jiang He. "Right, women always found more common ground with each other." Lu Jingfang looked expectantly at Jiang He, who thought for a moment before nodding. "I read Maoist fundamentals at night." Lu Jingfang was too speechless to respond. These people were all a little odd. Su Qing, on the other hand, ate happily, even serving Jiang He 2 more pieces of red braised pork. Back in high school, when he and Qin Hao squatted to eat red braised pork, he'd already marveled at how fortunate it was to live in this era. Su Sangguan could cook a feast in his mouth, but no matter how good it sounded, it couldn't compare to actually eating it. And all Su Qing had to do was risk being caught by security to climb over the wall and buy a plate. Since meeting Jiang He, this sense of happiness had only deepened, especially watching her squint in delight while savoring good food. Even the rice seemed to taste better. Food was a blessing. Life was meant to be enjoyed, and Su Qing served Jiang He 2 more bowls of rice. He had also served himself twice, his appetite having grown since starting martial arts training. Qin Hao, who had only 1 bowl, looked surprised. "Are you going through a second growth spurt?" "Yup, it's the perfect time to grow," Su Qing said as he ate alongside Jiang He. "You should eat more too. I've already gained weight. You've also put on a bit. This is called being strong." Su Qing flexed his muscles. He figured Qin Hao couldn't beat him in an arm wrestling match now. He'd have to test it someday. Lu Jingfang, meanwhile, was touching up her lipstick with a compact mirror. Jiang He, having finished eating, wiped her mouth and watched Lu Jingfang's movements. After some thought, she took out her own bear-shaped bag and pulled out her lip balm. Since Su Qing hadn't bought her a compact mirror, she could only use her phone as a makeshift one. She dabbed on some balm and pressed her lips together, giving them a glossy sheen. New skill unlocked 1/1. Qin Hao looked envious. What a sweet little girlfriend. He pulled out his phone and sent Su Qing a message on WeChat. She's not really a high school student, is she? Su Qing's phone buzzed. He took a look, then met Qin Hao's gaze with a deadpan expression. This kid thought he was into underage girls? She's 19. She looks so well-behaved. Heh. Su Qing put his phone away. Qin Hao probably had no idea that before they arrived, Jiang had clenched her fists and declare that if they ever broke up, she'd kill him. And she wouldn't need a second punch. For Jiang He, love was a tight golden hoop. Qin Hao should be grateful that Su Qing had taken this troublemaker home. Otherwise, if her long sword ever came out, it would result in a major criminal case. The Jiang City Morning News headline would read, "Yesterday, a woman suspected of mental instability held up a bun shop with a weapon on Beiwang Road, stealing 2 meat buns before fleeing. After injuring 2 officers during pursuit, the suspect escaped toward Lanjiang. Police are continuing the search. Citizens are advised to remain vigilant." After the meal, they lingered for a while. By 8:30 p.m., the group finally left the restaurant. Night had fallen, and the streets were alive with bustling food stalls and a lively crowd. The cool night breeze carried a sense of vibrancy under the glow of colorful lights. After saying their goodbyes, Su Qing and Jiang He decided to take a walk to digest their meal. The glow of the lights cast a unique outline and atmosphere over the street, creating a harmonious scene. "That person you were chasing, could he have come here too?" Jiang He asked suddenly. You said before that while chasing a thief, you suddenly came here. So is it possible that the thief came with you? Su Qing explained. If that were true, then the two of them being transported together would make them natural enemies. Would this mean Su Qing had cut him off? Maybe. Jiang He frowned, her hand instinctively tightening into a fist. After a moment, she added, "If that's the case, I need to carry my darts. If I ever meet him again, I won't let him get away." "What exactly are you planning to do? Kill him? Is that really necessary?" Su Qing groaned. "Relax. He's not as pretty as you, so no one would take him in. If he came over, he'd have been discovered by now. The lack of news means he either didn't come, or he got hit by a car the moment he arrived and turned into an unidentified corpse. Even a pretty girl might have had a hard time without someone like Su Qing helping her. Take Su Wenbin, for example. He'd likely think it was some kind of miracle, have a breakdown over the discovery, and frantically contact the Academy of Sciences to have her carefully protected and studied with all sorts of instruments. Basic human rights were a given, but for time travelers, the possibility of enjoying freedom and equality was uncertain. Who knew? If someone wanted to test that, they were welcome to try, but Jiang He wasn't interested in being the guinea pig. Su Qing was mulling over human rights and time travelers' rights when his gaze landed on a shop with a blue sign that read Tarot Room. He pulled Jiang He along. "Want to give this a try?" "What's this?" "There's a crystal ball inside. You ask a question, and it gives you an answer. It's like fortune-telling, just for fun. If it's fake, why bother?" "That's why it's called fun," Su Qing said casually. "Does it have any meaning?" "Meaning?" Su Qing paused and thought. "If everything we do has to have meaning, I'd probably be at the Academy of Sciences right now, building missiles." Jiang He didn't fully understand what building missiles entailed, but she figured it must be something impressive. Su Qing's point seemed to be that life didn't always need to be purposeful, like holding hands while strolling through the streets. By the time she'd pieced this together, they had reached the tarot room. She asked, "Can I ask if I'll ever go back?" "Sure. But if you ask something like whether you can return to the Tang Dynasty, they might think you're crazy." "Oh, do you want to go in? Let's take a look." Jiang He was curious about the mysterious shop. Once inside, The dim lighting created an air of mystique. Su Qing had played this game before and didn't join her in the session. Instead, he paid a fee and waited while Jiang he followed the fortune teller behind screen. Mystical activities like this tended to intrigue both modern and ancient girls. Su Qing imagined if Jiang he developed an interest in this and decided to alert herself. It could be interesting. Picture this. A Tang Dynasty lady knight wearing a cloak, face hidden beneath a hood, sitting before a crystal ball with cards in hand and a tablecloth embroidered with stars and symbols spread before her. She'd deliver cryptic, philosophical guidance in her usual serious tone, captivating couples who sought her advice. Su Qing found the thought amusing. Tarot readings and astrology were just applications of the Barnum effect, offering vague and general statements that people interpreted as specific to themselves, backed by confirmation bias and psychological suggestion. Learning it wasn't difficult. After waiting for a while, Jiang he returned with the fortune teller, her expression confused. She took Su Qing's hand as they left. "What did you ask? Was it about going back?" Su Qing was curious. How would the fortune teller react to someone asking if they could return to the Tang Dynasty? Jiang he glanced at him, hesitated, and after a moment of silence, said uncertainly, "I asked about marriage." "Ah, women." Su Qing sighed. "What do they say? Far yet near, close yet distant. Or maybe he's already right by your side?" "How did you know?" Jiang he was stunned. Had he eavesdropped? "I dabble in these things," Su Qing replied with a mysterious smile. "This is the guidance of fate. Taking a woman to a tarot shop late at night, where she asks about her marriage prospects. That was exactly what he would have said too. That's pretty much it. So I guess I won't kill you." Jiang he finally said after some hesitation. "Why do I feel like you're disappointed about that?" "I'm not." "Good." Su Qing stopped teasing her and used his free hand to tuck a loose strand of hair behind her ear. Under the starry sky, Jiang he tilted her head upward. The twinkling lights looked like fireworks blooming in the distant sky, just like the night Su Qing had held her hand during the New Year. This must be what they called close yet distant, and the far yet near. Oh, it turned out to be separated by over 1,000 years. "Do you want to learn tarot cards?" "Can I?" "Of course you can. It's all just trickery. Once you master the art of speaking, it's really simple." Jiang he suddenly turned her head. "So, you're saying you'll break up with me?" Su Qing froze. "Ahem. What I mean is, some things are lies and some aren't. After all, when it comes to predicting the future, no one can really verify it. As long as people believe it, that's all that matters. The crystal ball just said the two of them would get married. That was a lie. They wouldn't get married." As Su Qing was explaining, his phone buzzed. It was a message from Qin Hao, letting him know that he'd already sent Lu Jingfeng home and was on his way back. He asked Su Qing how things were going via WeChat. "Sexy?" "Yes, but she wasn't Qin Hao's type. He'd been conflicted for a long time. If she doesn't feel right, just end it early. If you think it's worth a try, then give it a shot." Su Qing advised like a seasoned father, offering advice to the steel-hearted straight man. "I agree she's not right, but given my situation, am I being ungrateful?" Qin Hao was well aware of his own circumstances. If he married someone like her, he wasn't even sure he could keep her. He had neither money nor looks, and his only realistic wish was to find someone compatible, settle down, and take care of Qin Maokai in the future. When it comes to relationships, there's no such thing as being ungrateful. It's all about whether the match is right or not. Jiang he was fiddling with her bag as she walked alongside Su Qing. Her off-white coat gleamed faintly yellow under the streetlights, and her long ponytail bobbed behind her as she walked, only left loose when she was at home. The motion of her hair mirrored the shadows of their footsteps on the ground. Hearing Su Qing's words, she seemed to catch on to something and raised her head. "What do you mean by not compatible? You still haven't explained." The conversation about his ex-girlfriend from earlier had somehow gone off track, leaving her clueless about why there was an ex or why they broke up. Not compatible is when... Su Qing scratched his head, pocketed his phone, and thought for a moment. "When you're with me, you don't feel uncomfortable. That's compatibility. The opposite isn't. What I want to know is about your ex-girlfriend. You're acting very modern right now, Su Qing sighed deeply. Do women all have the same curiosity when it comes to ex-girlfriends? It said that Fang Xianling, back in the day, was a paragon of fidelity. While others had multiple wives and concubines, this prime minister only had one because he feared his wife. At a banquet, someone mocked him for it. Fang Xianling got angry and insisted he wasn't afraid, that his wife would do whatever he said. Emperor Taizong overheard this and decided to test him by gifting him 2 beauties. Fang Xianling was half sober with fear from the wine, but didn't dare refuse and reluctantly took them home. His wife, Madame Lu, chased the women out with a stick, forcing the emperor to intervene and mediate. Taizong even set out a jar of vinegar, claiming it was poison, and said she could either drink it or let the women stay. Without hesitation, Madame Lu drank the entire jar. And that's where the term jealousy came from. Jealousy clearly transcends eras, and Su Qing had every reason to suspect that Jiang he was jealous of his ex-girlfriend, no less. You said before that going to a brothel was normal. Isn't that what you told me? He asked. What does that have to do with your ex-girlfriend? It doesn't. Or is it because she didn't agree to you going to a brothel? Jiang he switched gears and proposed a random theory. I've never been to a brothel, not before and not in the future. Su Qing solemnly vowed as he led Jiang he down a quieter street for a walk. Though it was nighttime, with Jiang he nearby, or even if she weren't, he could easily handle any incident involving public safety. Alone, he could take on 5 people, and if it came to that, he could call Qin how to clean up and take credit for the mess. Before taking any action, though, he definitely ensured Jiang he was out of harm's way. Now that his martial prowess had improved, he couldn't help but want to test it. Back to my ex, Su Qing said. At the time, it was all hormones. At first, everything was great. Love is blind, right? But after the novelty wore off, problems started surfacing. Whether 2 people are compatible only becomes clear in the daily grind. What kind of problems? For example, the simplest one. I don't care much about what I eat, where I live, but she always wanted me to have the best. She'd spend beyond her means to buy me all kinds of things, shoes, wallets, clothes. She thought she was being nice, but I wasn't happy at all. Jiang he frowned. Isn't that what she's supposed to do? It shouldn't be, though. If I like those things, sure, it'd be nice. But I didn't need them. Su Qing sighed, as if recalling a frustrating memory. I told her many times that I didn't need those things, but she still saved and scraped to buy them. We started fighting because of it. It was like she wanted to be my mom or something. I call it a mother-style relationship. He glanced at Jiang He and chuckled. This isn't the same as us. I just want to let you experience things you've never tried before within my means. If you tell me you don't want something, I won't do it again, like go to a buffet or whatever. Get it? So, you broke up because of that. Jiang He looked incredulous. That's what incompatibility is, Su Qing explained. I want an orange. She gave me a handful of peanuts. And she gave so much. I was grateful, but I felt miserable being with her, and she felt miserable being with me. So we broke up peacefully. Su Qing smiled faintly and looked into the distance. The last time we fought, I'd already eaten at 4 in the afternoon. But by 6, she thought I was hungry and brought me food, insisting I eat. I asked her why she was forcing me to eat when I wasn't hungry. She said it was because she cared about me and didn't want me to go hungry. You 2 had too much food, Jiang He quipped after a moment of silence. Not really. You'll understand someday. Many times, there's no right or wrong, just incompatibility. Su Qing chuckled, shaking his head. That's why I say, if you ever want to leave, I'll let you go. Staying together by force is tough. Right now, I like you, but if there's ever a day I don't, I'll kill you. Jiang He interrupted, narrowing her eyes. Ahem. Actually, I was saying, if you ever stop liking me, I won't. Su Qing blinked. So, are you going to say you like me? You've never said it. You already touched my leg. Jiang He looked away, but quickly turned back to stare at him seriously. If that day ever comes, I really will kill you. Su Qing was at a loss for words. If she were a noble woman holding an embroidery needle or a maidservant, she might cry or even support the idea of him taking multiple wives. but she was a female bandit, or rather, to put it nicely, a lady knight. Roaming the martial world, repaying kindness and exacting revenge was the norm. Before she touched his leg, she still had a chance to regret it. Back then, she still remembered his kindness, and her understanding of relationships was naive. She needed a bit of liquid courage to kiss him. Later, though, things were clear. She kissed him, bit his tongue, touched his feet, and played with his legs. Regret was no longer an option. In Jiang He's heart, this probably equated to an engagement. It's still too early to say too much. People's thoughts change constantly, especially yours. You seem to change every day. As they spoke, the two of them arrived by the riverbank again. They stood by the shore, looking at the brightly lit buildings across the river. Su Qing slipped an arm around Jiang He's waist. Her body tense for a moment before she silently leaned closer to him. When it comes to this, I really don't want you to become like modern people. But you will eventually. What happens then, no one can say. It's like my ex-girlfriend. We also said we wouldn't break up, though we didn't promise to the death or anything like that. Don't glare at me. In any case, it's all about fate. You're different. What you'll become in the end. Su Qing turned to look at Jiang He in the faint light of the night. The beauty of the future lies in the fact that no one knows what will happen. He couldn't predict Jiang He's future. At first, he thought he could teach her, but her ability to adapt and learn had far exceeded his expectations. Although she sometimes seemed a bit dim, it was just the clash of two eras' worldviews momentarily confusing her. The future is fine just like this, Jiang He said firmly, gazing at the shimmering river surface. Some things won't change. That's not certain. I've been changing too. Before you came, I never got out of bed before 9 in the morning. I'm just learning, Jiang He countered. Building good habits, learning new things. How would that change me? Won't it? Will it? You kissed me by the roadside, Su Qing pointed out. Jiang He froze, speechless for a long while. If you think about it, you lived in that era for over a decade, but the amount of information you absorb there might not compare to what you'll see in 2 years here. The environment shapes people. I've changed to make you like me more, haven't I? Jiang He looked away as she spoke. After all, these things, kissing and whatever else, weren't inherently her. Weren't they all things Su Qing had taught her? Exactly. So we won't break up. You don't need to worry about one day needing to beat me to death, Su Qing chuckled. Although he couldn't see Jiang He's expression clearly in the dark, he could easily imagine her blushing. Holding her waist and pulling her closer, Su Qing felt the strands of her hair, blown by the wind, brush against his face. Unable to resist, he lowered his head to rub his face against hers. Whatever happens in the future, just cherish the moment. Want a kiss? He asked. Here. Jiang He hesitated. No one's around. It's dark. Even if someone were here, they wouldn't see us. Jiang He glanced around and then at Su Qing. She had to admit, he made a compelling point. The riverside night was deep, the two figures embracing each other. In a gentle night breeze, they tested each other's boundaries, not for stability, but out of genuine affection. Su Qing wasn't a saint, nor was he some lecherous scoundrel. He was just an ordinary guy, holding his girlfriend, his hand resting lightly on her waist. The short jacket she wore barely covered her shirt beneath. As for the future, overthinking was pointless. Some things required planning, like her identity issues. Others didn't. Whatever gift the river of time brought, it couldn't be too bad. He feared Jiang He might drift away with time, but fear wouldn't stop change. All he could do was his best. When they returned home, it was already past 10. Jiang He carried her little bag into the bedroom and pulled out a small plush bear she had received from a barbecue outing. She had punched it countless times, and it remained unscathed. She no longer punched it now. With two bears side by side, the more she looked at them, the more she liked them. Aren't you going to shower? Su Qing asked as he emerged from the bathroom, seeing her fiddling with the bears. She opened her laptop to check on small broken site and saw that Su Wenbin, using his already exposed alt account, had left a comment threatening to unfollow if he posted any more cringe content. The video in question was a compilation he made, showcasing Zhang Wuji transferring his martial arts to heal others. Female characters always had to strip down, while male ones got away with a casual touch. Truly a masterstroke, leagues above Su Qing. Back in elementary school, Su Qing remembered the school collecting fingernails for recycling. His family of 3 barely met the quota. Teaming up with Qin Hao, they even crafted fake nails from plastic bottles to meet requirements. He still found it funny to this day. Back then, I envied Mei Chaofeng's nails. Imagine scaring our teachers with those. Why would you scare the teacher? Jiang he held her pajama collar with one finger, wary of him standing behind her. Aren't you curious who Mei Chaofeng is? Fine. Who is she? She's a character from TV. Learn the 9-in manual. When she unleashes her power, her nails grow super long. Let me show you. Give me your hand. No need. Jiang he didn't move, her leg dangling off the chair. She stopped herself from sitting cross-legged, realizing she shouldn't in pajamas. Perhaps she should wear pants under them? But then what was the point of the pajamas? Lost in her own thoughts, her slipper fell to the floor with a clatter. Life would be easier if you were blind, Jiang he muttered. Su Qing, having your worldview overturned is a serious matter. In wuxia stories, the mild cases lead to drastic personality shifts, turning a gentleman into a villain or a beauty into someone with over-the-top smoky makeup. Severe cases could result in someone losing control, their hair disheveled as they spat blood. Would it be better to be blind? Jiang He's words sounded like something out of a classic Yandere trope, slowing Su Qing's movements slightly. Have you gone dark? He asked. Nothing. Even if you let go, I wouldn't look. I'm a proper gentleman. Su Qing sounded so convincing, as if it were true. Then why are you so concerned about whether I let go or not? Logical, clear, and to the point, Jiang Yi's reply made Su Qing sigh with the sentiment of an old father. Ah, you've grown up. Jiang Yi turned back to glare at him, her forehead itching to deliver a headbutt. What nonsense was this about growing up? Move aside, I'll do it myself. Jiang He, now angry, pushed Su Qing away. Taking advantage of her in the dark was bad enough. But what was he planning now? They weren't even married yet. Was he hoping for the wedding night already? Su Qing reluctantly set down the hairdryer and was promptly banished to the couch. Forced to watch as Jiang He clumsily dried her own hair. The loose pajamas couldn't entirely hide her delicate figure, resembling the tender new shoots of a willow in spring, swaying slightly with her movements. How could such a small body unleash such immense strength? It defied science. This warranted thorough research, Su Qing mused. For the sake of scientific advancement, of course. Leaning back on the couch, Su Qing crossed his legs and suggested, "Why don't you move into my room?" "Why would I move into your room?" Jiang He was shocked. As expected, he was after the wedding night. "We're not even married yet." "Well, I wouldn't do anything. It's just that the storeroom isn't suitable for you. The bed is small and uncomfortable." Su Qing wasn't lying. The spring bed in the storeroom was only good for short naps. Sleeping on it long-term would be rough. "My room has a Simmons mattress, big and soft. You'll feel the difference if you try it. Plus, I can't beat you in a fight. If you don't want anything to happen, there's nothing I can do." "You're already thinking about the wedding night, and you're saying you won't do anything?" Jiang He was even more startled. Did this man take her for a fool? Even in her era, everyone knew that sharing a room would lead to children, unless there were issues. "We could put a bowl of water in the middle of the bed, like Liang Shanbua and Zhuing Tai. I don't know who those people are. And what good would a bowl of water do?" Su Qing had to admit she had a point. Her martial arts skills would be the best safeguard, as they could pin him down completely. A bowl of water, by comparison, was useless. Science shows that the brain secretes dopamine at night, influencing emotions and thoughts, leading to impulses and excitement. In simpler terms, people are more easily swayed by certain things. Su Qing now regretted not coaxing Jiang He into his bed earlier. So what if he was called a scoundrel? Wasn't sleeping beside someone warm and fragrant more important? Anyway, sleeping on a big bed is way more comfortable. You can try it out. Let's just switch rooms. You move your things into my room, and I'll move mine into the storeroom. We won't have to share a room. Saying this, Su Qing walked toward his bedroom, his steps slightly unnatural. It was Jiang He's fault. Her little legs dangling and swinging from the chair were far too distracting. He couldn't help but want to grab them and give them a good squeeze. I don't want to, Jiang He protested. But you need to. I'm fine where I am. No need to switch. You're my girlfriend. If people find out I'm sleeping in the master bedroom while you're in the storeroom, it'll damage my reputation. It's inappropriate and invites judgment. Who would find out? Jiang had finished drying her hair and turned off the hairdryer, leaving the living room in sudden quiet. You sleep in your room, and I'll sleep in mine. If neither of us says anything, who would know? Jiang, he didn't see the point in moving. She was already staying here as a guest. Becoming Su Qing's girlfriend was one thing, but moving into the master bedroom made it feel like she was becoming the mistress of the house. Well, she might become the mistress someday, but not now. Either they both stayed in the master bedroom, or she stayed in the storeroom. There was no reason for Su Qing to move into the storeroom, as it would make it look like she was bullying him. And they weren't married yet. Sharing a room was absolutely out of the question. Unwed pregnancy could lead to being drowned in a pig cage. Even Second Madam might show up in her dreams to scold her to death. Just as she was thinking this, Su Qing said, "My dad and the others know. The last time they visited, they scolded me, saying we should switch." Your dad said that? Jiang He's eyes widened. Maybe he already sees you as his daughter-in-law. Standing in the doorway of his room, Su Qing twisted his body to look back at her in an odd posture. You might as well start calling him Dad, since if we ever break up, you'll kill me anyway. Sooner or later, you'd have to call him that. Thinking of Su Wenbin's shocked expression, Su Qing couldn't help but laugh. Scaring the old man would be hilarious. I can't. It's too. Jiang He trailed off, unable to find the right word. It's fine. At worst, they'd think you're a little immature at first. Over time, they'd get used to it. If I broke up with you, they'd probably kill me too, Su Qing said, perfectly confident in his parents' mindset. Eventually, Jiang He gave in. By the time Su Qing was done packing, she begrudgingly moved her things into the master bedroom, swapping out everything, including her sword, shoes, phone, and clothes. Su Qing's belongings were relocated to the storeroom, and the switch was complete. The storeroom wasn't always a storeroom. Before Su Wenbin and his family moved out, Su Qing used to sleep in this small room. A simple bedroom. One table, one chair, a wardrobe, and a spring bed. On the walls were faded posters, including one gifted with a purchase of Zhu Yan. It depicted a swordsman in a blue robe holding a sword and an umbrella, but Su Qing had humorously pasted his own photo over the face, making it look ridiculous. Ah, the days of youthful cringe. Su Qing glanced around the small room, flooded with nostalgia. Jiang He, meanwhile, had already finished tidying up the bed and walked out with light steps, holding her phone at the doorway. I want to buy pajamas. Don't you already have some? Su Qing asked, puzzled. I want the kind with pants, not skirts. Jiang He, now with her own little savings, could buy whatever she wanted. However, she still needed Su Qing's help to navigate online shopping. Otherwise, she'd likely fall victim to misleading recommendations on Taobao. Terms like pure cotton, lace, mesh, silk, and other baffling options were beyond her grasp, and she wasn't sure which would be both comfortable and cost-effective. Skirts look so nice, though, Su Qing mumbled, reluctantly taking her phone to search for pajamas. As he scrolled through Taobao, the search results were dominated by summer styles, bare arms, bare legs, and some even with half-exposed rears. Summer's coming. You should get something short and lightweight. What about something like what you're wearing now? Where's the belt for it? Su Qing glanced at the loose pajamas Jiang he was wearing and vaguely recalled that it came with a belt, though it didn't look like she used it. In my room, Jiang he replied. Why don't you use it? Su Qing asked, puzzled. Jiang he fetched the belt, stretched it out, and let Su Qing wrap it around her waist. Her silhouette, slender and elegant from martial arts training, had no excess fat. With the belt cinching her waist, her once loose pajamas now hug her figure, nearly causing Su Qing a nosebleed from the sudden transformation from cute to stunning. I don't like it. What are you doing? Jiang he looked down at her cinched waist and then up at Su Qing, noticing his odd expression. Martial artists are terrifying. Su Qing muttered. He had bought these pajamas for her as the weather warmed, and she'd been wearing them as a loose robe. He only now realized that a simple belt could bridge the gap between adorable and alluring. You're saying weird things again, Jiang, he said, feeling uneasy under his gaze. She pulled off the belt and handed him the phone, urging him to pick pajamas for her. She then returned to her computer. Her current outfit was nice, but it wasn't practical for sitting cross-legged or lounging like last time when Su Qing had pulled her on his lap. It would inevitably ride up. The thick winter pajamas were no longer an option as the weather grew hotter. Su Qing scrolled through Taobao, seriously searching for options while reclining on the couch. A moment later, he called out, "How about this one?" Jiang, he came over to check. On the screen was a two-piece set with a short-sleeved top and knee-length shorts, long enough to cover the thighs. Are there longer ones? Like ones that cover the whole leg? There are, but they'd be too hot. This one's nice. It's comfortable, and you can jump or roll around on the couch without worrying about it riding up. Su Qing had grasped her thoughts. Recently, she hadn't lounged on the couch with the cat because she was worried about her skirt riding up. Even though it was just the two of them at home, accidentally exposing the floral-patterned white underwear she'd worn that day would still be embarrassing. And how did Su Qing know about the white floral pattern? He'd help her buy it. Your calves aren't an issue, Su Qing said, catching a whiff of her faint fragrance as she leaned in. He reached out to pat her leg. We can get one size larger. It'll be longer and more comfortable. I'll get a blue set for myself, and you can have this pale yellow one. All right, this one then. Jiang, he finally agreed. Standing before him, the ends of her hair brushed his face. She hesitated, then asked, "Do you think I'm weird? Other people wear those kinds." She gestured to the other options on Taobao. No, you're not weird. Everyone is different, and personal preferences vary. Su Qing handed the phone back to her, putting on the air of a gentleman. You're perfectly normal, and so am I. Oh, Jiang, he felt reassured, checked the estimated delivery date on the app, and returned to her computer. Lately, she had mastered many computer shortcuts like Control plus Alt plus Delete for Task Manager or locking the screen. She'd even changed her password to prevent Su Qing from peeking at her searches for strange topics. Su Qing peeked over her shoulder and saw a tutorial titled From Beginner to Pro, a comprehensive computer guide. Shrugging, he said nothing. Knowing the basics was fine, but being proficient could sometimes be useful. Go to bed early, he reminded her before walking away. Halfway to the living room, he turned back, hugged her from behind, and said, "Good night." Want a good night kiss? Jiang, he asked with a smirk. Unlocking one boundary tended to open the door for more. Su Qing resisted, determined to maintain his gentlemanly image and set a proper tone for the approaching summer. After his shower, he nearly walked into the wrong room out of habit. Under Jiang He's amused gaze, he sternly reminded her not to crawl into the wrong bed before retreating to his storeroom. The storeroom's light was dim, unlike the bright main bedroom. Curtains covered the window, though it wasn't necessary since the view outside was just a wall. No one would be peeking in. The living room window faced outward, but it was frosted for privacy. Su Qing lay on his bed, scanning the small room. Even the corners had been cleaned by Jiang He, making this shabby little space feel like her private sanctuary. Inside, it was cut off from the outside world, whether it was the Tang Dynasty's Kaiyuan era or the present day. Only one person from the outside could share this life with her. Looking at the ceiling, Su Qing suddenly felt connected to Jiang He's thoughts. After a moment, he closed his eyes, but the faint scent lingering in the room caught his attention. Stretching his hand to the side, he found a long strand of hair. Jiang He, Su Qing's expression softened as he carefully held the strand of hair, sitting up and unrolling it gently. Summer was coming, and he already anticipated her reluctance to share the air-conditioned room, choosing to endure the heat out of shyness or other reasons. Since they were now a couple, he would naturally find a way. Sharing her room in the summer heat was the perfect solution. She'd agree then. As for installing another air conditioner in the storeroom, only a fool would do that. Gazing at the strand of hair under the light, Su Qing carefully placed it on the bedside table. Yes, this bed was surprisingly comfortable. Su Qing wasn't sure how well Jiang He had slept but he himself had a fantastic night, waking up well-rested. As for the complaints about spring mattresses being uncomfortable, that only applied when you were sleeping alone. A mattress Jiang he had slept on for a long time felt like 1.5 people were sharing it. Su obsessed Qing was thoroughly satisfied. He woke up at almost 9, an hour later than usual, a rare occurrence. Jiang he hadn't disturbed him, something they had an unspoken understanding about. Neither of them ever woke the other up in the morning. This habit probably stemmed from the days when Jiang he first arrived, and Su Qing slept until 9 or 10 daily. Over time, he started waking up earlier, but still, they never called each other to get up. Jiang he had already finished her morning martial arts practice and was staring at the computer screen. Su Qing wasn't sure how long she'd been sitting there, but the desktop screen suggested she had just minimized whatever she was doing a few seconds earlier. No telling what weird thing she'd been researching this time. This behavior made Su Qing realize even more clearly how much Jiang he was growing. By modern standards, she was like a teenager entering her rebellious phase, complete with her own little secrets. Kanji's in the pot. Jiang he reminded him, pausing briefly before returning to the computer. Did you eat already? Not yet. I was waiting for you. You can eat first, or wake me up. I'm not in a hurry. Su Qing shrugged. 9 wasn't too late. Breakfast was usually around 8 anyway. He yawned, went to the bathroom, and then brushed his teeth. Once he was done, they ladled congee into bowls and ate breakfast with some pickled vegetables. Initially, they had bought pre-packaged pickles from the supermarket. The occasional tough root or peel made the experience less pleasant, like chewing on dry wood. While the pickles paired well with congee, the imperfections were hard to ignore. Eventually, Su Qing bought a large white radish and tried pickling it himself. The results were surprisingly good. Jiang he learned how to pickle radishes as well, tweaking the recipe. She sliced the radish into strips, sprinkled salt to draw out the moisture, squeezed them dry, and mixed them with layers of chili, ginger, and garlic. The result was crispy, flavorful pickles, perfect with congee. Homemade ones are way better than store-bought, Su Qing said, digging into the older batch at the bottom of the dish for a more intense flavor. Once the old batch was finished, the new batch would become the old, and Jiang he would keep replenishing it. An endless cycle. Where I come from, store-bought is always better than homemade, Jiang he remarked, puzzled. That's a strange notion. Isn't it even stranger here? Jiang he frowned. Why would anyone buy something worse than what they can make themselves? Shouldn't the ones with better craftsmanship replace the inferior ones and drive them out of business? Su Qing paused, holding his bowl midair. After a moment of thought, he said, You have a point. Then why hasn't anyone replaced them? Well, that's a deeper question. There are many factors involved. If you ask me, I probably can't explain it all. Pickles, while simple to make, were a hassle for a single person living alone. Su Qing himself used to buy the pre-packaged ones, tolerating their flaws because he couldn't be bothered to buy a radish and pickle it himself. Are you thinking about selling your pickles since they taste better than the store-bought ones? Su Qing asked, noticing her contemplative expression. I thought about it for a moment, but realized it wouldn't work, Jiang he admitted. If it were feasible, we'd already have access to better-tasting pickles. True enough. Su Qing was pleased with her conclusion. Despite some gaps in her understanding, Jiang he was developing more sophisticated thought processes. She had a clear and logical reasoning ability, rather than naively believing her pickles were superior and therefore more marketable. This isn't like running a food stall. On a street, if you make better pickles than the guy next to you, you could outcompete them. That logic holds. Then where's the flaw? This product isn't a necessity. It's something people buy occasionally to eat with instant noodles or breakfast. To make a living, you'd have to sell in large volumes and expand your market. You can't survive on just one street. Su Qing crunched down on a radish, letting her ponder it. After a while, Jiang he frowned and said, What if it's sold in supermarkets instead? You wouldn't need to push a cart around. Is that their advantage? Advantage isn't the right word. Ultimately, products are chosen by the market. Su Qing wiped his mouth and set down his bowl, explaining. To put it simply, expanding requires ensuring supply, production, storage, transportation, and distribution. All those costs add up. For a pickle, it's not worth a high price, so costs have to be compressed, leading to mass production. That compromises quality. It's inevitable. At the same price, it's about whose margins are lower and whose product tastes slightly better within that cost range. It was Jiang He's first time encountering such concepts. She felt like she understood something, but also like she'd learned nothing. On top of that, there's customer demand. People buying pickles at the supermarket might value convenience or just want to try something. Some might only afford pickles and buns for the time being. Stable home cooks like us aren't their target audience. What we find unappealing, others might find acceptable or even enjoyable. Seeing that she had also finished eating, Su Qing stood up to clear the table, continuing, "In short, don't assume your needs are everyone's needs. If you want delicious and affordable pickles, but don't want to make them yourself, you'd have to look for small shops or stalls that sell them as a side item, often by weight. Their target customers are people like us. Is it really that complicated?" Jiang He finally came to her senses. She had assumed that making better pickles would naturally lead to easier sales and higher profits. It gets even more complicated. You'd have to factor in economics, packaging, operations, even companies and capital. A bag of pickles that costs 50 cents and gets delivered from thousands of miles away to end up in your hands. That's no small feat. Jiang Yi leaned against the kitchen doorway, watching Su Qing wash dishes. After a moment of silence, she sighed, "Nothing is easy, is it? Actually, some things are. You could open an online store and sell directly to customers, skipping a lot of the hassle. But then you'd face other challenges, like competing with others, promoting your shop, and attracting customers. As I told you when you first arrived, this is a world where you make money with your brain." Su Qing was patient. Jiang He, with her semi-literate background from ancient times, could have relied on him entirely. Cooking, cleaning, and avoiding mental effort. But that wouldn't do. She needed to be smart. Choosing a simple life out of preference is entirely different from being forced into one. The former is happiness, the latter, misfortune. That's why I encourage you to read and think more. There's no rush to make money, though that's just my advice. If you want to earn, I won't stop you. I just want you to live a better life. What do you mean by a better life? Jiang He's expression grew complicated. Second Madam had said similar words, urging her to live well, to live better. Was it just because he liked her? In this world, wasn't everything an exchange? Su Qing being so good to her only made her uneasy. "That depends on you," Su Qing said with a smile. "What was a better life? It was when a cat ate fish, a dog ate meat, and Ultraman defeated the monster. There's a saying, looking at the sky from the bottom of a well. You only realize how vast the world is when you climb out of the well. Whether you choose to stay outside and enjoy the scenery or return to your comfort zone after seeing the world's splendor, that's your choice." He wanted Jiang He to live with clarity. If, after seeing the world, she sought freedom, he'd let her go. Loving someone is a balance of selfishness and selflessness, a contradiction that coexists. I'm just afraid that after I've tricked you into staying, you might want to climb out again. That would be the end. But if I'm upfront about it now, at least when I trick you into bed, I won't feel so guilty. Su Qing, in a typical scoundrel fashion, concluded his thoughts with shameless confidence. Breaking up and getting beaten up? That's a problem for now. The future's uncertain. Jiang He raised her eyebrows, about to say something, but then reconsidered and relaxed. She didn't believe Su Qing could trick her into bed. Even a fool knows that sharing a bed is something that happens after marriage when you're ready to have babies. As long as she didn't want it, no one could fool her into something like that. There was no excuse for sleeping together. If he dared sneak over, Jiang He's fist would quickly teach him what's what. Actually, scratch that. No need for fists. Just grabbing him by an arm and a leg, hoisting him up like a piglet, and tossing him out the door would suffice. No chance to resist. Jiang He eyed Su Qing, as if figuring out how to lift him effortlessly. Meanwhile, Su Qing had finished washing the dishes, dried his hands, and stepped into the living room to practice martial arts. After more than half a year of training, he could now maintain his stance for 30 minutes, maybe even longer, though he hadn't tested it. Since extending his practice to 30 minutes, he'd kept it steady at that duration. Going longer wasn't worth it. This was the optimal balance of effort and benefit. Martial arts? What's that for? Strengthening kidneys? Sounds good. Scientific studies confirm it's undoubtedly the ultimate motivation. If the blossoms of the locust tree could replenish kidneys, they'd have been plucked bald by now. I think I found a few things I could do, Jiang He said, sitting cross-legged on a chair, pointing at her little notebook. Su Qing hadn't finished his half-hour stance yet and didn't come over. Jiang He didn't mind and spoke toward her notebook instead. Like that thing you mentioned, selling pickled vegetables on Taobao. The deposit is refundable, so if it doesn't sell, we won't lose anything. Why sell pickled vegetables? Because I can't do anything else. Cooking can't be sold, and if there were lots of wild shepherd's purse around, I could pick some and make shepherd's purse pancakes to sell, but buying it wouldn't be cost-effective. Oh, Su Qing didn't move, not even nodding, just making a sound to indicate he understood. And then there's cooking. I see people filming themselves cooking. If I can learn lots of dishes, I could try that too. Jiang He's tone faltered here, pausing before continuing, but not now. For now, I still need to watch others' videos to learn. The dishes I can make are ones I've been taught. That's called being a food blogger. The fact you said this shows you haven't researched enough. Jiang He's eyes left the notebook and landed on Su Qing. Even if someone taught you, you can still teach others. As long as people enjoy watching, it's fine. The key is whether your style and content are appealing. Also, you don't have to strictly teach cooking. There are lots of niche or unusual ideas. Su Qing thought of the person who cooked hot pot with a water dispenser. Jiang He was still limited by her mindset as she watched cooking videos to seriously learn how to cook. She assumed her audience would watch her for the same reason. Jiang He nodded, half understanding. The part she didn't get could be clarified by Su Qing, so it wasn't a big problem. The key was whether she could execute it well. After pondering with her notebook for a moment, she said, "There's also that eating show thing. Performing eating is a job too. If people enjoy watching it, then yes. Even mini hamburgers could draw viewers." If Jiang He knew this, her worldview might be entirely overturned. In live streaming games, Jiang He sneaked a glance at Su Qing. "I'm getting faster at grinding now. Who's going to watch you grind? No matter what you do, it needs to have content. What kind of content? Engaging content. For example, the person you watch while grinding, they're diving into dungeons and you don't know what gear will drop next. That creates anticipation. Watching you grind is just swapping accounts and running the same dungeon repeatedly. Only someone as bored as me would watch that." Su Qing sometimes did watch her grind. Jiang He didn't find grinding boring. She perched cross-legged on her chair, pressing the keyboard to mow down enemies. Whenever she got good loot, she'd excitedly run over to pick it up, occasionally turning back to share her joy with Su Qing. It was like farming and digging up treasure. After all, the thrill of grinding lies in the random drops of rare cards or equipment. You're the only one bored enough to watch. Jiang He mumbled under her breath. He was that bored. Half his phone gallery was her pictures and sword dancing videos. Not that she purposely danced to look good or anything. What I'm thinking is we start. Oh no, I start a Taobao store selling pickled vegetables, then teach people how to cook. Once I'm done, I can eat it on camera and then play games. While playing, I'll tell the viewers to buy my pickled vegetables. Su Qing's stance broke as his head tilted slightly, a string of question marks popping up, making him look like a meme. Isn't it genius? Jiang He felt quite capable, as long as she could pull it off. This is the result of your recent research. Su Qing felt too exasperated to roast her. Why not? From his expression, Jiang He could tell there were flaws in her ingenious plan. Maybe it wasn't feasible. You're talking about a 12-hour live stream every day. Why not stream yourself sleeping too? People love watching peaceful sleepers. Sleeping. Jiang He's eyes widened. Then she shook her head vigorously. No way. I was joking. But seriously, your plan? Cooking for yourself, eating it, gaming, and expecting people to buy your pickled vegetables sounds. Su Qing imagined the scene. Jiang He cooking, eating, gaming, and occasionally reminding viewers, buy my pickled vegetables. They're amazing. all while picking a bite with her chopsticks at her desk and munching as she continued grinding. Actually, it might work. People might really watch. You're quite the little genius, but sorry, it's not practical. You need to focus on one thing, either running a Taobao store or teaching cooking. Don't over-romanticize it. You might do it for half a year and still not have any viewers. Su Qing checked the time. 30 minutes was up. He exhaled and wrapped up his practice, feeling a bit stronger. Ever since he started practicing martial arts, his waist didn't ache, his legs didn't hurt, and he felt full of energy every day. Seeing Jiang He's disappointed look, Su Qing walked over, uncurled her cross-legged legs to make space on the chair, and squeezed him beside her. He moved the mouse to glance over the materials he'd given her earlier. The materials seemed fine. So why did Jiang He come up with such an odd idea? These things don't take much time. Why can't I do them all at once? Jiang He was still reluctant to let it go. Energy, even focusing on one thing, is tough. Doing it all? You don't have that kind of energy, Su Qing explained. Just selling pickled vegetables requires figuring out how to promote your store and attract customers. Do you even have time for that research? I tell the people watching me cook and game to buy it. Jiang He tilted her head and added, if anyone's watching. And how will you get people to watch? Make the buyers of my pickled vegetables watch me cook them so they can trust the quality. Jiang He stared at Su Qing with her clueless gaze, leaving him speechless. People often focus on the success stories, thinking it all seems so easy, but countless others don't even make a ripple. Su Qing carefully explained to Jiang He why her business plan wouldn't work. Only then did Jiang He reluctantly give up on her dream of building a self-media ecosystem. How about I start with just one thing? If it works, I'll add more, she suggested. Why do you want to do so much? Su Qing asked. Well, don't you do a lot too? Jiang He retorted. That's because I enjoy it. I do it out of interest. Like how you enjoy my shoes? Jiang He suddenly realized that Su Qing seemed to have too many interests. By comparison, Jiang He moved bricks for money, practiced martial arts out of habit, and truly only enjoyed learning new recipes. Just like I enjoy your legs. Su Qing retorted with exasperation as he set down his mouse. Start with one thing and give it a try. Only by doing it will you truly understand why I said it wouldn't work. Oh, Jiang He looked down at her legs, swaying them back and forth before suddenly stepping on Su Qing's foot. What are you doing? Su Qing asked, confused. Jiang He was at a loss for words. Think about what you really like to do first, and then explore it. If you have questions, ask me. After a moment of silence, Su Qing stood up from his chair and nonchalantly added, I'll be in my room. Standing too close to Jiang He, he felt like he could almost hear her breathing. Her dazed look made him retreat quickly. Otherwise, his figurative tale might have been exposed. This old soul was becoming more and more like a modern young girl. Getting up early can make a day feel much longer. Compared to sleeping in until 10, it was almost like gaining double the time. When you wake up late, a quick wash and lunch will already push you into the afternoon. By the time you start working, the evening has arrived. But if you tackle tasks in the morning, the whole day feels completely different. Su Qing knew this well. Especially after martial arts training, his mind was much clearer compared to his lazy homebody days. Feeling energized all day, he moved the couch closer to the window and also closer to Jiang He. Bathed in the spring sunlight, he lounged with his laptop, enjoying the peace. If it weren't for the clacking of Jiang He's keyboard and the howls of monsters in her game, the moment would have been idyllic. At noon, he put 6,000 yuan into the stock market, bringing his total investment to 8,000 yuan, half of which was poured into a company called Jiangxiang Tech. Su Qing had a clear understanding not to get carried away. Previously, he only used half of his money for trading. With 40,000 yuan in savings, putting 20,000 in the market was his limit. It was risky, but as someone living alone without dependence, he considered it manageable. Even if he lost it all, he'd just feel a bit of heartache. Having already halved his limit once, he lowered it further to 10,000 yuan. The bearish market of last winter had passed, and seeing the market sentiment warm up recently, he decisively invested heavily. In the afternoon, he went out and came back with a small mirror, a compact one with a cover, and gave it to Jiang He for her bag. Jiang, he treated the little mirror like a treasure. Although it wasn't expensive, it was extremely handy when needed. After admiring herself with it for a while, she curiously asked Su Qing, "What are you doing?" Su Qing had only bought the mirror on a whim. He had also bought a large pack of stainless steel split rings, 1,000 of them for just 40 yuan, and 2 pliers. At the moment, he was using the pliers to clamp the rings together. When Jiang he asked, he replied offhandedly, "Nothing much, just making a vest." A vest? Jiang he was shocked. She even stopped playing her game and ran over from her chair to look. "With these?" "Yeah, watch." Su Qing demonstrated by connecting 2 split rings and clamping them shut with the pliers, locking them together tightly. Jiang he frowned and gave Su Qing a concerned look, wondering if he was losing his mind. Who would make clothes out of this? Was there even a point? Oh, not everything needed to have a point. How long will this take you? I'll just work on it when I feel like it. If I don't, then I won't. I don't know. Su Qing seemed quite enthusiastic, his energy bubbling over. If Su Wenbin saw him now, he'd definitely call him lazy and idle. "Will you wear it when it's done?" Jiang he asked, suddenly thinking he might be making this to defend himself against her. Was he planning to wear armor to withstand her punches? "I can make it for you too. If you want, I could turn the bottom part into a skirt." Su Qing hadn't even made a palm-sized piece yet, but was already thinking of skirts. Does it have any purpose? Jiang he couldn't help but ask again. "Let's just say I'm doing it because I'm full and bored." Su Qing sighed, adding after a moment of thought, "When people are idle, their minds wander. They might play with their legs or feet, or indulge in food and fun. These are basic human needs. Once I've had enough snacks, I need to find something to do. Otherwise, I'll feel restless." Jiang he mulled over his words and eventually understood what he meant. After a moment of hesitation, she glanced at her room, then at Su Qing, who was busy clamping split rings. She tentatively said, "How about I give you my old shoes?" "I thought you were going to offer me your legs to play with," Su Qing said, glancing at her. He shook his head theatrically before continuing with his work. "If you want, you could hold me like last time while watching a movie," Jiang he suggested. "Sure." Su Qing agreed without hesitation. Spending so much time with Jiang he sometimes needed to redirect his thoughts. Otherwise, watching her sit there would lead to all sorts of daydreams. This was part of the reason, but only a small one. The main reason was that spending too much time in front of the computer wore him out mentally. He needed a change of pace. He used to go out drinking and partying often, but now he rarely did. He had also developed the habit of going to bed early and waking up early, giving him plenty of free time to do what he wanted. Jiang he curled her toes inside her slippers, realizing there wasn't much else to do. Su Qing hadn't looked for a movie either. He was still fiddling with the split rings. "Why don't you read a book? Or play a game? Aren't we watching a movie?" Jiang he asked. "HM, you want to watch one now?" Su Qing paused. If she wanted to watch a movie now, he was happy to accompany her. "No, it's you who." Jiang he felt like she had fallen into a trap. Weren't they supposed to cuddle? This miscommunication lasted only a moment before Su Qing realized what was going on. He had casually teased Jiang he earlier, thinking they could get closer while watching a movie later. Jiang he, on the other hand, thought he wanted to get touchy and was looking for a movie now. "We can watch tonight, after we've both had baths and smell nice," Su Qing said as seriously as he could. "I'm going to play my game." Jiang he huffed, running back to her chair, unwilling to continue the conversation. "Hey, pass me that camera later," Su Qing said. "You want to take it off?" "Yeah, take it off and set it up on my laptop." After using the pliers for about 10 minutes, Su Qing had gotten the hang of the process. He moved the camera from Jiang he's computer to his and adjusted it to focus on the desk. "Don't make any noise," he instructed her. Jiang he was puzzled. "I'm recording a video. It'll take about 10 minutes. Watching Su Qing clamp split rings while explaining things to the camera, Jiang he propped her chin on her hand from her seat. It felt like she'd been tricked again. All that talk about being bored, wanting to play with legs, and finding distractions, it was all just work. Although she had no idea what kind of bizarre job this was, she was sure it wasn't as simple as Su Qing made it seem. Su Qing crafted a sample of fabric using small steel rings, then sketched a conceptual diagram on paper. Once satisfied, he shut off the camera and looked up, noticing Jiang He resting her chin on her hands, observing him. Only Jiang He would find something so mundane interesting. Su Qing didn't continue squeezing the steel rings with pliers. Instead, he opened his editing software to work on the video he'd just filmed. He sped up the repetitive parts, cut unnecessary segments, and compressed the 10-plus minute footage into about 5 minutes. Then, he uploaded it to Lazy Lord Qing and sent Jiang He the link. Jiang He preferred using WeChat over Penguin, Tencent's other platform. Her WeChat name and avatar were the same as her Penguin handle, Graceful Dance. Sometimes, seeing Jiang He with her hair down, sitting by the window, bathed in sunlight, Su Qing felt that her name suited her perfectly. "Are you planning a live stream?" Jiang He asked after watching the video. It featured Su Qing demonstrating how to squeeze the steel rings together to form a sleeve, explaining the process as he worked. Turning one's interests into a career sounded pretty good to her. She was beginning to understand Su Qing's emphasis on doing what one loved. If she could earn money while learning to cook, it would mean not having to pay tuition and even making a living in the process. The thought alone felt like a dream. "This isn't live streaming," Su Qing corrected. "Live streaming is when you turn on the camera and let people watch you do it in real time. This is just recording a video." "That's easy. I could do that too," Jiang He said after watching the video. She eagerly grabbed the pliers to try her hand at it. "Can I help with this?" she asked expectantly. Su Qing hesitated before responding. "You can, but I wouldn't recommend it." "Why not?" "Because all you do is make the sleeve. You don't know how to shoot or edit videos. It'd just be grunt work for me. Even if the sleeve turns out fine, you wouldn't learn anything from the process except how to build hand strength." "Oh." Jiang He looked at Su Qing as he resumed working on the steel rings. Without pressing further, she stepped back and plopped onto the couch, continuing to watch him. Right now, Su Qing reminded her of one of those meticulous craftsmen in short videos dedicated to creating random but oddly fascinating objects. Lazy Lord Qing, it did kind of fit him. If she helped, the work would go much faster, but as Su Qing said, it would be pointless, just a waste of time. Even if the outfit turned out well, it would only sit at home, unworn. At most, they'd take a few photos of it. Yet, Su Qing managed to turn these activities into meaningful videos. Why was that? Jiang He pondered this question and finally asked him. "You need to develop concepts, knowledge, theories, and systematic problem-solving skills," Su Qing answered straightforwardly. "These abilities aren't innate. They have to be learned. I went to school. You didn't. That sounds impressive." "Yeah, I can roughly predict the limits of my future and accept them. That's the power of knowledge. Knowing your destiny and still finding joy in life." Su Qing flexed his hand. Working with the pliers wasn't particularly difficult for someone who had trained for a long time. Still, the prolonged grip was uncomfortable for his keyboard-worn fingers. He glanced at Jiang He, who seemed lost in thought, and added, "If you're okay with staying home to do laundry, cook, and take care of kids, you don't need to work so hard to learn. I can support you. Like you support Wintermelon." Jiang He tried to ignore the kids part. She knew if she argued, Su Qing would use his usual infallible logic to stump her. Not the same. Wintermelon's a freeloader. You'd still have to work, and after work you'd... "Do what? Do what?" Su Qing repeated with a teasing smile, staring at her as if trying to gauge her level of awareness. In ancient times, people often didn't understand these things before marriage. Families would hand over an erotic manual or give a private lesson on the wedding night. Unfortunately, Su Qing couldn't read anything from Jiang He's expression. She just stared at him with wide eyes, her long hair draping over her shoulders, looking adorably clueless. He shrugged, picked up the pliers again, and said, "Stop staring. Spend this time reading instead. Developing a habit of self-education is important." "All right," Jiang He replied. She had no intention of being dependent like Wintermelon. She needed to support herself. Wintermelon, oblivious to the comparison, sauntered elegantly across the living room. Spotting Su Qing's steel rings and tools, the cat wisely kept its distance, merely casting a disdainful glance at the two silly two-legged creatures before leaping onto the computer desk to lounge. The afternoon sunlight was still bright. It was far from dinner time. "Does reading this book help?" Jiang he asked, holding up a brief history of time. She couldn't fully understand it, but believed in the adage that repetition would reveal meaning. "Read it if you want. The key is to develop a reading habit." "Got it. Read seriously." The biggest difference between readers and non-readers is this. Non-readers can only blame themselves, while readers can blame the heavens, the earth, and society, but not themselves. Su Qing chuckled at the thought of the joke and smiled. Although he could accept Jiang, he being illiterate, it was better if she became smarter. That would benefit both of them. By evening, Su Qing had finished crafting a palm-sized piece of the sleeve. He put away his tools and steel rings, pulled out his phone, and checked WeChat. Qing Hao had sent a series of voice messages not long ago. "D*******. Are you seriously making armor? Can you actually finish it? Make it bigger so I could try it on." "That's awesome." Qing Hao's voice was brimming with excitement. This was something they'd fantasized about back in the day, along with the idea of hammering out an Iron Man suit, though that was far more difficult, and Su Qing had no intention of attempting it. Listening to the messages, Su Qing laughed and replied with a voice message. "Why are you keeping tabs on me every day? Come on. I came home to find my dad glued to his phone, watching your videos, and asking me what you were up to. That's how I found out." Qing Hao replied quickly. "Why is your dad watching my videos?" Su Qing was confused. Could Qin Maokai really be glued to Billy every day? That'd be wild. "The thing is, your dad taught my dad how to use the app. Watch out what you post. Those two are always watching," Qin Hao said, clearly enjoying the situation. A moment later, he called directly. "I passed by the complex's benches today after work and saw our dads sitting together. One was watching dance videos, the other looking at antiques, nitpicking the content. Dude, I didn't know your dad was an internet troll. He's even been muted by people." "What?" Su Qing was stunned. "Wait a minute. So the random guy in the comments section constantly saying, 'Post more,' and arguing with Wenbin was probably Qin Maokai?" The fact that Su Wenbin was a keyboard warrior had Qin Hao laughing uncontrollably. And not just any keyboard warrior. He was the type who corrected others' flawed arguments with a serious expression and utmost earnestness. By comparison, Qin Maokai was much more reserved. He would quietly scroll, occasionally stopping by Su Qing's place to check things out. Using his finger to scribble on the screen, he'd write, "Post more, post more." What on earth is he up to now? Su Wenbin returned home, still baffled by his phone. He had just figured out how Su Qing made money off those videos, and now the kid was onto something else, making armor out of steel rings? While Su Wenbin was pondering this, a notification from WeChat popped up. It was a message from Su Qing, recommending a channel called Handy Gong. "Dad, check this out when you're free." "What is it?" Su Wenbin asked. "You'll understand when you watch it." Su Wenbin found the channel and frowned at the slew of invention videos. Picking one at random, titled DIY Upside-Down Hair Washing Machine, he clicked on it. Modern torture techniques unfolded unexpectedly before his eyes. Aristotle, a Greek philosopher, argued in his book On the Heavens that the earth is a sphere, not a flat plane. He offered two strong pieces of evidence for this belief. First, he observed that lunar eclipses occur when the earth comes between the sun and the moon. The shadow cast by the earth on the moon is always round, which can only be true if the earth itself is spherical. If the earth were a flat disk, its shadow would elongate into an ellipse unless the sun was always directly under the disk center during an eclipse. Lying on the couch, Jiang, he was reading a book. Despite knowing that lying down to read was bad for her eyes, she dismissed Su Qing's prior corrections, insisting her vision was exceptional. Besides, sitting upright made her neck uncomfortable. If it all caused harm, she figured lying down was the lesser evil. "What are you laughing at?" she asked halfway through, noticing Su Qing's mysterious grin, as if he were up to something mischievous. Jiang he rarely read aloud for him, and now that she was doing so, he wasn't even paying attention. "Nothing. Keep reading." Su Qing tucked his phone away. He had just shared Handy Gung's videos with Su Wenbin, hoping the old man would finally understand what it truly meant to idle around aimlessly, in contrast to Su Qing's own creative pursuits, which Su Wenbin kept pestering him about. Making clothes? Why not? Not everything needed a reason. Su Qing was just indulging a personal interest while adding some novelty to an otherwise pointless activity, hoping to attract viewers. Once the armor was complete, he'd walk around the house in it, just to show Su Wenbin the fruits of his whimsical labor. "So, are you a philosopher too?" Jiang He asked, her tone thoughtful. "What makes you ask that?" Su Qing was curious whether she knew what a philosopher even was. They all seemed to do meaningless things, like how that one guy studied whether the earth is round. Why do you think studying the earth's shape is meaningless? "Well, isn't it?" Jiang He asked, genuinely puzzled. "What's the difference between it being round or flat? It's not like we're going to fall off the edge of the world. Even if it were triangular, what difference would it make?" It clearly matters. Only by understanding the nature of the world can we progress. Someone realized the earth is round. Copernicus discovered it orbits the sun. Newton figured out gravity. That's called science. And what's science good for? Everything you eat, live in, or use depends on science. See the light bulb? And the computer? Oh, Jiang He nodded deep in thought. Su Qing eyed her suspiciously, wondering what strange ideas this elderly woman with no formal education was brewing now. Even if you mastered that book and all its science, you're not going to make a computer back in Kaiyuan or stream videos like me. Really, stop overthinking. Su Qing reached over to ruffle Jiang He's hair, making it messy. The point of knowing the Earth's shape is to understand the kind of world you live in. "Don't mess with my hair," Jiang He complained, swatting his hand away and resuming her reading. "If you learned physics, it might even improve your martial arts. You could pull off moves like the Buddhist palm strike, harnessing gravitational acceleration and inertia to create more impact, enough to leave a massive crater." "I just end up dead," Jiang He said flatly. Fair point. Expecting Jiang He to single-handedly invent a time machine was unrealistic. Even if she read A Brief History of Time, she'd only understand the parts within her grasp. But that was enough. Knowing more about the Earth and the universe would help her grasp the basics of her world. It was the first step to becoming smarter. Recognizing the rules behind the mysteries of the world replaced mysticism with rationality. At the very least, she'd stop seeing computers as divine artifacts and instead as remarkable human inventions. If she ever found herself whisked back to her original era, she could brag to Second Madam and the others about Copernicus' heliocentric theory, Newton's laws, Watt's steam engine, and Su Qing, lazy but kind to her. That evening, Su Qing fed Wintermelon the cat, while Jiang He stretched on the couch, put down her book, and began preparing dinner. Dinner was simple yet tedious to prepare. Jiang He worked until nightfall, the sky outside pitch black. Only after the living room lights came on did she bring out a large plate of steamed buns. The buns came in two fillings, fennel and egg for the vegetarian option, and cabbage and pork for the meat. Jiang He even made them distinguishable. Vegetarian ones had a spiral twist at the seal, while the meat ones were flattened slightly. "I get it now," Jiang He suddenly said as she bit into a meat bun, leaving Su Qing confused. What did she figure out? That she couldn't invent a time machine? You have everything you need, food, shelter, whatever you want. That's why you have so much time to do pointless things. That's how all this stuff got invented. You've been thinking about this? Su Qing asked, surprised. Yeah, it just hit me. Congratulations. You've gone from silly little seedling to a clever little seedling. Am I wrong? Jiang He asked. You're partly right. Social progress always starts with improving productivity. Without it, nothing else matters. That's why you carry potatoes in your bag instead of a computer. But does it even mean anything? The fact that you're pondering this is meaningful. After all, if Newton had been starving back then, he'd have eaten the apple instead of pondering gravity. The buns were large. Su Qing felt full after just 5. Jiang He couldn't finish the rest either, planning to fry them in oil the next morning and pair them with congee. She had long since realized that leftover food often tasted better when fried or stir-fried, whether it was buns, rice, or dumplings. In the living room, the ginger plant had grown a bit taller, its leaves a vibrant green, standing upright next to the TV. Su Qing mimicked Jiang He's habit of wiping the leaves of the ginger plant, using an old, yellowed cloth from the table. The cloth, stained and faded, had once been used by Jiang He to clean her sword. She'd had 2 such cloths, but the dirtier one had already been discarded. After all, a sword needed proper care. It was a swordsman's lifeline. Of course, that was no longer the case. Jiang He's old sword was now wrapped in cloth and tucked under the bed. She only kept a blunt practice sword for daily drills. It never got dirty, as she would sheath it immediately after practice, leaving most of the protective oil intact on the blade. It seemed like plants thrived after their leaves were wiped clean, though Su Qing wasn't sure if that was just his imagination. Compared to Zhou Suji's plant in the kitchen, this ginger plant they were growing looked much healthier, its leaves plump and vibrant. Su Qing couldn't help but wonder if it would ever bloom. He'd never seen a ginger plant flower before, but he imagined it might look as lovely as Jiang He's face after a warm bath, her cheeks glowing red. "What are you doing?" Jiang He asked, noticing Su Qing fiddling with the ginger plant's leaves. Then, seeing him take out his phone, she added suspiciously, "What are you looking up?" "I'm checking its flowering period." "August," Su Qing replied, his brow furrowed as he tapped his phone a few times. With some disappointment, he added, "Under normal conditions, ginger rarely flowers. Soil, temperature, and other factors need to be just right. It might not bloom." "What a shame. It looks nice as it is," Jiang He commented. "Yeah, just like you. Give it a little water, and it'll thrive." Jiang He, still reading on her computer, didn't agree. "What does he mean, just give it water? I need a lot of food, too." Su Qing sat back on the couch, still holding his phone. He'd found an intriguing snippet online. Traditional Chinese medicine considers ginger a yang-boosting ingredient. Hence, the saying, "A man should not go 100 days without ginger." Ginger aids metabolism and circulation, making a common element in male health treatments. The ancients also said, eating ginger in the morning is better than ginseng soup. Eating ginger at night is akin to consuming arsenic. Within a year, ginger should not be eaten in autumn. Within a day, it should not be eaten at night. He copied this and sent it to Wang Zijuan via WeChat. Wang Zijuan replied almost instantly, firing off a string of exclamations before claiming he wasn't lacking in vitality. "Where are you now?" Su Qing asked. "In France, enjoying some red wine," Wang Zijuan replied, attaching a few photos. "By yourself?" "Of course. I'm the single Prince Wang," Wang Zijuan replied confidently. "Women? What's that? They're just back pain in disguise." Su Qing didn't believe him for a second and ignored the reply, returning to browsing. One tip stood out. Using a beer bottle cap to peel ginger was both quick and clean, a fun but utterly useless piece of trivia. As for eating ginger, that was out of the question. He might use it as seasoning in food, but he wasn't exactly lacking vitality. Besides, he had martial arts to sustain him, not to mention the occasional chore like washing socks in the early morning, already quite taxing. Adding ginger to the mix seemed unnecessary. The real reason, though, was his lack of a consistent nightlife. If he lived like Wang Zijuan, indulging in lavish meals and constant socializing, ginger might have been necessary. Su Qing wasn't sure whether to feel relieved or regretful about his simpler lifestyle. Glancing at Jiang He sitting nearby, Su Qing noticed her mouthing words as she watched video editing tutorials. She occasionally paused to search up unfamiliar terms or internet slang. Her progress was evident, far beyond her early struggles of not even knowing how to split a video without scissors. Seated cross-legged, Wintermelon was curled up in the crook of her legs like a regal empress, paws tucked under its body. Its tail flicked occasionally as Jiang He absent-mindedly patted it, eliciting a contented squint from the cat. "Life is unfair. Even a cat has it better than me." Su Qing sighed dramatically, expressing his envy for Wintermelon. Jiang He turned to look at him, then at Wintermelon, puzzled by his remark. "I'm saying, I wish I could lie there like that." "Not a chance. Jiang He replied without hesitation. Why not? Because Jiang He paused, finally stroking Wintermelon's back as she answered, You're too big to fit. Su Qing's expression turned mischievous. So if I could fit, it'd be okay? Even if he couldn't curl up, his head could rest on her lap. Once Jiang He had showered and was in her pajamas, he could lie down with his head on her lap while watching a movie. Streaming efficiency plus 100%, happiness plus 100%. Just the thought made Su Qing feel a nosebleed coming on. Still no, Jiang He said, eyeing him warily, as if afraid he might suddenly pounce. It'll happen eventually, Su Qing shrugged, opening his computer to browse. Aren't you going to shower? Fresh and clean, we can watch a movie together. Why do I have to shower first? Because it's relaxing after a shower. I don't want to. Fine. Su Qing figured the real reason was that her new pajamas hadn't arrived yet. Wearing her current set, which might inadvertently reveal her floral-printed undergarments, she'd feel too insecure, especially if they watched in their usual close proximity. His mind wandered, and he absent-mindedly clicked on Once Upon a Time in China. It was a good idea to curate his public image now that his family, and even neighbors, were watching his videos. The classic kung fu scenes of Jet Li, Zhao Wenjue, and others stood out. The fights had a raw, authentic feel, unlike today's over-the-top explosive stunts. Back then, each actor's strength shone, be it footwork, weaponry, or hand-to-hand combat. Su Qing thought of editing these scenes into a highlight reel with a catchy title. It'd definitely be a hit. Perhaps the intense fight sounds drew Jiang He over. Su Qing noticed her sitting beside him. It's a martial arts film? She asked. Yep, Wang Fei Hung. He can kick so fast his legs become a blur. That's impressive. Not as impressive as you, Su Qing teased, slipping an arm behind her. Jiang He shifted slightly, her eyes darting nervously. Despite her apparent wariness, the cozy atmosphere was undeniable. The dim lighting and their shared space felt naturally intimate, something Su Qing realized was integral to a proper date. He held her legs close, marveling at their warmth. Slowly, his fingers wrapped around her foot, appreciating its delicate texture. He let out a quiet sigh of contentment. Can you stop being so weird? Jiang He couldn't hold back her protest. This isn't weird. Just focus on the movie. Fine. Her foot, however, felt powerless under his grip, and the sensation made her both embarrassed and oddly at ease. Wintermelon soon grew bored and leapt onto Jiang He's lap, snapping her out her thoughts. I want to live stream playing games, she said, avoiding mention of her current predicament. Why gaming? Su Qing asked absently. At first, I thought about live streaming cooking, but you were right. I need to learn the tricks first. If I rush into it, I won't have any income. Live streaming games is more stable as a starting point. Fair enough. Tomorrow, why not try some duels? Duels? Su Qing explained the concept of PvP battles. Jiang He's reaction speed might make her a natural competitor. All right, tomorrow. For now, they returned to the film. Su Qing, still holding her feet, suppressed a grin. This cozy moment was too good to rush. Explain yourself, Jiang He finally demanded, seeing him sniff his hand after releasing her foot. Let me explain. The more human civilization progresses, the less weight necessity carries. For instance, back in prehistoric times, when humans were still like monkeys, the preferred body type was broad-shouldered and sturdy because it ensured reproduction. As civilization advanced, preferences shifted to favor faces, slim waists, and curvaceous figures. This is a sign of progress. In a sense, your legs and your face are no different. To rank them as superior or inferior would actually be a step backward. In truth, every part of the body is the same. As productivity improves and material needs are met, individual liberation occurs, and aesthetics become more diverse. A beautiful body is attractive in every part. This isn't about being strange or not. It's simply about personal preference. Shut up. I was just... Su Qing trailed off under Jiang He's angry and embarrassed glare. The living room lights were on. Jiang He sat on her small chair in front of her computer, while Su Qing was on the couch, try to explain away that unconscious action from earlier. Even though he had rambled off a seemingly reasonable explanation, Su Qing himself didn't believe it. Why did it feel so weird? He had never noticed this kind of preference before. There had been no signs at all. Though it wasn't exactly strange, it was still... Was it her fault for being too pretty? He had expected calloused hands, but found none. Instead, they fit perfectly in his palm, warm, smooth, and delicate. The sensation was so mesmerizing that Su Qing couldn't help but glance over again, which only made Jiang He angrier. What are you sniffing for? She had already said her feet weren't washed, and here he was, doing it on purpose. This guy really had a thing for shoes. Honestly, there's no smell. Su Qing's hand instinctively lifted again, but upon noticing Jiang He's dangerous look, he quickly put it down. The movie was only halfway through, but neither of them had the mood to continue watching. Su Qing moved Winter Melon aside and fast-forwarded to the film's action-packed climax to edit the fight scenes into a montage. When making video compilations, the key was rhythm and smooth transitions. It had to flow in a way that captured viewers' attention, making them rewatch or save the video instead of closing it halfway through. After a quick rough cut of the movie scenes, Su Qing saved the file, planning to edit it tomorrow. Meanwhile, Jiang He launched a game, testing out the duel arena while casually flexing her toes. She discreetly sniffed them when Su Qing wasn't looking. There really wasn't any smell. She hadn't left the house all day and had been sitting here the whole time. But she still wanted to hit him. As the PvP match began, Jiang He pushed the earlier incident aside and focused on the fight. After 2 rounds and a 2 out of 3 victory, she turned her head, only to see Su Qing fiddling with a metal ring using pliers, completely engrossed. You don't need to rush learning that. You can make a title like A Beginner's Journey in the Duel Arena and livestream your duels. It's content. Who knows? Maybe some bored viewers will watch. Su Qing had been listening to the sound effects of the game. When the clashing noises stopped, he glanced up and offered a suggestion. Would that work? After a round of gaming, the blush on Jiang He's face had mostly faded. Sure, it's definitely less tedious than grinding. Jiang He clicked her mouse, frowning. But grinding makes money. PvP doesn't pay. That's not what I had in mind. Su Qing paused his work on the ring, nodding. Let me think about it some more. Tedious grinding wasn't going to attract an audience. Su Qing thought about dressing Jiang He up modestly and having her showcase her skills in the duel arena with a serious tone. Maybe that could draw attention. But the lack of income was a problem. Have you thought about making swordplay or cooking videos? I think you'd do great at either. One has a higher chance of going viral, and the other is something you actually enjoy. I just want to start with something familiar to learn the ropes, Jiang He said, shaking her head. She didn't like the idea of showing her sword skills to others. Practicing in the morning was enough for her. Don't share any videos of me with others, Jiang He reminded him. Don't worry, I won't. Su Qing never planned to share those. That was real martial skill. If he ever filmed swordplay, it would require some stylized choreography and the right location. The videos he'd taken were just for himself, to remember her if she ever left or went back. Now they were a record of her growth, which wasn't bad either. You could stream for just an hour, Su Qing suddenly suggested. For grinding, you'd need long sessions to keep viewers watching you clear levels. But for the duel arena, you only need an hour to see how it goes. Would that work? Jiang He looked doubtful. It'll work. Su Qing nodded. If she didn't give it a shot, she wouldn't let it go. But don't think of this as a career. It's just a first step like grinding. As you learn more about the modern world, you'll encounter many things you've never seen or experienced before. Then you can decide what to pursue seriously. Maybe you'll even enjoy doing housework, cooking, raising kids, and letting me. It started off well enough, but as Su Qing returned to his familiar teasing tone, Jiang He scrunched her nose and cut him off. I won't. She slammed her mouse and entered the next duel, facing a ghost swordsman. This ghost swordsman, much like Su Qing, looked untrustworthy. Jiang He controlled her female gunner character with precision, imagining Su Qing as her opponent, and gave him a thorough thrashing. The satisfaction was immediate. I won again. That's normal. Your rank is so low. You're only up against noobs. What's a noob? Players much weaker than you. Sometimes flashy, but not very skilled. Oh, Jiang, he replied, sounding like she'd had an epiphany. Su Qing frowned. Was she being sarcastic? Evening passed quickly. After Jiang, he secured an 8-match winning streak, making Su Qing wonder whether her opponents were just bad or if she really had talent. She turned off her computer. She padded back to the storeroom, but emerged moments later and casually returned to her main bedroom under Su Qing's calm gaze. Switching rooms still felt a bit strange, but Su Qing's bed was undeniably large and comfortable. She grabbed her pajamas and headed to the bathroom. Outside, Su Qing continued working on the ring. Making a piece of clothing out of these rings was no easy feat. It was harder than knitting a sweater. Though he'd never knit before, he figured sweaters didn't hurt your hands this much. Then again, maybe they did. From that perspective, both were equally difficult. The sound of running water lasted for 10 minutes before Jiang. He stepped out in a cloud of steam, removing her shower cap. She was like a little celestial being, fragrant and radiant. Her loose pajamas hung casually on her body. She looked down at her legs, feeling conflicted. I'm done with my shower. I'll shower in a bit, Su Qing replied without looking up. Moments later, 2 slender, pristine legs appeared in his line of sight. They're clean now. Su Qing raised his head. Jiang He, red-faced, avoided his gaze and clutched the hem of her clothes tightly. She couldn't help but wish time could rewind when she remembered him sniffing earlier. You were clean to begin with, Su Qing said, laughing. Really, there was no smell at all. Really, Jiang he wanted to make up for earlier, but didn't know how. Should she let him smell again? Why had he even done that? After hesitating for a moment, she turned and went back to her room. Good night. Any girl would feel nervous if the person she liked sniffed her before she was properly cleaned up. Even if he found it fragrant, she wouldn't think so herself. Su Qing understood Jiang He's inner conflict, and it also showed that Jiang He liked him very much. If she didn't, she'd probably just get angry. She certainly wouldn't have come over after washing up to explain herself. It was her way of clarifying that if there was any smell, it wasn't her fault but because she hadn't showered yet. After a bath, she'd be sweet-smelling again. Spending time with Jiang, he made Su Qing accustomed to certain quirks. It gave him the feeling of being too involved to see things clearly. He couldn't tell if her behavior stemmed from some unique trait of ancient people, the influence of love, or simply things that girls did. People are complex, evolving through different stages of life. Early romance differs from the heat of passion. Meeting someone for the first time contrasts with knowing them intimately, and a relationship changes after being physically close. Delving deeper, Jiang Yi's actions could also reflect an unconscious dependence on him after finding stability in an unfamiliar environment. Su Qing thought this wasn't entirely impossible. It wasn't the kind of reliance a daughter might have on her father, like refusing to get her own water and insisting her boyfriend fetch it. Jiang he wasn't the type to act coquettish. Instead, it felt more like she was lowering her guard with the only person she was close to, cautiously trying to blend into modern society and interact with him in contemporary ways. If she weren't trying to change, she might have had butted him the moment he sniffed her finger. Su Qing continued squeezing the iron ring in his hand, planning to finish one sleeve within 10 days and record a second video to update his followers on the progress. He couldn't let too much time pass, or people would forget while he'd barely made any progress. Still not sleeping? Jiang he emerged from her room, poured herself a glass of water, downed it in one gulp, and wiped her mouth as she asked Su Qing. Soon, just finishing up. Oh, don't stay up too late. I can help you if you want. Just not being too pretty is enough help for me. I'm trying to distract myself. Seeing you in pajamas running around is a bit much, you know? Su Qing said without looking up, thinking she'd be better off gaming than helping him squeeze iron rings. This was pure mechanical work. Grinding in games at least allowed you to keep an eye on the auction house prices and hone sensitivity to the virtual market. I shouldn't be this pretty. Jiang he tilted her head, refilled her glass, and carried it back to her room. By late night, close to 11 p.m., Even Wintermelon had curled up on the cat tower. Su Qing tidied his tools, washed up, and stood outside Jiang He's door in his pajamas. Seeing no light from the crack under the door, he listened but didn't hear her snoring. Satisfied, he turned off the lights, returned to his little storeroom, and went to bed. In the middle of the night, light rain began to fall, its patter against the windowsill soothing rather than disturbing, making sleep even sweeter. The phrase, "April showers bring May flowers," describes the lower Yangtze River region around April. During this time, northern cold air hasn't fully retreated, while southeastern winds bring warm, humid air, resulting in continuous drizzle. Jiang City isn't part of that region, so rain or shine, it varies. Last year at this time, there was no rain. Su Qing woke up in the morning to see damp ground outside. The drizzle was tapering off and would likely stop by noon, with clear skies returning soon. Breakfast was congee with leftover buns from last night, which Jiang He had fried until the skin turned crispy and the filling heated through. The buns paired perfectly with the congee, filling him up nicely. Finishing his vegetable bun, Su Qing grabbed an umbrella and went out, leaving Jiang He at home to entertain herself. The city was just waking up. Despite the drizzle, the streets were quieter than usual. Some walked briskly in the rain without umbrellas. Su Qing left the complex, greeted Uncle Zhao, the diligent guard, and flagged down a taxi by the roadside. The rain had freshened the air. Su Qing thought of taking Jiang He fishing by the river once it stopped. Listening to the waves and gazing into the distance could ease the mind, especially with the fine mist left in the air. Lost in thought while staring out the taxi window, Su Qing suddenly noticed two familiar figures by the roadside. "Driver, could you slow down? Or reverse a bit?" he asked. "Aren't we headed to the electronics market? I saw some familiar faces. If reversing isn't possible, just pull over for a moment." "Sure, I'll loop around," the driver replied obligingly, making a U-turn to park where Su Qing indicated. "Not going to say hello? It's raining, I'll just text them." Su Qing pretended to take out his phone, snapped a photo of the scene, and then said, "All right, let's go to the electronics market. They're busy." As the taxi moved on, Su Qing glanced at the photo on his phone, his expression odd. Who'd have thought he'd turn into a paparazzo one day? In the photo, Lu Jingfong and an unfamiliar short-haired girl were sheltering under an awning. Girls holding hands was common, especially back in school when they'd even cling to each other on bathroom trips. But what puzzled Su Qing was that he'd caught them kissing. Feeling perplexed, he messaged Qin Hao. "Busy." Qin Hao didn't respond, likely preoccupied. When the taxi reached the electronics market, Su Qing paid the driver, opened his umbrella, and headed straight to the fourth floor. Li Gaobo was busy at his keyboard, browsing for bargain computer parts on a forum known for scraping by on the smallest budgets to assemble high-performance PCs. Li Gaobo was deep into his scavenging, muttering about 50 yuan with free shipping, when Su Qing walked up unnoticed and had to speak. "Hey, give me a webcam." "Whoa, you scared me." Li Gaobo spun around in surprise. "Honestly, with the way you're running your shop, I could have walked off with a couple of memory sticks, and you wouldn't even know." "Nonsense, nonsense. Sit down, Qing Ji." Li Gaobo eagerly offered his chair to Su Qing and went to pour water in a paper cup. "I just need a decent webcam, same as the last one I got, plus a sound card and some headphones," Su Qing instructed. His computer already had an external sound card he used occasionally for video commentary, but sharing it with Jiang, he was inconvenient. A second one would be useful for live streaming battles or cooking shows in the future. "Oh, and a tripod for the phone. The kind that holds cameras, too," Su Qing added. He envisioned turning Jiang He into a cooking content creator, one a crafting streamer, the other a food blogger, sharing their daily lives in adorable, coordinated updates. "Wait, Qing Ji, you're planning a live stream?" "Just trying it out. Live streaming chainmail crafting?" Li Gaobo teased. "Wait, you already know about that?" Su Qing was puzzled. He'd posted the video on his channel, but it was supposed to be just a side project. It wasn't like his friends were supposed to be following his every update. "Of course I know. You uploaded a video. How is that surprising?" Li Gaobo replied, equally baffled. "It's not surprising you found it, but how fast you did." "Huh, Just happened to scroll past it. How's the computer I sold you last time holding up? It's fine, does the job. I just got another one for 800 yuan, better than that one. If you've got time, bring it over, and I'll swap it for you, Li Galbus said, rummaging through his stock. His knack for scavenging was impressive. Broken or discarded PCs often found their way to him, and he repaired them into fully functional machines. Sometimes, people like Wang Zijuan sold high-end systems for scraps, unwilling to bother with repairs themselves. Such deals made him a tidy profit. No need, mine works fine. Su Qing waved it off. That's not like you, Li Galbus commented. What's not like me? You're different now, Li Galbus said, squinting at him as if trying to pinpoint what had changed. Su Qing's posture, demeanor, everything seemed subtly altered. It's just age catching up with me, Su Qing replied, shaking his head with a sigh. Still the same glib talker, Li Galbus laughed. He packed Su Qing's items into a bag, jokingly reminding him to announce his live stream so they could show their support. After hanging out for a while, Su Qing left. Watching him walk away, Li Galbus scratched his head. Yeah, he really is different now. By 10 a.m., the rain had stopped. Su Qing returned home to find a group gathered at the complex entrance, working on something at the gate. He asked Uncle Zhao and learned they were installing an electronic access system, taking measurements that morning. The system would be operational in May, giving residents time to get their access cards. Good thing I don't order takeout often, or I'd have to come out to pick it up, Su Qing remarked. Delivery guys can get in. I just have to buzz them through. Uncle Zhao replied matter-of-factly. Fine, fine. All right, Sir Qin Xiong, guard this gate well. Shoo shoo. I'm no Yu Qigong. I'm Qin Xiong, a handsome gentleman. Su Qing chuckled at the comparison. Yu Qigong, historically a rough-looking warrior, contrasted with the refined, cultured image of Qin Xiong from TV dramas. Not that Uncle Zhao or Su Qing knew what they really looked like, just the romanticized portrayals on screen. But there was someone at home who might know. Qin Xiong. Jiang He tilted her head, confused by Su Qing's question. You wouldn't have met him in person, but you must have seen paintings or something. Nope, not even as a door god. Su Qing found it strange. The Tang Dynasty had already begun pasting figures like Qin Xiong and Yu Qigong as protective door gods. We didn't paste door gods. The boss looks scary enough, Jiang He explained. Some households did, though. They'd paste the scarier ones like Zhong. Zhong! Zhong Kuei. Yes, him. Oh, I see. Su Qing set up the webcam and sound card for Jiang He's computer, then glanced at the blank wall behind her desk. How about we paste a Zhong Kuei behind you? Jiang He was puzzled. Everyone else has cute backgrounds with bunnies, toys, or display cases. I have my teddy bear. That doesn't work. Zhong Kuei keeps bad vibes away, Su Qing joked. He adjusted her desk to face the white wall, then ordered a Zhong Kuei poster through a delivery service. Once it arrived, he pasted it on the wall, creating a formidable backdrop for her live streams. With everything set, Su Qing applied for a live stream account, submitted his ID for verification, and waited for approval. While doing so, Qin Hao finally replied to his earlier message. About that, have you ever kissed Lu Jingfang? Su Qing asked bluntly. Jiang He, fiddling with her computer and admiring the Zhong Kuei poster, perked up at the unexpected question. On the other end, Qin Hao was dumbfounded. Why would someone ask such a thing? After some hesitation, he honestly replied, We've held hands. Not even a hug. Su Qing typed out before deciding to call him directly. Hello. Maybe consider breaking up? Su Qing said matter-of-factly. Jiang He turned from her setup, utterly confused. Su Qing thought to himself, Poor Qin Hao, he's clearly getting the short end of the stick. If it were Wang Zijuan, he wouldn't bother about whether it was two girls or not. He'd probably drag them both to bed for a trial run. Who knows? He might even manage to sleep under the same blanket with the two of them. But Qin Hao, not a chance. The odds of him getting both of them? 0.1%. And that's assuming the two girls simultaneously lost their minds. Su Qing didn't want to see Qin Hao get scammed, whether it was a lesbian marriage scam or just stringing him along with no intention of marrying. Either way, they should scam someone else. Qin Hao's such a simple, honest guy, wholeheartedly serving the people. What did he do to deserve this? You haven't even hugged her, and you say you're in a relationship? I think so. Probably. Qing Hao stammered. What do you mean, think? And probably. Su Qing was exasperated. If this guy didn't go on blind dates, he'd probably stay single his entire life. Su Qing relayed what he had seen earlier. Qing Hao was stunned into silence. That really happened? Qing Hao's voice was filled with disbelief. Good grief, he hadn't even hugged her, and she was already kissing someone else, and it was another woman. How do you even process that? Why don't you work some magic and take both of them? Su Qing joked. Take a lesbian? Right under my nose. No way. I'm going to confront her. Don't rush. Maybe it's just her sister or something. Su Qing believed his eyes didn't deceive him. But some people, even if they weren't lesbians, could still do unconventional things. Better to ask first and not wrongfully accuse anyone. Next time you meet her, just ask casually. You're good at that. You were even probing into Jiang He's vertical testing last time. You can handle this. If it's really what we think, she won't be able to deny it. Jiang He stared at him from the side. I knew it. How could such a beautiful woman like me? I was feeling so flattered. Turns out it's just as I suspected. Qing Hao muttered, finally coming to terms with the situation. Oddly enough, he felt a sense of relief. The call ended, and Su Qing was about to help Jiang He with her livestream setup when he noticed her looking at him strangely. Who did you break up with? She asked. I didn't break up with anyone. I was advising someone else to break up. Qing Hao, you remember him, right? That guy we had dinner with. The one with the girl in a short skirt and stockings. I wasn't looking or anything, just saying. Anyway, I saw her this morning kissing another girl. Kissing another girl? Jiang He was shocked. Who was the other girl? Yeah, weird, right? Makes me look downright normal. If anyone was strange, Su Qing couldn't hold a candle to two girls kissing. Could they be a couple? Just as there are boyfriends and girlfriends, there are also girlfriends and girlfriends. Human civilization advances, productivity improves, and once material needs are met, people's interests become more diverse. Some even fancy peculiar things. Jiang He recalled Su Qing's philosophical musings from the other day and tried to make sense of it. Girlfriends and girlfriends are becoming more common. Su Qing followed her line of thought and immediately understood what she meant. After a moment's reflection, he said, same-sex relationships are a personal freedom. Not common, but I respect them, as long as it doesn't involve me. What if it did? I'd keep my distance. Oh, I see. Jiang He nodded seriously. The topic of how two women could have children remained a mystery to her, but Jiang He didn't plan to ask. Conversations about having children didn't seem appropriate between them. By the afternoon, the livestream setup was ready. In the corner of the living room, with a statue of Zhong Kuei in the background, a window on the left providing bright lighting, and a small table Su Qing had moved over, they were good to go. Su Qing intended to help her get started. Since it was registered under Su Qing's ID and authenticated, regulations required the actual person to appear on camera. Though usually not a big deal, better safe than sorry. Jiang He had finally found something she was passionate about, and even if it didn't work out, it would still be a valuable experience. An hour? Yes, 1 hour daily. Some people do an hour and a half, but start with an hour, from 7 to 8 p.m. We can have dinner first, and then after 8, we'll have time for movies or games. Once everything was set, Su Qing taught her the basics. Then he plopped into a chair and opened the game arena. Let me test it out for you. Haven't played in ages. It had indeed been a while since Su Qing played. Seeing Jiang, he's so into it. His fingers were itching to try. Her character was decked out in gear earned from grinding. A scrappy, poorly equipped account with no costumes and a lackluster feel. A few minutes later, Su Qing had already broken her winning streak. I thought you said they were all newbies. Jiang, he said, her voice faint. My bad. Your turn. Feeling awkward, Su Qing vacated the seat and advised. Now that the stream is live, even if no one's watching yet, you never know when someone might join. Don't pick your nose or scratch your feet or anything. I wouldn't. And don't talk about stupid stuff either. Remember, both you and Zhong Kuei have an audience. Jiang, he said nothing, but she carefully examined her on-screen image, visibly excited as she started the next match. For someone from the Tang Dynasty to find herself streaming and gaming in the modern world, it was downright surreal. Su Qing sat nearby, opened his laptop, and ensured he was on camera while editing the video clips he had compiled last night. The goal was to splice them together seamlessly, add dialogue, and make them cohesive. In the live stream, there was still no audience, just Jiang He, engrossed in the game, and Su Qing, visible in profile, indulging her whims. Surprisingly, Jiang He's knack for combat seemed to extend to gaming as well. Su Qing had assumed her earlier wins were against weak players, but after trying the account himself, he realized that wasn't the case. The account was a mess, just a leveled-up shell with no decent gear. Jiang He's bad luck must have drained the day she met Su Qing. Even the dungeon rewards at max level yielded nothing but scrap, which she dismantled for spare change. Despite this, her clunky character movements somehow connected with precision, leaving opponents unable to counter. Her sense of rhythm was uncanny. Su Qing, having finished his tasks, watched for a while and remarked, "Your strength is your timing. You're not busy anymore?" Jiang He asked, noticing he had nothing left to do. "I need to stay visible." Su Qing thought for a moment, then stepped back and began stance training. "From now on, I'll move my morning practice to the evening, starting at 7 for an hour. That way, when your stream ends at 8, I can catch the evening news for half an hour." Perfect timing. Maximizing his time efficiently was Su Qing's specialty, the master of time management. Qingming Festival, also known as the Tomb Sweeping Festival, has always been an important holiday. Many scholars and poets have composed works about Qingming, such as Passing Qingming Without Flowers or Wine, and on Qingming, Blossoms of Peach and Plum Smile. It's not only a day for paying respects to ancestors, remembering loved ones, and reflecting on the past, but also for enjoying outings and rejuvenating oneself. In modern times, it's even a public holiday. On this day, however, Su Qing neither went out for a stroll nor was trampled by Jiang He. Instead, he stood quietly behind her, watching her excitedly play a game. Huda Tong Shu has entered the live stream. A random viewer joined the stream, making Jiang He momentarily thrilled. Someone's here to watch. Huda Tong Shu has left the live stream. Before she could even finish her sentence, the viewer had left. Jiang He deflated instantly. Huda Tong Shu has entered the live stream. Moments later, another notification appeared. The same person jumped back into the stream. Jiang He no longer dared to get excited or talk to Su Qing. Instead, she fixed her focus on the screen, concentrating on PvP. If she spoke, the viewer might leave again. Su Qing stood still, quietly holding a stance, his mind wandering to the mysteries of the universe. A random viewer or two made no difference to him. He occasionally glanced at Jiang He's calm, steady gameplay, where she defeated her opponent at a leisurely pace. This was the first time he had maintained his stance for so long. Previously, he had only managed half an hour before growing used to it. Now, after 40 minutes, he felt a bit tired, but tried to persevere. Just as he prepared to wrap up, the viewer who had been in the stream for over 10 minutes finally spoke. "Huda Tong Shu, what's that thing behind you?" Jiang He's sharp eyes caught the comment. While launching a long-duration ultimate move-in game, she quickly turned to glance behind her. "Oh, that's Zhong Kuei." On the other side of the screen, the young man watching almost choked. Who didn't know that was Zhong Kuei? He was asking about the motionless thing behind her. "Wait, it moved." "All done for today," Su Qing said, finally ending his stance and calling out to Jiang He. Just as Jiang He landed a KO on her opponent, she noticed the viewer hadn't commented further. She swung her mouse to close the stream, then excitedly turned around. Someone was watching. "I know. You even introduced Zhong Kuei. One person a day means 360 viewers in a year." Jiang He started calculating on her fingers, instinctively thinking about how many jars of pickles she could sell to 360 people. Oh, but she didn't have a store yet. Don't bother calculating. 1 or 2 viewers won't make a difference. They might not even come back tomorrow. And as your rank increases, you won't always win. If you start losing a lot, fewer people will watch. Su Qing offered a dose of reality, trying to prepare her for what could happen. But maybe they'll come back tomorrow. I'm sure. For now, you should go cook dinner. It was her first live stream. Starting at 4 p.m., she had streamed for an hour. The stream's description had clearly stated the schedule as 7 to 8 p.m., so this first day wasn't a no-show. Tomorrow, they could continue. Qing stretched his legs and moved around. Standing still had made his body warm, so he decided to follow up with a quick set of punches. He was no longer the weakling who'd tremble after a few minutes of standing. Some older Taiji practitioners also began their routines with 10 minutes of standing meditation to get their blood flowing. Once their arms felt warm, they'd start their practice. Qing's high school physics teacher used to do this every morning on the school track. "What do you want to eat?" Jiang asked. In high spirits, she peeked into the fridge. Finding it nearly empty, she grabbed her keys to go shopping. She turned back to ask Qing, who was practicing punches. "Today is Qingming. Let's have dumplings for the holiday." "Do people eat dumplings for Qingming?" "I just feel like eating them, pork and scallion dumplings." Both of them loved dumplings. Holidays or not, they'd always find an excuse to indulge. Once, Jiang had made dumplings to celebrate getting a rare in-game card worth tens of thousands of coins, even though its real-world value was barely $1. The ground outside was still damp. Jiang stepped out with her keys, nodding politely at Uncle Zhao near the main gate. She then spotted Cheng Yulan carrying her basket in the distance and hurried to catch up, intending to follow her to buy groceries. Though they were eating dumplings tonight, they still needed food for tomorrow. Neither Jiang nor Qing liked shopping daily. The invention of the fridge was a blessing, sparing them frequent trips to the market, which often reeked, especially near the fish stalls. "Grocery shopping again? We're out of vegetables." "Qing is lucky to have you," Cheng Yulan said with a sigh. She remembered how it used to be delivery drivers stopping by Qing's place. At some point, it had become Jiang at the market instead. "Where did you get your basket?" Jiang finally asked, admiring Cheng Yulan's basket for ages. "It looks so handy." I wove it myself ages ago. They're hard to find now." "I've seen plastic ones at the supermarket, but they're flimsy. I want one like yours." The two chatted intermittently until Jiang realized Cheng Yulan wasn't heading to the market. "Can I come back half an hour late?" At home, Qing received Jiang's WeChat message. He thought for a moment and replied, "What happened?" Jiang Picture.jpg. "Aunt Cheng said they're giving out eggs here," Jiang explained, attaching a photo of a health seminar for middle-aged and elderly people. Qing opened the image, hesitated for a moment, and asked, "Are you sure they'll give eggs to someone like you?" These events usually gave out cheap items like cups or eggs to draw in older attendees while promoting health supplements or massage devices. Jiang a young girl, might not be able to reap the benefits. Aunt Cheng said they always give them out. She's gotten eggs and even a thermos here before. "All right, just be mindful of others. If they don't give you anything, don't make it awkward for them." Qing wasn't opposed to waiting an extra half hour for dinner. If Jiang got tricked into buying supplements, it'd be a valuable lesson. Nothing truly comes for free. However, with Cheng Yulan around, a seasoned freebie collector who'd amassed thermoses, warmers, umbrellas, and countless eggs without buying a single thing, there was little chance of that happening. When Jiang returned, she carried not just groceries but a small plastic box with 2 eggs. They actually gave out eggs. "People are so nice," she said while organizing the fridge. "Did they try to sell you anything?" Qing asked, ready to deliver a life lesson. "They wanted me to buy some electromagnetic pillow for elderly family members, but my family's all in the Kaiyuan era," Jiang said, a bit regretfully. If there were a time machine, she might have bought one for the accountant, who often complained of neck pain. As for the second boss and others, they were still young and healthy, their martial arts training keeping them. "The sky won't rain free pies." "I know. Those people are just trying to trick us into buying something. We just need to sit there, ignore their sales pitches, and wait to collect whatever they're giving away," Jiang said dismissively as she rolled out dumpling wrappers. She'd originally wanted to leave as soon as she sat down, but curiosity about whether they'd really give away eggs kept her in place. Su Qing stayed silent, focusing on mixing the filling. The meat had been ground at the market, and after bringing it back, he chopped it further with ginger. This was Jiang He's tried-and-true method for the best flavor after several experiments. The finely chopped meat was seasoned and mixed with scallions using chopsticks. As the ingredients blended, the aroma of the filling began to emerge. Legend has it that dumplings originated during the Eastern Han Dynasty, invented by the renowned physician Zhang Zhongjing. Initially, they were medicinal, with dumpling wrappers encasing ingredients like mutton and pepper to ward off the cold. These were used to prevent frostbite on patients' ears. Because they resembled ears, they were called jiao, delicate ears, or jiao decoction for cold relief. Over time, the name simplified to dumplings. People eat dumplings during the winter solstice to commemorate Zhang Zhongjing, much like eating rice dumplings during the Dragon Boat Festival honors Chuyuan. However, while rice dumplings are less common, dumplings are a regular dish, and Zhang Zhongjing's story is not as widely known as Chuyuan's. Do those pillows really have healing properties? Zhang He asked after a while. Didn't you just say they're a scam? Just confirming. Trust your own judgment. Losing out a little sometimes isn't a big deal. Su Qing finished mixing the filling, stood up, washed his hands, and kissed Jiang He lightly on the cheek before sitting back on his small stool to wait for her to wrap the dumplings. He'd seen Jiang He's WeChat post earlier and secretly hoped she'd fall for a small scam like this. Better to learn from minor losses now than suffer bigger ones later. A life without ever being deceived is incomplete. Even someone as sharp as Su Qing had been tricked into working as a typist in school, losing a significant 30 yuan. That painful lesson ensured he never fell for such schemes again. Jiang He remained indifferent and continued rolling dough. Her lips curled slightly. I never imagined things would turn out like this, she said suddenly. Like what? Rolling dumpling wrappers to make delicious dumplings, with you mixing the filling and sneaking a kiss afterward. A fleeting memory crossed her mind. A cloth bag slung over her shoulder, chewing on a tough pancake while leaning against a tree, a long sword by her side, and her eyes vigilantly scanning the surroundings. Clothes in tatters, barely enough food to survive. Now, there was a kitchen, a house, a life. It felt like a blink of an eye, and those past struggles were far behind her. Our houses back then were made of mud bricks, Jiang He said, her voice wistful. We'd put river mud into molds, let it dry to make bricks, and then stack them to build walls. The roofs were layered with thick bark and thatch. When cracks appeared, we patched them with mud mixed with straw. Did you have to repair them often? If you didn't, they'd collapse. A house left unoccupied for a year or two would need major repairs before it could be lived in again. The autumn wind howls, tearing away the thatched roof thrice over. You write poetry? No, that's from Du Fu. He was also a Tang Dynasty figure, known as the poet sage. Let me check. Su Qing pulled out his phone to search. He was about your age. When you came here, he was 16. The poet sage? Was he impressive? Jiang He's interest was piqued by the title. Incredibly so. He was already highly esteemed in your era. Even now, places abroad still call their Chinese neighborhoods Tangren Jie, Tang People Street, because of the historical influence. The Tang Dynasty was truly powerful. Su Qing swiped through his phone. Later, in the 14th year of Tianbao, which was 755, Du Fu would have been almost 40 if you hadn't crossed over, a man still in his prime. By then, he had become a minor official overseeing military gear and warehouse supplies. In November that year, he returned home to find his youngest son had starved to death. That's when he wrote the timeless line, "The stench of meat and wine behind vermilion gates, while bones of the frozen poor litter the streets." The stench of meat and wine behind vermilion gates, while bones of the frozen poor litter the streets. Jiang He murmured, her hands slowing as she absorbed the words. She sighed deeply. Great people often endure hardships that match their greatness. Let's just be ordinary folks. Su Qing shook his head. Being a lazy fish was far more comfortable. That same November, the Lushan Rebellion broke out. Internal strife and external threats plunged the nation into chaos. Although the Kaiyuan era saw a golden age, it also accelerated land annexation, leading to the collapse of the equal field system. Displaced farmers became vagrants, and then in Lushan and Shi, Siming revolted, throwing everything into turmoil. "Stop," Jiang Yi interrupted, unwilling to imagine the war-torn era or the struggles her old village might have endured. "Kiss me." "Huh? Oh." Moments later, Su Qing looked at the two large white handprints on his back, left by Jiang Yi's flour-dusted hands. "All of that is in the past, good or bad. It's all 1,000 years ago. Here, let me help you wrap." "Show me how." Su Qing pulled over his stool to work alongside her. 1,000 years, neither long nor short. In the grand timeline of human history, it was but a blink. Another 1,000 years might bring an entirely different world, as time's river never stops flowing. Jiang He, having learned dumpling making from Zhou Suji, crafted thin-skinned dumplings with generous fillings. Su Qing, on the other hand, couldn't get the hang of it. His dumplings leaked filling or looked deformed, and he eventually gave up, worried they'd fall apart while cooking. Meanwhile, Jiang He's lips remained slightly glossy under the light. Her focused demeanor, as she expertly folded dumpling wrappers with practiced hands, made her seem less like a wandering swordswoman and more like a homemaker. Su Qing washed his hands again, stepped back, and snapped a photo of her. "Taking pictures again? I think you look great right now. Better like this, or when I'm wielding a sword?" Su Qing hesitated. "Boil the water. We'll cook them soon." Jiang He ignored his dilemma, wiped her forehead with the back of her hand, and directed him to work. "I like all your looks, even the ones when I'm hitting you." Su Qing tilted his head. "Planning to live stream 108 ways to beat Su Qing." "You can stream that?" Jiang He looked genuinely surprised. "Nope." Seeing that Jiang He had returned to her usual self, Su Qing shrugged, set the water to boil, and prepared vinegar in a small bowl while turning on the TV to wait for dinner. The dumplings were ready quickly. The hard part was rolling, filling, and wrapping them. Once that was done, cooking was simple. Along with 2 bowls of soup, Jiang He brought out a steaming pot of dumplings to the table. They ate while watching the news. Jiang He holded her bowl aside. Second mother lived her whole life barely eating her fill, hoping to extend the peaceful times. In the end, it lasted only 20-odd years. She bit her chopsticks, her thoughts drifting to the chaos of the Lushan rebellion. Sadness lingered for those buried by history. Whether in prosperity or decline, it's always the common people who suffer, she lamented. "Maybe she extended a golden era just for you," Su Qing suggested. "She cared about you deeply. If you live well here, she'd definitely be happy." "Really?" "Of course. Next time I dream, I'll ask her for you." Modern harmonious living has only lasted a few short decades, not even a century. Yet in those few decades, the world has undergone earth-shattering changes, creating a massive generational divide. Within 3 generations, each one finds fault with the others. First, they claimed one generation was finished. A few years later, they changed their tune, declaring the next generation as truly finished. The cycle of who holds the dominant voice shifted so many times that before Su Qing even realized it, his own generation, the one once labeled as finished, had gained the power to criticize. Now, the internet chatter revolved around how terrible the post-2000 generation was. From idolizing Hong Kong and Taiwan celebrities to video games, mobile games, and live streaming. The rapid pace of change made Su Qing firmly believe in the importance of reading. Only through reading could people view things rationally, rather than be swept up in the vortex of the times, unable to see the bigger picture. Like Wu Ziqian, who left an unmarked stele for future generations to judge her legacy, Su Qing appreciated the wisdom of leaving history to assess one's actions. At least one thing had come to fruition. Du Fu's famous line, "Oh, to have 10,000 grand mansions sheltering the world's poor, bringing smiles to all." This was now a reality, with grand mansions in the form of high-rise buildings. Decades ago, there were still landlords. One of them hired a feng shui master to evaluate his estate. You know what a feng shui master is, right? Su Qing asked while washing dishes. Jiang He leaned against the door, watching him. I do. The master walked around with his feng shui compass and declared, "This is incredible. Your property, nestled against a mountain and backed by water, will produce countless top scholars." The landlord was thrilled. Just one top scholar could bring glory for 3 generations. Producing countless scholars? That's the stuff of dreams. His ancestors must have been grinning in their graves. But the landlord was eventually overthrown. His estate was turned into a key high school. That high school in Jiang City was quite famous. Whether the story was true or not was uncertain, but the location had indeed been the site of a landlord's grand courtyard. Jiang He understood the point of the story, but didn't find it particularly amusing. Instead, she found it fascinating. You were fiddling with those birth charts at home last time, saying you'd match ours. Did it work? She asked. It didn't. You don't even know your own birthday. So how could I do a match? Su Qing dried his hands and tapped her lips lightly. Stop believing everything you hear. Initially, he had planned to use the charts to tease Jiang He, claiming they were destined for each other. But then he realized she didn't even remember her own birthday. He'd tossed the notes as soon as he noticed the flaw in his plan. I only believe what I want to believe, Jiang He said softly. Oh, Su Qing replied with a smirk. Are you going to use up all these iron rings? Seeing Su Qing about to use them to continue making something, Jiang He asked from her seat. She had an idea to weave a shopping basket using the rings. A metal basket would be sturdier than Aunt Cheng's bamboo one. With some fabric lining, it would be easier to clean and more durable. Probably not enough. What? Su Qing asked. To weave a basket. A basket. He pictured Jiang He carrying an iron basket to buy groceries and couldn't help but admire her creativity. If there's not enough, never mind. Jiang He shook her head. Then, as if remembering something, she grabbed her phone from the computer desk. If I get some free time, I'll make you one for fun, like a model piece. Just don't take it outside. No need. Jiang He's response was curt. Su Qing didn't mind. He thought a model basket would look nice as a storage container for small items like nail clippers, charging cables, and iron darts. 2 days later, when the delivery guy arrived, Su Qing finally understood why Jiang He had said she didn't need it. She had ordered a brand new bamboo basket online. It was delivered along with the pajamas she'd recently purchased. Whether she intentionally selected a local seller or it was coincidental, Su Qing wasn't sure. If it was deliberate, it spoke to a woman's innate talent for such things. Does it look good? Jiang He asked excitedly, holding up the basket on her arm, ready to head out grocery shopping. A practical woman needed a proper shopping basket. A sword? What was that compared to a good basket? I'm more curious if this fits, Su Qing said, unpacking the matching pajamas they'd bought, just one set for each of them. He figured by summer, when he'd move into the master bedroom, they could get a new set. One pair was enough for now, whether for pajamas or summer wear. Girls, after all, should always dress beautifully. Jiang He didn't try on the pajamas right away in broad daylight. Su Qing tossed them into the washing machine first. Even though they were new, the thought of how many people had touched them from factory to store to delivery unsettled him. It might have been a mild case of OCD, but it didn't matter. By now, in April, the weather was warming up, and the thin pajamas could be washed in the morning and dried by afternoon. The season's willow catkins began to drift through the air. Luckily, Jiang City was a light-affected area, having been treated for it once. Now, the occasional flurry wasn't as overwhelming as it had been in Su Qing's childhood. Back then, the catkins filled the air like snow, swirling in gusts of wind, and kids would run into the vortex, imagining themselves flying. Though flying was no longer an option, the desire lingered. With Jiang He out grocery shopping, Su Qing, bored at home, wandered to the residential complex's activity area. There he tested his jumping ability, bouncing around the court. He wasn't at the level of Qing Gong, lightness skill. Yet, Jiang He's martial arts tips were too cryptic, but purely relying on physical strength, he could jump over half a meter high and dunk with ease. Letting go of the basketball hoop, Su Qing glanced at a stunned kid clutching a basketball nearby. Hey, can I borrow your ball for a bit? The kid was Zhao Yu, Uncle Zhao's grandson, who occasionally came here to play. While not very familiar, they knew each other. Su Qing had even teased the kid a few times while chatting with Uncle Zhao at the guard post. Zhao Yu hesitated, then lobbed the ball over. Su Qing caught it, struck a pose, and sprinted a few steps before leaping. Bang! A perfect dunk. Learned how to slay dragons from master, spent a fortune, mastered the art in 3 years, and now have no use for it. Su Qing muttered, shaking his head. Martial arts seemed only good for strengthening the body and dunking for fun. Too bad Jiang. He couldn't appreciate the coolness of a dunk. Can you fly? Zhao Yu asked wide-eyed. He had seen Su Qing spring up effortlessly. Nope. That sister over there is the one who can fly. Su Qing pointed at Jiang He, who was cheerfully returning with her new shopping basket. I don't believe it. You jumped so high just now. Then I'll do it again. Su Qing took a few steps back, grinning at Jiang He. Watch this. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 jump. Hanging off the basketball hoop with one hand, Su Qing brushed back his imaginary bangs. Cool, huh? Not bad. Wanting to take a picture for you. Jiang He offered. It turned out she could appreciate the coolness of a dunk. Su Qing reflected on himself, then asked Zhao Yu, mind letting her have a turn? Sure. Go ahead and try it. Just copy what I did. Handing over the basket, Su Qing pulled out his phone, ready to snap some pictures of Jiang He. For 2 martial artists, this was honestly a bit dull. But Jiang He's dunking form was genuinely impressive, leaving Zhao Yu slack-jawed, so stunned he didn't even notice his basketball rolling away.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.